Okay. Sorry about that. Not sure what happened. Twitch is going to need to run ads again. I only had like 20 minutes left on the ad timer anyway, so we'll do that real quick. But I need to check and make sure that the recording took. It should be fine. And then let's see. So probably did it remux? Probably didn't remux. Good minutes RBO. Okay, so all right. Oh man. So that happened. And that was end of November. Okay. Then on okay, so I know where to pick up. So I'm just gonna run ads real quick and then I'll pick up.
Really? Give me freaking super! What? That's why you don't do that on PB Pace. Oh no! Oh! I knew I shot too many missiles. No! Shoot! Oh, that's bad. Dang. Uh-oh. No, dude! All right. Let's see if I can do it. Ah, no! Okay, well, that's bad. Let's see here. No! I can't believe that just happened! No, dude! No! Ah! You stop! Okay, you gotta like. Ah! Please! Please! Stop, dude! Alright. Oh! No!
It's pretty good power bombs time right there for this category, I think. Just kill the category right here. Okay. Spoke a little too soon.
Oh, oh, I'm.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so 59:26. First RBO world record after coming back from a break. I decided to come back to the category because GDQ accepted the run. So I wasn't even really planning on grinding for world records. I was just like, okay, my focus, preparing for GDQ, I'm just going to do a bunch of no resets to try and make sure that the GDQ run goes as well as it can. I think when you are submitting to something like a marathon, that is probably the best way to approach it, is making sure that you are completely prepared to do what you're showing in a marathon setting. Okay, so that means knowing the route and everything that can happen that can go wrong inside and out. Knowing how to pivot if something does go wrong, knowing how to explain if something goes wrong. Just, you know, generally, like, it's very different. Like, it's a speed run, but it's very different than like a PB attempt or a world record attempt. Like, the thing about a marathon is you're putting forth like a showcase of something, right? And so it's, in order to have a good showcase, you want to make sure that you have addressed every edge case that you possibly or realistically could. That being said, that's never happened before. Like, there's a reason that's a meme, because marathon runs, sometimes they just go sideways and there's nothing that you can really do about that. What you can do, though, is be prepared as much as possible. So that was my focus here. I was like, okay, we're not going to be grinding for world records. We're going to be preparing for RBO at GDQ. Okay. Then I get this record and it was like a bad run. Like, it didn't even get the spike suit for the Botwoon Spark, right? I was like, okay, that's funny. And then the next run was this 58:37, which you can tell is quite a leap again, right? This was on December 31st, 2018, New Year's Eve. Some of you have probably heard me talk before about how, for whatever reason, New Year's is like, it's like the special holiday for my speedruns for some reason. This was the first time that happened, okay? So New Year's Eve, 2018, we had a stomach virus going around our house. Allison, my youngest, was a little baby, and everybody was throwing up. It was freaking miserable. I don't remember who got it first, but it was just going from person to person to person to person. And I remember actually thinking, like, dude, I hope this doesn't continue going around the house all the way up until like my run, because I was supposed to be doing GDQ in like 6 days or something. I think my AGDQ 2019 run was like January 6th or something like that. Like, it was coming up, so I was nervous. But I woke up New Year's Eve morning and I booted up stream and I started like warming up. Actually, no, I started warming up before I booted up stream. And I kind of want to go find it, but it would take too long and it would be too hard to make sure that I don't capture something I shouldn't. So I'll just say I remember messaging Kano and being like, dude, I'm playing so good today. Like, I was warming up before stream. It's like, bro, like I'm playing so good today. I don't know what's going on. My fingers like felt so good on the controller. Samus was snappy. I was like, yeah, dude, I'm in the zone already. Like, I'd only been playing for like 20 minutes or whatever. So I start up stream and oh, that's not the right folder. Sec. Where is it? 50, 58, 50, 50. Where is it? I should just organize these, honestly. That's what I should do. Maybe I'll do that after stream today. 58:37. Here we go. Okay. So, you'll notice, by the way, suddenly you can see me, but my face is way too bright. I had these brand new lights, okay, that I'd gotten for stream, and they were like actual like photography lights, okay, and they were not great for the space that I was streaming in. It was this little like closet area, and they were way too bright, and so like my face is like completely washed out here, which is funny. But so I start up stream and I start playing.
Nice bounce.
And just want to make sure I'm remembering this correctly. Okay, yeah, so I get on this pace. All right, I'm minus 15. I'm like, bro, like, this is already super real. Okay. So we're fighting Ridley. And I'm like, this is a crazy pace, man. Like, I can't believe this crazy world record pace that I'm on right now. So we're fighting Ridley, and then he dumps me into the acid, and yeah. So that happened. I was like, oh, my heck. Look at this. Like, I would have been so far ahead if I had just survived for the rest of that and finished off the fight.
We were good until Ridley was a little more aggressive than I anticipated.
So I start a new run,
But
and immediately I'm 6 seconds ahead. Do Moon Dance, 18 seconds ahead. Ice Beam, still 14 ahead. Speed Booster, we are 23 seconds ahead. Grapple, 28.9, 29 seconds ahead. Screw Attack, 29 seconds ahead. Get to Ridley. Kill Ridley. 44 seconds ahead. So I'm like, bro, what is this freaking run, man? I am so nervous, okay? Despite being nervous, things continue going well through the run.
Okay.
I lose some time here. I don't remember exactly what happened. I think there was some shenanigans in Main Street or something. Barely survived that Botwoon fight. We're
We
okay.
have to farm here, but we're not dead. So
Okay, so we lost some time. Do the spike suit. We do have to turn around and farm, so that loses like
that's a plus,
10
right?
or 15 seconds. Okay.
Big PBA.
Kill
battle.
Dragon.
kinda ridiculous.
We're over a minute ahead, bro. Plasma, minus 108. Fantoon, minus 112. We get to G4, minus 116. And if I recall, I think I screwed this up in a big way. I used to be really bad at this strat. Oh no, we're good. Okay. I screwed that up on one of my major RBO PBs, and Kano made fun of me for it for forever. Okay, so we get to G4.
Solid do, thank you.
We're over a minute ahead. I'm like, all right, easy, dude. All I have to do is not completely F up Turian, and this is going to be like a 57. This is crazy, man. Okay.
F you. No, you. Okay, we're just resetting the room. It's fine. It's ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous. And we got the shot off. You a-hole, you! Okay. It's okay. We definitely lost time, obviously, but it's okay. Holy crap! This is the worst Turian I've had in ages. Gosh. I don't even have like any adrenaline going on or anything right now, so
Yeah, I was so calm. It was very weird. Like, I was nervous, but like, by the time, okay. So there's something weird that happens that I'm going to explain here. If you're on a little bit of a pace, usually there's a little bit of nerves. If you're on a pretty good pace, there can be crazy nerves. If you're on like an amazing pace, there's somewhere between crazy and like so many nerves I can't play. This is for me. If I'm on like insanely stupidly like WTF pace like this, all of my nerves go away because I'm just like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, I guess, okay, this is free at this point. Like, this game's too easy, like that kind of a thing. I think Nifsky said something like that in one of his Super Mario Bros. Runs. Like, this game is too easy. And people were like making a huge deal out of it. Like, this guy's crazy. Like, I felt like that before on like these kinds of runs. It's really weird. It's I don't know if it happens to other people, but that's how it is for me. So we do the baby skip here. Obviously, we lost a bunch of time in Turian. So we lost like 30 seconds there. Okay.
Huh?
And people were like, oh, you should save the animals, man.
Okay, just get up.
Because I was so far ahead. They're like, you could save the animals and still smash world record. But I was looking here and I knew, like, okay, if I tried.
Out of 58, yo, I should have. Oh well.
Anyway. Okay, so yeah, 58-37. Yeah. Just out of nowhere, wow. Man.
What a run.
And again,
thanks for the sub.
So people that were here earlier at the beginning of stream, I showed my 100% 122.59, which was a crazy PB for me at the time. And that run was so good for me at the time that I intimidated myself out of the category. And if I hadn't been about to run this at GDQ, this run would have done exactly that for me. Would have been like, that run was too crazy. I can't keep going. Like, too crazy, I'm done. So, yeah, 58-37. Then I have my GDQ run, a GDQ 2019. A lot of you have probably seen that before. And people wanted me to keep running RBO, but I was like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I can't keep running RBO. Like, I've been running it for like a year, and my last PB was crazy, and whatever. So I got back from GDQ, and I decided, okay, I want a 42 and any percent. Okay. So any percent, 43, 43, 43, 43, 4306. And then I ended up getting a 4258. Okay. There were a few people in the community that had been going for 42s before this that all got like a 43 flat or a 4301. I somehow did not do that, even though my parlor and stuff in this game was complete, in this run was complete shambles. So my caption here was, the 4301 curse is broken. You're welcome, QD. That was the end of March 2019. Okay. So that was from, yeah, my first PB in that grind was February 16th. And yeah, so that was just a couple months. Took me just a couple months to get a 42. If I went back to RBO now, could I improve my record? 1,000% yes. The reason I don't want to go back to RBO is not because I'm too scared. It's because I am 100% happy with the run the way that it is. And I would rather leave the 55 for somebody else to shoot for. If somebody like Zost went back and got a 55, I might consider going back to it. Because that would remove that kind of like, there's like a consideration barrier there for me where it's so important to me that people feel enabled to chase their dreams in this game that I would rather leave that 55 for some future generation. I mean, not literally, but kind of like 2017 Zenny. Like, does that make sense? Like, somebody comes into the game, they're enjoying the game, they try RBO, they fall in love with RBO, and they realize at some point that they're good enough to beat record and have the chance to be the first 55. I want that for someone else. I don't need that, right? There's nothing inside of me that needs that 55 RBO. The run is not perfect. It is very good. It definitely has some shambles points, and it was the beginning of 2023. I mean, we'll get there. But I have no intention on grinding RBO for world record again, because I'm completely happy with the way that run is, despite its imperfections, and I want to leave that next milestone for someone else. So like I have to do the hot chip RBO run. When I'm preparing for that, I'm going to be taking every safety. It has to be single Norfair, but I'll take every safety that I can for single Norfair, because I don't care about world record in that. You look at this, okay? This is a reverse boss order world record progression. I'm good. Okay? Like I don't need it. And I don't say that to be like pompous or elitist. Like, if there is a category that I have proven myself in, it's that. So I don't need to. But we'll get back to that. So what does IPRB mean? Improved previous record by number of seconds. So, okay. So, okay, so I got the 42 in any percent. Okay, so we're gonna pivot here a little bit. So you see these Mini Boss RTA runs, okay? Interestingly enough, even though these seem kind of like meme categories, they're actually on the main board. So after this 42 grind that I did in 2019, I was like, I want to take some time off from like serious runs, and I want to do some like lower effort runs. So I decided to go through the mini boss runs. So we did Spore Spawn, then we did Crocomire, then we did Botwoon, then we did Golden Torizo. So Spore Spawn RTA, if I can even. Okay, cool. So I don't remember exactly how long it took me to get this run. It wasn't forever, but I mean, 317 attempts here. So, you know, I put some effort into this for sure. Behemoth held the record at the time, and I got to this fight on pace probably 15 or 20 times. But the thing is, this this run is so weird in how difficult it is to do this fight correctly and then not F up immediately after. Okay, so the goal is to kill Spore Spawn in 2 rounds. So you have to do some specific like missile management and stuff to do that. You have to hope for the right drops. Okay, then you have to do your movement here correctly. I missed that down grab on pace one time. And then you got to do this moonfall, which is so weird. I thought I messed it up there, but I didn't.
Was that it? Was that it? Hell yeah, dude! Woo!
So for whatever reason,
oh my gosh, dude!
We split when the fanfare dismisses on this category. So it's not on touch, it's on fanfare dismissal, which is why I was like waiting to see if that was it. But yeah, 548 got the record. And what's really funny about this is I hadn't seen Behemoth in my chat during this grind at all. He was the previous record holder, and then he showed up during this run. He was there in chat for this run. So that was really funny. So that was Spore Spawn. And then I moved on to Crocomire. Now, I actually need to address something here. This period of time. Okay, so personal life stuff. I'm not going to get too into it for privacy reasons, but in 2017, when my daughter Natalie was born, that's when I actually started taking steps to address my mental health, because I had been depressed for a very long time up to that point. I had also been dealing with anxiety, but I didn't know that. I realized that's kind of weird to think about, but for people that, like, if you're a younger person watching this, for my generation, we didn't talk about that stuff when I was growing up. We did not really talk about mental health hardly at all. I grew up knowing that my mom was depressed and most of my sisters were depressed. And apparently my dad was depressed too, but I didn't know it. And most of them were on some sort of medication for it. What's interesting is, even though I knew that, and they talked about medication and that it was important and we needed to be willing to do that to take care of ourselves and not judge people for it, I had this strong aversion to the idea that I needed medication for my depression. And for a long time, I was kind of in denial about that, because yes, I was kind of chronically depressed, but there was always something that I could point to that I was like, that is the thing that's making me depressed. This thing in my life is making me depressed. This other thing in my life is making me depressed. There was always something like very wrong that I could just point to and blame it on that. What's interesting is honestly, I think there was some validity to that, but I think there were also underlying mental health things that I was working through. And so, sorry for the tangent. Getting back to it, my daughter was born in the middle of 2017, like right after I started streaming. And I could not function when she was crying. The way that her cry sounded as a baby shut me down. And I was like, that doesn't work for me. Like, I have to be able to be a parent, and also I have to be able to function outside of my parent responsibilities to make sure that I'm like functional at work, so I can like do my job and keep my job and support my family and blah, blah, blah. Right. So I went to the doctor in mid 2017 and I was like, hey, when my daughter screams, totally normal baby behavior, I freak out. What do I need? And he was like, okay, I'm going to prescribe you this antidepressant. So he did, and I started taking that. And so I was on that for most of these runs that we've seen here. Funny enough, one of these runs, I don't remember which one it was. One of these runs happened on a weekend when I had actually forgotten to take my antidepressant. And I realized, even though I had forgotten to take it, I actually felt fine. Like, I felt fine, maybe even better than usual. Now, the thing is, I mean, yeah, dopamine is powerful, right? Dopamine and adrenaline are powerful things. Like, I was literally like drugging myself with the success of speedrunning in a weird sort of way. And so I don't actually know for sure if my reasons for this were correct or not, but I went back to the doctor and I was like, hey, so I forgot to take my medication last week. And actually I was fine, maybe even better. So like, should I keep taking it or should we try something else? And he was like, I think we should try something else. So initially I was on Zoloft, I think, and we switched me to Wellbutrin, and I was on that for a little while. The real killer, and this stream, and if I put this part on the YouTube VOD, this is not supposed to be like a medication thing, so I'm not going to get too into this, but Zoloft made me start gaining a lot of weight and made me very tired. I was like dozing off at work. I was like trying to work, and then I would like find myself like nodding off while I was like trying to work. And like some other stuff, right? So initially it was helpful, but then it seemed like it was being less helpful and like I was having negative side effects. So came off of that, tried something else, blah blah blah. Long story short, we fast forward to this part right here, 2019, okay? And I had actually gone to my doctor, and I was like, hey, so like, yes, I know I'm depressed, but also I kind of think I have ADHD. Because I had been like studying for a certification at the time, and I could not focus on it. And I was realizing that I like could not focus at work, could not focus on important like menial tasks. And it started bleeding into like my speed running too. Like I'd be in the middle of a run and I couldn't focus. I'm like, what's going on? And so I started looking into ADHD, and a couple other people in my family had been diagnosed with ADHD, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. So I went to the doctor. I was like, hey, I think I might have ADHD, but it's weird because I never struggled with this stuff as a kid. Is that a thing? And he was like, yes, adult onset ADHD is definitely a thing. I was like, okay, sweet. Can I get medicated for it? And he was like, I don't do that. I was like, okay. And he's like, I need to refer you to a psychiatrist. I was like, all right. So he referred me, and then that office wouldn't let me see the psychiatrist initially. They insisted that I talk to a psychologist first. I had already talked to psychologists in the past. They were not helpful for me. I'm not saying that they can't be helpful. I have a counselor that I talk to monthly now. I don't know if that counts as him being a psychologist or not. He's primarily like a relationship counselor. But anyway, talked to the psychologist, explained everything that I'd already explained to 3 other people, got the same like canned impersonal response from him that I knew he was going to give me. And then he was like, so do you still want to see a psychiatrist? I was like, yes. I need medication for ADHD. You can't give me that. Like, because psychologists don't prescribe medications. So they got me into my psychiatrist, who I am still seeing today. She's great. I see her once a month. And we started trying different medications to help me with my ADHD. She immediately was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you have ADHD. Let's try some stuff. So this run here, I had been on Adderall for like a week. Okay. I'm not saying that I was on, like, it's not like I popped an Adderall and then started streaming. Like, I was just taking Adderall daily or whatever, however much she prescribed. And I didn't quite realize it, but it was making it very hard for me to control my body, for lack of a better term. So like my heart rate would skyrocket, my blood pressure would go up, I was very irritable, I was less compassionate, was less empathetic. Like, this all sounds like really bad stuff, but the thing is, I needed it because I needed it to do my job, like to provide for my family, right? And it did help me a lot with like the focus aspect of things. The thing is, I would get on pace, and the nerves that I had previously experienced were amplified by like 15, 20 times. So this run is interesting because I had been on pace in this category so many times and lost it right at the end so many times. And the thing about this category is you're doing this hell run to get to Croc as early as you possibly can, because it's Crocomire RTA, right? So that makes sense. Oh, sorry. This is not the right size. Where's the thing? There we go. Okay, so getting through this hell run is very difficult. For those of you who've been watching me do low ice, you probably noticed that I always go for I always go for the 2-bomb strat in Pre-Cathedral. This category is why. Because you literally cannot survive this hell run unless you do that strat, okay? So the first part of this run, getting a run, is getting past that bomb jump right there, okay? Then you need to hope for the right drops. Then you need to hope for the right RNG from this first hopper guy, okay? Then you need to not screw up the platforming here. You need to, again, hope for the right drops or you're going to die. Then you have difficult movement getting through here. Again, you need to try not to die. You do this part. Again, you need to try not to die. So, like, this is all very intense stuff. And I knew I was on pace. And I was so much more nervous and unable to control my body than I had ever been in my life. Ever before up to that point, okay? So I'm, like, freaking out. Even though this is, like, a very casual, not important category, I'm, like, literally freaking out right now, okay? So we get here. And we get down to Croc. Okay. And I'd gotten to this point in the run on pace like 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And I would get here and my hands would just be like shaking and I could not do this stutter forward movement correctly to save my life. Okay. And at this point, in addition to needing to do the stutter movements correctly, Croc has to give you the right RNG.
Well.
So, the other thing is, time on this category happens when Croc's drops spawn.
Oh, I don't know, War. It might be a TWR.
So, yeah, I wasn't sure if this was going to be tied world record or barely world record. But, you know, I'm just waiting for the drops.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, I barely got it by like half a second. World record was 940 by Behemoth
I'm done.
at the time.
I'm not doing this anymore.
So, what's interesting about this, like, I was really happy to just be done, to be able to say, like, I got world record, but this is the one mini boss category that has always kind of haunted me. Like, I'm not actually satisfied with this. And so interestingly enough, I actually have this goal sheet, which is, I mean, you guys can see this, it's shared. Goals? I do what I want when I want. Here's a spreadsheet with how I feel about runs, though. So, yeah. So this is like everything that I've ever run or considered running and how I feel about it. Okay. If you look at these mini boss runs, they're all green, which means I achieved my goals at the time, but would like to plan on improving the run someday, except for Croc RTA, which is red, which is I may or may not have achieved my goals, but I currently feel very dissatisfied with the quality of the run or the PB. So this is the one mini boss run that, like, has always kind of haunted me. So I'll probably go back to that at some point. I don't know exactly when, but that was that world record. As you can see, GT Classic is the other like main category that I am completely dissatisfied with, which is why I'm planning on running that next. Okay. All right. So moving on here, where are we at with ads? I need to run ads, so I'm going to do that real quick, and then we'll come back and I'll keep talking about my, milestone / world record runs.
I'm lucky that worked. Wah!
Totally do this. It's been a very, very exciting couple days and hours to be a Super Metroid speedrunning fan. And let's see, did he get it? Yes, let's go! Let's heckin' go!
Let's go!
Let's heckin' go! Beautiful Mimit from Shiny Zenny, lining up with some visual cues in the background. The X position doesn't matter, so you can do it anywhere along the floor in this room as long as you don't get hit by Mother Brain. We were originally doing it up against the wall. He moved over a little bit to use some background cues for a standardized setup that was in there. Mother Brain just sat down in 1.5 seconds instead of somewhere between 4 and 7 seconds. That is a...
Don't worry, guys. I fell in a vile plume, so I'm playing perfectly.
I'm definitely not playing perfectly.
When's Vile Plume RTA world records any?
I already have it.
Lord.
You can't make that up. So now we're dead. But wait, there's more. Pause buffer. Pause buffer. Pause buffer. Pause. Oh.
The very last super. The very last. The very last. The very last.
Okay. Oh, dude! Ah! Alright, what do I do here? What do I do? I don't even know, dude! Alright, we're good. $59, 86, 29. 58, 13, tonight. 56, 23. And then we got the good middle steam. 52, 94 with a pretty good tile boost. Holy moly. Oh, but the jump through the door was too low. That's still a great time, but it couldn't world record though. And now the Ceres space station explodes. And the scientists that were taking a nap are dead.
freaking muted again. Sorry. Pink Fuzzy Bear, thank you for the Prime sub. I did not hear that alert come through, so I'll need to figure out why that is. I changed some stuff yesterday, but I thought I fixed that, so I don't know what's going on. But thank you, I appreciate it. I guess, hang on one sec. Let me just make sure. Okay, why is that there? I don't know if that should be there. Anyway, okay, so moving on here. Okay, so mini boss runs. So I got Croc, and then we moved on to Botwoon RTA. So we'll play that real quick. Botwoon RTA and Golden Torizo RTA were less intense experiences. Botwoon RTA is pretty cool because it primarily revolves around figuring out how to do the suitless movement as quickly as possible, while also being able to consistently kill Botwoon with items, right? Because, anyway. So what we settled on was 2 E-tanks, some ammo, high jump, and I think ice beam. Yep, so we get ice beam, and we go back. And then you have to do this movement here, okay, to get up to Botwoon. Now, what's interesting is, obviously, I was very comfortable with and aware of how to do suitless Meridia movement because of my time in RBO, right? So this really wasn't that difficult for me to wrap my head around. So you get up Main Street. The thing is, in reverse boss order, you have Grapple Beam. And you do not have that in this category, obviously, because going down to get Grapple would take forever. Okay. The other thing is that we need more supers. We need more supers for the Botwoon fight, okay? So we come in here, we grab these supers. And then, after this, since we don't have Grapple Beam, that makes getting up this room much, much more difficult, okay? So this is the first time that I ever learned how to do this crab climb tech. And I think it's the only time I ever learned how to do this crab climb tech until I had to relearn how to do it for some map rando stuff. And so what's really funny about that is when I relearned how to do it for map rando stuff, I was like, oh, I can do this. I've done this before. It's fine. And then I freaking couldn't do it. I was like, I could do this. I could do this in 2019 and I can't do it now. What's going on? Because like I knew that I'd done it here, right? So that was kind of a funny experience. Over the years, there have been times where I've wondered if I was actually better at this game a few years ago in some ways, and that was one of the things. Obviously, overall, I'm much better at the game now than I ever have been before, but I think there are some little edge case things where maybe I was actually better at the game in 2019, 2020. So, anyway, after Everest, you need to get up here. So I think there is a faster method than this one, but this is what had been settled on at the time. Again, 2019. Okay, so we do that. Get up here. And then we do want to farm these guys for ammo, basically. You also want to make sure that you don't die because we're suitless here, so that can be kind of sketchy. See, I almost died right there. And then you also want to hope that you don't die on the actual Botwoon fight. Yo, Hoda was in here? That's sick, bro. Oh! Jeez, that was clutch. All right, so I don't actually know why that's saying plus whatever,
Crappy fight, but we got it. So.
but ended up that was world record, yeah. So
Woo! Yeah, that's world record.
I wonder if I explain the splits here. Guess not.
Yo, Nick, thanks, man.
Anyway, so that's a cool run. And then the last one here is Golden Torizo RTA. So this is very similar to like a GT Classic type. Stop doing that, you stupid thing. Oh my gosh. Windows 11, bro. I don't want you to snap stuff like that so easily. No, don't snap it. Don't snap it. Okay. Anyway. So Golden Torizo RTA is very much like a GT Classic run, just without
I know the blue guys.
needing to actually do GT Classic.
Blah, blah.
There's a little more to it than that, obviously, because you need to have the resources to kill GT in a reasonable amount of time, since you don't actually do the
I didn't
GT
think I
code.
was gonna make that.
So there's just some very slight differences because of that. But outside of that, it's just get what you need to get down here, come down here, do green gate glitch. The thing is, Emily, there's circumstances where I like the snapping stuff. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Anyway, so then you can come in here and you need to do the fight. And you're also partially at the mercy of drops here. So
Woo, buddy. That was close. Come on.
I could probably optimize this fight quite a bit at this point, to be honest. Oh, that's a good idea, hats. Is there a way to set that up in Windows? Because if there is, I need to go do that right now.
Dude.
Yeah, so he just wasn't really dropping me supers, which can be pretty frustrating. Anyway, so now he's dead. I like that split name. Bomb Chorizo, Red Tunic.
GG, boys and girls.
Not Bomb Chorizo.
That's the game.
Ow. Okay, so I hadn't thought about this until literally right this moment, but what's really interesting about this is this was my first 4 for 4, right? Spore Spawn, Croc, Botwoon, and Golden Torizo. So I got the 4 for 4 mini bosses. Similar to my current 4 for 4, you know, I would like to do GT Classic next. I'm not completely committed to world record in that, but I think that's what I'm going to focus on next. In this, once I got this 4 for 4, I kind of decided like I kind of want to do a bonus thing here. So after this run, I started focusing on what was at the time a new category. It's actually a category extensions category called Mini Boss RTA. Okay, so it's rather than Spore Spawn or Croc or Botwoon or GT, it's all of them. Okay, and what's really interesting about that is the routing for it changes a lot, because you have to figure out, okay, how do I optimize where to go when to accomplish all of my objectives. So I remember I think Kip had the world record at the time, and he used a route And I remember doing some routing science myself and realizing that I could use a spike suit to save a bunch of time, similar to the RBO spike suit that I used to save a bunch of time. So this run is a bit longer, obviously, because it's all the mini bosses. And I don't want to spend a bunch of time going through all of it for you guys because it's 25 minutes. But basically, I settled on a route where we do Spore Spawn first. Okay. Then we go down. We get power bombs. We go to Kraid to get Varia.
Don't remember.
Oh, I died or something. Is this? Yeah, this should be it. Okay, so we go to Kraid to get Varia. Then we go down to Norfair. We get High Jump. We get Speed Booster. And then we go to GT. Okay. So we go to GT, we get supers. I try not to die at GT getting supers and stuff. And then we have to make our way back out of Lower Norfair. Okay.
I wish I hadn't. Should be.
So we go out of Lower Norfair backwards.
Come on.
We gate glitch through
Why
here.
is that gate giving me so much crap?
This room freaking sucks, by the way. This room sucks in every category. Okay, so you have to make sure you have enough energy to make it back through that room. I'm a little surprised I did the energy refill there, to be honest. Maybe I was just sketched out. Maybe I wanted... Oh, you know what? I don't think I have Charge Beam. I think I skipped... Did I skip Charge Beam? I probably did. That's interesting. Okay, so then we have to do this croc fight. All right. So we do the croc fight. Oh, no, I have charge. Why did it? Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. All right, so this is where I actually...
Okay. You can roar.
I'm still pretty proud of this routing that I came up with, okay? So we're doing Croc now, and then Botwoon last. Now, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to say what I would say. Because I don't want to say it and then be wrong. That would be dumb. But you saw I got a spike suit off these spikes, right? Okay, so
Come on.
normally, what would make the most sense here would be to go down and get grapple beam, because we're already here. And in order to do most of Meridia, you would need grapple beam or ice beam. And I think we're going to grab ice beam anyway. But the point is, so you have to have ice beam to do the Metroid clip. You have to have either ice beam or gravity and speed to get to Botwoon, basically. You either do the Metroid clip to get to Botwoon, you freeze the Metroid and you jump up through and you go through, right? Or you have gravity and speed and you just run through the speed blocks. The crab climb through Everest is very slow. So if you're already this close to grapple, you may as well just go grab grapple. But what I did is I got a spike suit and then I did this short charge speed ball through that wall. But unfortunately, I screwed that up, apparently.
That happens. I should probably just go up.
Okay. Short charge speedball. We go backwards through Croc Speedway. Hey, no worries. Thank you. I appreciate the thought. So yeah, we're going through all these rooms backwards. I was so psyched about. Do you see that, dude? Did you see that jump. We're watching that again. Dude, we used to be the most swaggy player before I started deciding that that consistency is better than swag. Watch this crap, dude. Watch this. Bro! It's so sick, man. Okay. So we go through backwards, right? To get to Ice Beam. Because it's optimal. It's literally optimal to do it that way. So we get Ice Beam. And remember, we have a spike suit this whole time. So I'm carrying a spike suit here. Okay, so remember, could have gone to get grapple, but decided that would be too slow. Get a spike suit instead. Do swaggy movement to get Ice Beam, because we need Ice Beam to clip to Botwoon anyway. Do all this movement that I'm already used to doing with the spike suit anyway. Spike suit across Everest, baby. All right, so that saves a bunch of time. Yeah, no, it's sick for sure. Yeah, anyway, so we do the snail climb here, do the Metroid clip, and then the Botwoon fight, which, I mean, you know how that looks, but whatever. Charging holds spike suit activation if you're underwater suitless. It will prevent it, yes. Holding the shoot button. You don't even have to be charging. You just have to be holding the shoot button.
All right.
So.
Done and done.
So yeah, that was the Mini Boss RTA world record. And I was really...
Too bad that run started that way.
I was really proud of that run. Anyway, so that was kind of a brief stint in less exciting, less...
I hate mock Troids.
Less intense runs. Now here's the thing. So that run was, again, part of the category extensions board, which I did a number of less intense runs on that. Yo, Darkzilla, thank you so much for the raid. When was that? I think it was 2019. Well, actually, it's up here. So we're gonna get into this. So the category extensions board, a bunch of these runs were way less optimized. So as you can see, all Mini Boss RTA. This is the first one that I like really pushed. There was also RBO glitched, which I can briefly touch on, but that was May 2019. Okay. So then I did RBO glitched the end of May 2019. This run essentially, let me see if I can find the VOD. Yeah, I'm going to be doing GT Classic, at least for a little while, Zoa. I don't know how long exactly, but I want to improve my PB and maybe go for world record. No, it's not going to be in there. I know I have this somewhere. Let me think about this. It wouldn't be in any glitched, no, because that's any percent glitched. Saved VODs and edits. Odds and ends. It's probably in here. Kona Challenge, 2P1C. Bombs PBs. Death to Shack Tool. Dude, it's not here? Where did I put it? I know I have it somewhere. I gotta have it somewhere. Oh, here's something cool though. The very first Twitch Plays Super Metroid, I spent a lot of time doing that, and I helped kill Kraid. So here's me spamming commands in the chat. And he's dead. So yeah, good stuff. Anyway. All right. RBO glitched. Man. Look here again, I guess. No, it wouldn't be in here, and it wouldn't be in double Norfair. Glitch. Nope, not there. I might just have to pull up the Twitch VOD. If I can't find this local recording. Okay. Well, let's just do that. So, well, it's on YouTube. Okay. So what's cool about this run is the way that it works is you go get X-ray, and then what you do is you get your energy down to a point where you can execute G mode. So you do G mode here, and then there's a setup where, so I'm going to explain this. So, gosh dang it, YouTube, come on, man, go away. So you see I'm like reaching over here, okay? I am starting what is an RNG timer. It's a very old school, it probably isn't even around anymore. It was an old school Pokemon RNG manipulation timer for Soul Silver, I think. And basically you can use it to find an RNG seed that you want to target. And what you do is you set the timer for that RNG seed, and you attempt to hit the target, and then you take your result of the target that you actually hit, and you plug that into the RNG timer, and it creates an offset so that the timer changes based on the timing that you actually hit. Okay. And that helps you, yeah, Eon timer, that's what it was called. Helps you more likely hit the target that you're actually going for, right? So I had done that in like 2011 or something. And so this glitch was found by Snick again, and he was like, hey, you should try and do this and see what you could do with it. And so we were like testing it out, and he's like, I mean, it's a major glitch, so it wouldn't work for any, NMG categories, but, might be fun. And I realized I could use this glitch to get Gravity Suit. I was like, yo, I could get Gravity Suit and then use that for RBO for memes. So we called it RBO Memory Corruption. And so you see me reaching over. I'm essentially starting the Eon timer. Okay. And then what you do is you start the timer, and then you wait for the timer to count down. Okay, so the timer is counting down from like 108 seconds right now. So we're just waiting.
Guess what?
Okay. This was, I think, my second run ever to actually getting to this point to trying to do this. So there's 20 attempts here, but there are a bunch of like early game resets and stuff.
Yes.
So the fact that I actually hit the right frame there to get gravity suit
Champ.
first try, like you saw that I saved before that, because very likely that you're gonna miss that window and then you just reset and try again.
First
Right.
friggin' try.
So you can see I'm 11 minutes ahead now. And that's because the only run that I'd done before this, I had to do that glitch multiple times. So I did that, and then essentially the rest of this run is just a very unoptimized, not good PRKD style run. Gravity suit, you go down, you kill Ridley, and then you go kill Dragon, then, you know, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, good stuff. That's fun. So that's what this RBO glitched entry is here. Okay. Then there's Tickle the Fish. We're not going to get too into that. I mean, it was record at the time. Sure. 1709. Let me see if I have the VOD for that. Sorry, I didn't mean to click off like that. This would be in the odds and ends for sure, if I have it. Okay, and it's not here, so I probably did not save that VOD because I'm an idiot. But this is probably, yep, it's on Twitch. Okay, and it's unlisted. So because it's unlisted, I can't actually like drag through the timeline. So I'm not going to worry about that. I don't want to waste your time. But Tickle the Fish, and then 100 Missiles RTA. This is the one meme category that I have that somebody has actually broken, that I fully intend on going and claiming it back just because. But just props to want to make sure that I don't misspeak here. Props to Crocomire. Like, I guess a year ago or so, he decided, he was like, I want world record in this category. So he started grinding for it and he got it. So yeah, good for him. End of 2023. So I'm currently second place in this. But yeah, that's actually a pretty cool run too, by the way. All Gates RTA. This is interesting because there's two versions of this. There's one that uses G mode and one that doesn't. And if I recall, in one of these runs that I posted as world record, I did something wrong, and so the run was actually invalidated. But the other run was still valid, which is why it's still listed as first place. But yeah, two runs back to back. First uses G mode and Moondance. If you prefer a run without that, just skip to the middle and watch the other route. Not going to worry about that. Kago the Kagos. Again, interesting category. Okay, Death to Shack Tool. So I'm not going to spend too long talking about this, but so this is like the middle of 2019. So again, I've been spending a few months just working on meme categories, just to kind of like palette cleanse myself. And the reason I was doing this is there were two reasons. One, there was an RBO tournament that was happening pretty soon. And two, I knew that the next category that I wanted to grind in earnest was 100%. And I was still kind of worried about beating my PB, even though like I knew I could. Like, it was such a good run at the time. I was just a little worried about like tarnishing that legacy, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, because I mean, who gets a 3-minute PB? you know what I mean? So like, I was just worried that like, even though I was gonna beat it, like the runs that I would get in 100% probably wouldn't feel as special after that. So I was honestly kind of like procrastinating. So I was doing some of this meme stuff with Death to Shack Tool. Back during this time, the category extensions leaderboard was not split between NTSC and PAL, and I want to talk about this for a minute. So if you go to Deer Tier, you go to any of these boards, okay, you can see there is the real time tab, game time tab, and then there's a PAL tab. Now, the reason that the PAL category is separated, for anybody who isn't aware, the PAL version of Super Metroid is basically like a bad ROM hack made by Deer Force. Okay? It plays completely differently than the NTSC version. So on any one of these categories, any given category, you're going to have your normal categories, and then you're going to have, oh, this is a PAL category. This is a PAL category, right? You come over here, there isn't a PAL category for 100%. That's largely because hardly anybody has run PAL 100%. But like if there were a bunch of people that started running PAL Hundo and they wanted their runs on Deer Tier, it would be a separate tab. Okay. Just trying to remember if any of these other ones have it split. Because like nobody runs PAL. So the thing that's interesting about Death to Shack Tool is that depending on which version of the game you're running, it completely changes, because you can do things in the PAL version that you literally can't do in the NTSC version. And the category extensions leaderboard was not split at the time. All of the runs were on the same board. Okay. So I got Death to Shack Tool in August 2019. Okay. And then shortly after that, Asphalt, he's a great runner, by the way. He got the Death to Shack Tool run world record, but he got it on PAL. So then you can see I posted a PAL run. And basically we traded this world record back and forth a few times. So PAL, sub 14, and then I decided that I also wanted to, since I had the PAL world record, I decided that I wanted to beat the PAL world record with the NTSC world, with the NTSC ROM. So then I went back to NTSC, and I kept doing that until I got this time NTSC. And I left it at that for a little bit. Then I moved on to grab by every Yapping Maw RTA, which is kind of a funny run. Let me pull this up. So the point of this run is to literally you want to get grabbed by all of these little grabber guys. Don't do that, stupid. So these little grabber guys, these are called Yapping Maws. The point of this run is actually to get grabbed by all of these. Now that sounds really dumb until you start thinking about it. Like, how do you actually optimize that? So you can see I'm in here in Gauntlet trying to get grabbed by this guy. I have one energy tank and I'm like almost dead. Okay. So the reason this category is fun is because you have to optimize going fast with also taking the damage that you have to take, but not taking too much damage. Now, I decided that I wanted to do Taco Tank in this category. I honestly don't remember if that ended up being optimal or not, but I thought it'd be a really funny meme.
As far as I know, you can.
So I did Taco Tank, and then you basically just go through the run and you try to get grabbed by every Yapping Maw as fast as you can. Okay. So you come here in Gauntlet. So you've got to get grabbed by this guy first. So get grabbed by him. Okay, we're good. Then you got to get grabbed by this guy.
Really?
He didn't grab me.
Come on,
so
dude.
now I'm like trying not to get grabbed because I don't want to get grabbed and stuck in the acid.
Heck.
And now he's like stuck off screen. See, so like there's a bunch of like little funny things that can happen.
Sure.
I wonder if that counted as a grab. Maybe it didn't, dude. That's funny. I think it did. Anyway, so get grabbed by that guy. And then trying to get grabbed by this guy. Oh, acid. Okay. And then there's a guy over here on the left too. Yeah, I'll talk about Twin Galaxies a little bit. Okay, so we get grabbed by that guy, okay. So, like, that's the idea behind this category. Like, you have to get grabbed by all of them, and then you have to go find the other ones and get grabbed by them, okay? So, there's also these guys here in this room. Getting grabbed by these guys is a pain because you get grabbed, and then you fall into the Vile Plume. Get grabbed. And yeah, you can kill it if you do that correctly. Okay, so we got grabbed by them. And then we got to go down to X-ray hallway. Okay. Now remember, the run ends once we've been grabbed by all of them. So it doesn't matter if I die, as long as I get grabbed by all of them. Okay. So we get grabbed by that guy. Grabbed by that guy. Now we're just trying not to die. These spikes do a lot of damage. Okay. So like I almost died there. Now we got to go down to below Spazer. Grabbed by that guy. And then down to Norfair. So, or Norfair? No. Meridia. There's Yapling Moss in Meridia?
Nice.
Where am I going? What is this?
Well, I hope you really enjoy it. Let me know when you want me to help you set up OBS and stuff.
What? Next to... Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we have to go to Meridia. So we're doing suitless movement in Meridia. Okay. So again, like this category is pretty cool because like you have to do interesting like routing and stuff. Okay, so there's 2 in this pit. So you don't want to get grabbed and then pulled down because then you'll have to go all the way around to do it again. All right.
Sure, it's slower, but it's probably not.
Okay, so we got grabbed by both. And then we got to get out of Meridia. Okay. Now here's the real kicker. Notice I still don't have Varia suit. Okay. So now we got to do a hell run to get grabbed by the last Yapping Maws while constantly taking heat damage. This is where things get real spicy, okay? All right. So, energy refill. Okay. Nope. Now we just gotta not die. We have to get grabbed by these guys and not die. So get grabbed by the first one, don't die, energy refill. Oh man. This game's so funny.
Okay.
Oh no! Missed the jump.
We gotta jump late,
What a noob.
so
What a freaking noob. Okay, so here's the second one. Get grabbed, don't die. Third one, that's it.
that's
So I die, but I got grabbed by all the Yapping Maws.
32.
So, GG, that's the end of the run. All right. Anyway, interesting stuff. All Plumes RTA. So you guys have probably heard the clip where Zost and Kip and I are playing Multitroid. And Kip asks when all Plumes RTA world record is, because I got grabbed by one in the middle of one of our runs. And I'm like, I already have it. So that's this run. So, I mean, early game's pretty basic, normal stuff. But this is surprisingly hard to optimize. So all of the Plumes in the game are in these 2 rooms, interestingly enough. The thing about the Plumes in this room is the top ones always grab you twice, okay? So that's annoying because it makes it longer. And also, you take more damage. So you have to make sure that you're optimizing not just like your routing to get to the Plumes, but also that you're optimizing the damage that you're taking and farms that you take to get energy recovered so that you can continue taking this damage from these Plumes while still going fast. Right? Like it's a really interesting thing to have to optimize compared to most speed runs. Like it's a very different thing. Okay, so we've been grabbed by all of them now. And now we have to get grabbed by the last few. 3 rooms. Sorry. There's Plumes in 3 different rooms. Okay. We do have to grab the power bombs because the Plumes in the other room are under the floor. And also I have to be kind of careful here because if I make any like very wrong moves, we're just gonna die. So. Okay, so we make it out of there. Now we gotta farm enough energy back up to survive the last grabs. So we farm those guys. And then we come in here. That is interesting. Okay, so I do that one first.
We win.
Oh, right, the one on the left is fake. Okay. Yep, so again, like, that's the record. Like, we got it. All good. It's a pretty cool category, though. And then Nintendo Power Percent. So, Nintendo Power Percent is another one of the runs on the category extensions board that my run was beaten. Initially, it was beaten by Zost, and then I think his run was beaten. Oops. Nope. Okay. So Zost is at the top of that. I haven't tried to go back and optimize it anymore. This run is kind of annoying to optimize, to be honest, because you have to go in the specific order that the Nintendo Power like recommended progression is. Anyway, it does have some cool moments. I might do it again someday, but yeah. Max GT code. So this actually came up in the stream yesterday. I'm not going to talk about this too much, but basically this was always run a certain way until Snick recommended to me that I change how I was doing Lava Dive and RBO to save time. The thing is that Lava Dive is way harder and would only save a couple seconds. And then a while later, B. Frobber was practicing the strat for the 0 tank lava dive, as they call it, I think. And people were like, whoa, that would be really good in Max GT. And I don't remember if he said or someone else said, but they were like, yeah, but it's too volatile because it's such a tight window to do the jump correctly. And I remember Snick had told me you have to turn Samus around to adjust hitbox jank to make it easier. And so anyway, so I did, and I think this one was world record. I don't think this one was. I don't remember. to be quite honest. But basically, I did go and I did the route. I forgot to freaking open a new tab again. Sorry, guys. Did the route with the zero tank lava dive, and there was a little bit of controversy about that. People are talking about like splitting the route, blah blah blah. Like I would have been fine with whatever, but Susraim was the one who was really pushing the category at the time, and he kind of stuck to his guns. He didn't ever. I don't think he ever did the faster route, just because he felt like the other route was a better showcase or like something like that. And I mean, good for him, honestly. Twitch is going to run more ads, so I'm just going to BRB while they do that, and then we'll continue.
This can't be a world record.
Oh, this is bad. Yes! Sick backup, dude!
I have potentially like a minute of time save. Come on. The one tap there is so hard for me. What?
Honestly, Zebskip at this point has become kind of like the Bubba Gump shrimp. Honestly, there's so many ways that you can prepare it. You got the Ice Zebskip, you got the Shine Spark Zebskip, you got the Morph Ball Zebskip, you got the Spring Ball Zebskip, you got Crystal Flash Zebskip. I think you got like some weird stuff that Snick is into Zebskip.
There's like a. Did you mention the down back Zebskip?
Oh yeah, yep, down bags that you see. Got it all. You can open up your own restaurant.
It really is the Bubba Gump of the Metroid strats.
Stop! What the f? What? Dude! No way! What the f is happening? I've never seen this! It keeps resetting his death animation! What? This is insane! Holy shit! I don't know what the f happened!
It did it again! That was a weird mother brain. Whoa!
Okay. Moving on. So, where were we? Max GT. Okay, so I did end up taking Max GT world record. One funny thing that I want to mention about this is when I took the record, Zost had already decided that he was also going to run it just for fun. And so I was kind of like running against time. because I knew like I couldn't at the time. I could not compete with Zost. So, Max GT. Sorry, I'm searching my channel. Okay. Okay, so here's the run, and as you can see, it is titled GT code max percent 111.33 parentheses world record for like a day before Zosty comes and wrecks. And what's really funny about this is 111.33 was posted on October 24th or October 23rd, 2019. And if we go to this category and we go to the leaderboard and we open the filters and we show obsolete runs and you look at the top, here's my 111.33. Okay. October 23rd. Here is Zost with a 109. October 25th. So literally world record for like a day before Zosty comes and wrecks. And he absolutely did. I don't think I took record back. I don't think I did. Let me just look at this. I did beat this time in December. I got a 109.14 just because I wanted like a cleaner run. But yeah, that was after he had already gotten a sub 109. So yeah, I had this record for about a day total, which is totally fine with me. That's whatever. It's fine. Side note. Hey, Braid Dude Man, thank you. Side note. Wait, why is? Hang on, something's screwed up again. Why are you stupid? Okay, I fixed that before. Oh, but then OBS crashed. That's right. So it probably just didn't save the setting. Okay, so side note. At this point, I had already been running 100% when I started doing these Max GT runs, okay? So part of the reason that I didn't stick with grinding this lower, even though I knew that I could improve this run, I didn't stick with grinding this lower because my priority was 100% at this time, okay? Again, this is late 2019. You can also see, like, I got Zebus Escape. I think this was a world record in November. Tickle the Fish, I improved in November. And Death to Shack Tool, I ended up doing one more push for this in the NTSC version of the game. I don't remember exactly why, but that was also in November, and I got the sub 13. This run, it is improvable, but it would be kind of a pain to improve, because in the NTSC version of this run, actually this is a good time to show this, okay? So I think I have both of these. Here's Death to Shack Tool world record. I do not have, oh, here we go. SM Death to Shack Tool PAL 1301. Okay. So we are going to show the NTSC run here. And then I'll show you the PAL run. And I'll finally circle back to what I was talking about before. Okay. So in the NTSC version of this game, Samus runs and jumps and doors move in a certain way, and all sorts of stuff that is,
I don't think that's gonna work.
it's very, you know, it's quote unquote normal. It's what most people expect. The PAL version controls very differently. So let's talk about this for a minute.
Wow, we're almost full on supers too.
Just quit snapping. Okay, whatever. I don't care.
This is
It's,
basically
you know what?
go
Okay,
mode.
I can
Still
fix
have to farm
that
a little bit.
pretty easily. Ta-da! There we go. Okay. Okay, so in this run, basically the goal is collect enough resources to survive, and then get to Shack Tool and kill Shack Tool. Shack Tool is the digger robot that digs through the sand to get to Spring Ball. Okay. So in order to get to Shack Tool, you need Ice Beam, which is why you need energy tanks to get through the Hell Run to Ice Beam, and you need items to get to Ice Beam. You also need power bombs to get to the Meridia Tube. Okay. And then you come over here. And interestingly enough, once Map Rando became a popular thing, I started getting a bunch of comments on a really old tutorial video that I made for, why is that? Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't care. For this strat that's coming up. Okay. It's called a Meridia Sand Super Bomb Jump, basically. And I started getting a bunch of comments on that really old tutorial. People being like, you can't actually do this. I tried and it doesn't work. Like, these YouTubers trying to do map randos, trying to learn obscure tech, probably not having a whole lot of other experience running the game, finding this random tutorial that I made a million years ago and coming and complaining they can't get it to work because it's a hard thing to do. It's pretty jank.
One of these days I'm going to make that again.
So what you have to do is you have to position Samus very specifically in the sand right here. Okay. And then you lay bombs at a very specific pattern, timing, and they'll bounce you across like that. You can't just jump across there. Okay. Samus will not jump high enough or move fast enough to just jump across. So you cannot just jump across that part of the map in the NTSC version of the game. The other thing is, once you actually make it across here, that was close. Once you actually do make it across here, from there, you have to do a ceiling clip using the Puyo up here in the ceiling. You know, you guys who have watched Hundo know I have my my song, but I also have one of my split names in Hundo is Pal Memes. This is why that split name is that way. So this Puyo, the way that it jumps is RNG. Okay.
Yeah, he gave us the bad pattern.
And
it's okay.
On the NTSC version of the game, it is not predictable. It's completely like you just get lucky or you don't. I used X-Ray to do an X-Ray clip up through there. GG.
All right.
Okay. I don't remember if you have to have X-Ray on the NTSC version of the game. I think you might, but if not, getting the correct oh no, you don't actually need X-Ray. This isn't the current record, because the current record's a sub 13. Okay, so do I not have the current record? Maybe I don't. Okay, so we'll pull up the current record. X-Ray definitely makes it easier because you can X-Ray stand to get up through. Okay, so we're gonna pull up, just because I don't know where the VOD is, we're gonna pull up this. Sorry about these YouTube videos I'm doing, but whatever. It's okay. All right, so here's the sub 13 version. Okay. So in this one I skip X-Ray. Okay. And yeah, the caption on this run is RNG edition. Okay. The reason it's RNG edition is because it is completely reliant on the Puyo giving you the RNG that you need to be able to do the clip. So we jump up. Now we just have to hope that the Puyo jumps up in a way that is favorable for us. And then that we frame perfectly freeze it in a way that is favorable for us. So that was too low. So I gotta wait. And keep in mind, I have to also not take too much damage here. Okay, that was too high. So I can potentially maybe refreeze it after it unfreezes. That was too early. And if I shoot again too early, it just dies. So we lose. Okay, that is the correct position. We made it through. Okay. That is so jank and hard and obscure and like the craziest thing. Okay. Okay. Now, in contrast, here's how the PAL run looks. Okay. So let me pull this up. So this is actually 2022.
Playing your favorite
I didn't
PAL
realize
PAL.
that I had done that recently, but it makes sense because I got a PAL console. That makes sense. Okay.
HRP.
So we're running PAL. We have the resources that we need to survive. We
That
come
sucks.
here into Meridia. Okay.
Oh gosh. Okay. Jump you now.
Okay. Now remember we had to do like the bomb jump to get across the sandpit and stuff. Okay. That's actually very important. So in the PAL version of Super Metroid, Samus literally
Oh, no, I
runs
didn't
faster,
change my
jumps
OBS settings.
higher, like all sorts of
I
crazy
probably
stuff.
should.
Okay. So for this room, you don't have to do the bomb jump. You just jump across. Okay.
But I'd have to restart stream.
So
to
that's
do
the
that,
first
right?
thing. Like, that is such a majorly huge advantage to running this category on PAL. Like, it's not even the same run because it's not even the same game, okay? But they were on the same leaderboard, which was really frustrating. Like I said, Asphalt and I traded this category back and forth a few times, and I was actually, like, worried isn't the right word, but I was worried that he was going to be able to get a run on PAL that I couldn't compete with on NTSC. Okay, so here's the other thing about the PAL version of this run. You can actually literally get this Puyo stuck in a way where it loops, giving you the right position over and over and over. And it's just free. There's no actual RNG to actually getting that clip.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
So all you actually have to do is just like wait for it to get stuck on the wall that way, and then you just go. Like, it's so dumb. Anyway, so that's Death to Shack Tool. I legitimately I want to plug that category because it's really fun. It's probably my favorite meme category. Super fun category. Very obscure tech, fun to optimize, fun to run, but it's weird. It's jank, and there's a lot of luck involved. Okay. So now we're at the end of 2019. Just want to make sure we're not going to worry about the Keigo to Keigos or North Korea percent or the co-op stuff. Club Nintendo. So Club Nintendo is I forget. There's like a South America, I think it's South America Nintendo magazine. It's like Nintendo Power. And it had its own route to complete the game fast, but it was a 100% route instead of an any percent route like Nintendo Power percent was. So that's Club Nintendo percent. This run is also very annoying. We can watch this Tickle the Fish run because Tickle the Fish is pretty cool. Oh, dang it, I did it again. Man, I suck at this. I'm supposed to be professional streamer, bro, dude, man. Okay. Where is it? Frickin' where is it? Where did it go? New tab. Okay. We're going to close these for simplicity here. Nice thumbnail, dude.
To the by the upside.
Okay. So
Not
Tickle
sure
the
what you
Fish
mean.
is interesting. Again, pretty standard early game. Somebody did the gummy bear. This was right around the time that I started adding some memes to the channel, and then I actually removed them.
I'm so happy because I'm a gummy bear.
But yeah, so Tickle the Fish revolves around getting the energy that you need to do hell runs to get Grapple Beam. The goal of the run is to get to the top of Meridia and shoot it with Grapple Beam. So basically, the whole run revolves around getting resources you need to collect Grapple. Look at me and my awful bomb jumps that I finally have gotten better at because of low ice. Okay, so we get Grapple Beam. And then we head back up. And then you got to do Suitless Movement up through Meridia. Again, I mean, you guys are pretty used to seeing this at this point. And then you swing across here. The main difference being that you go up through this door.
Sorry, I was muted.
And you tickle
Get
fish.
wrecked.
Going to and killing Kraid and getting Barya is pretty dang slow. Killdozer. I couldn't tell you the spread of what's faster or slower because I don't remember, but I have a hunch that 3 tanks is probably faster because you have to get high jump anyway. Terminator is literally in the way. I don't know where the 3rd tank was. I mean, it might have been Taco Tank, honestly. And if I did Taco Tank in this, yep, I did. That's probably actually what would make it faster than Barya, but I don't know for sure. I don't know. Anyway, so that's Tickle the Fish. And then I found Pal Debug. But that was almost a whole year later. So at this point, we're gonna pivot back to the main categories for a bit. And before I talk about that, so I just want to acknowledge something here. So if you've been paying attention to my face cam over the past few years worth of runs that we've been watching, you probably noticed 2 things. One, when I was a new runner, I was very young looking. I was very thin in the face. I was more expressive and more cringe as a result. And then as time passed, as we've been going through these runs, you probably noticed, one, I darkened my cam after the RBO world record where it was like super bright, where I got those lights. I actually darkened my cam after that. And even though it's hard to see, I started getting less thin in the face. I started getting more what's the word? Docile, subdued, like those kind of words, right? And less expressive and less excited about achieving things. And if you were watching me at the time, I was also getting more irritable. So there were a couple of things that were contributing to this. One, like I said, so earlier I mentioned that I started taking Adderall for ADHD, and it was very helpful for focus, but it was messing with my physicality, like my heart rate and my blood pressure and stuff. And so I ended up coming off of it because the side effects were just too crazy. I also got a new job the end of 2018, and it's the same job that I have today, but it's much better circumstances for me today than it was back then, definitely. But it was extremely stressful. The job change was extremely stressful. I went from a job where I knew pretty much everything there was to know about the job. I was in more or less a management position. I had a lot of job security. I had been there for 10 years. I was working with a bunch of friends. And everything was just really great. And then money started getting pretty tight for us. And so I asked for a raise and my job said no. And so I was like, okay, well, I mean, I need a raise or I have to find another job. And so then they were like, well, okay, we can promote you into this other department. And maybe you can get a raise that way. But then they just were like really dragging their feet with that stuff. And while all of this was happening, my friends that I had been working with for years and years and years, one by one, were just leaving. They were like, I'm leaving the company. I found another job elsewhere. I'm leaving the company. It's not working for me. I'm leaving the company. Blah, blah, blah. Reason XYZ. They were all exiting. Right. So all of the reasons that I had to stay at that job at that company were disappearing, like basically being pulled out from under my feet, in addition to me needing a higher pay, and knowing that I was worth more than I was being paid. So I started looking for another job, and a couple of my friends had gone to another company, and I started the interview process there. Long story short, I did end up leaving my job and going to that other company that my friends were working at. But I left that position of stability and moved into a position of complete, chaos, for lack of a better word. I didn't know anything pretty much about the job that I was supposed to be doing. I had like very basic foundational knowledge about the topics that I was supposed to know about. But as far as like company process, who I was working with, expectations, just like everything changed, right? It was extremely stressful, and it had a very physical impact and also a very mental impact on me. The one benefit is that it did come with a pay raise, and I have continued receiving, small pay raises since then, periodically, usually about once a year. My other job, I didn't even get annual increases. So, that's been nice, but it was really, really rough. And so all that stuff happened. The medication stuff happened. My mental state was just taking a huge dive. And additionally, and I am not going to elaborate on this, so don't even ask. There were people in the Super Metroid community that were literally abusing me. And so you probably, like I said, if you've been watching the face cam, have noticed over the past few years of these runs, it's not that I am a different person, but I changed a lot over the span of about 2.5 to 3 years from when I started to where we're at now currently. And late 2019, I started started into 100%. I also did some double Norfair reverse boss order right before this. I could look at those to, look at the world record pop-offs. I guess probably just one of them is worth looking at. But more or less, I mean, the reason I was doing double Norfair is because there was a tournament going on, and the funny thing is, like, I had record by a lot at this point. My record was a 58, and Zost was second place with a 103. So like, I don't know why anybody would question whether I was the best in the world at the category at that time, but there was one of the toxic people in the community that I was referring to a minute ago. I remember they were in Kip's chat and the tournament was coming up, and Kip was like, Zenny is clear favorite to win this. I think Kip said something along the lines of, I just think it would be cool to get second or third place, or like something like that. And this person in chat said something along the lines of, Zenny isn't clear favorite. Why do you think that? Or like something like that. Like, he only ever runs single Norfair. He's just going to die, and he's going to lose early in the bracket, or like something along those lines. And the really hilarious thing about that exchange that happened is that I was watching Kip's stream when it happened. I was sitting there watching Kip's stream. I'm just lurking. I'm in the chat. That conversation takes place. I was already planning on running double Norfair. But, yeah, they said that about me. I was like, oh man, like, I guess crack my knuckles and roll up my sleeves and get to work on this. And then Kip said something that I will probably never forget. And I don't know if he's ever going to see this, but if so, Kip, I just want you to know it really meant a lot to me when you kind of had my back. You probably don't even remember the exchange. Maybe you do. Kip said, Zenny could literally run the slower route. He could literally run double Norfair with all of the safeties and beat everyone else in the tournament by multiple minutes. Like, what do you mean you don't understand why I'm saying he's the clear favorite? Like, what are you talking about? I mean, I don't remember exactly how Kip put it, but that was more or less like the message that came across to me, like how I perceived it. And I was like, thank you, Kip. Like, again, not to be like pompous or elitist or whatever, but I mean, guys, I worked my butt off in this game between when I started to when that conversation happened. I was working myself to the bone. And there were a handful of people that, for one reason or another, decided they hated me and would go out of their way at any opportunity to try and discredit me or invalidate me or say that I didn't deserve the recognition that I was getting or whatever, right? Like, it was stupid. It was so ridiculous. So yeah, I started running double Norfair, and I got my double Norfair time down to lower than what was currently world record. Not currently world record. Previously world record single Norfair by Zost, which was the 103. So I got this double Norfair 102.30 time. Now this run is not perfect end all be all, but it was very solid for sure. And I was pretty happy with it. I actually did attempt to beat this in 2021, not like in huge earnest, but I did. I spent like probably 2 or 3 weeks trying to beat it, but I couldn't, so I just moved on. What's funny is this is not actually the current double Norfair world record. Zost has the current double Norfair world record with a 101 something, but he lost the VOD and he never uploaded it. So that's just gone. But yeah, so 102.30. As you can hear, there is no, I'm not even saying anything, right? There's no cam. I'm not on mic. And that is because I was in such a bad place that I knew people didn't want to see or hear me while I was doing these runs. So you can see me in chat. Effing finally. Opened the month on the worst day of the year with a big PB, and I'm ending it that way. I quit. So, open the month on the worst day of the year. I don't know how to find what day that was. I could probably find it if I really dug for it, but I was not in a good place. So, the RBO tournament came and went. I completely dominated the bracket in that tournament. And then I started in on 100%. So I started back in on 100% in August 2019. And I don't remember how many runs it took me to beat my PB. I don't remember if it was first run or if it took me a handful, because literally that space of time between summer 2019 and summer 2022, maybe even winter 2022, there are large spaces of time in which I actually have no memory. It's just big blank spots. And I've talked to my psychiatrist about that, kind of worried about it. And more or less what she said is, you went through a lot of trauma and you're probably just suppressing all of it. Which, yeah, I mean, I think that's true. So, I remember the last Hundo tourney, there were a lot of people talking a lot of BS when you missed Green Pirate Shaft. Are you talking about the race that I lost to Zost when I fell down one side? Anyway. So, yeah, so I'll touch on that in a minute, but yeah, so I started in on 100% again in earnest. And what's interesting about this is 100% was and is and probably always will be my favorite category. But this was the beginning of what was a very, very difficult grind. So I was, like I mentioned already, I was in a very dark place. And I was excited to get back to Hundo, but I was also there was a big question mark for me about whether I could actually achieve what I wanted to. And that wasn't even world record. I didn't actually have any intention on grinding 100% for a world record, because at the time I didn't believe that I could, if I'm being completely honest. Hey, Willow, thanks. But I started grinding this, and this is my first PB back. Hopefully the first of some big time cuts is the caption here. So I just started working on it. First I PB'd by almost a minute, and then just a few seconds, and then half a minute, and then another like 20 seconds or so. This is when I started pursuing series escape world record in earnest as well. So I started doing things like running the stairs and practicing series strats and stuff like that. And yeah, so what's interesting about this is I was in a really bad place, but I was also working harder on this game than I literally ever had before or have since. Okay. And yeah, so I'm, the next few minutes of this is going to be me talking about this 100% grind, but before I forget, so hats, yes, the 2023 Hundo tournament, which I organized, by the way, I had world record, and I was probably favorite to win, but not necessarily by a lot, because Behemoth was also running the category at the time, and he was like right on my tail. We actually traded the record back and forth a couple times during the tournament, if I recall correctly. But yeah, it got down to the semifinals, and I think it was semifinals. It was me versus Zost and Behemoth versus Gebu. Pretty sure it was Gebu. And I mean, you guys, I tell people not to idolize me, and I mean it. Please don't, because it's weird and it bothers me. But honestly, like, on some level, for the people that do, I just want you to know I understand, because that's how I feel about Zost. Okay. Zost and I are more friends now than anything, but for a long time, I've freaking idolized the dude. It was like, bro, you're like the god of SM, and I want to be just like you. So, like, I would copy all of his strats. I would try and copy his practice methodologies. Like, I would, like, take cues from the way that he did his layouts. All sorts of stuff, okay? And what's interesting is I did a lot of that initially, and then what's kind of funny is as the years have gone on, we kind of started copying each other, and then he's kind of started copying me more, and now it's kind of like we just do our own stuff for the most part, but every once in a while, like, I'll do something and then I'll see that he did it, or he'll do something and I'll decide to do it. Like, it's an interesting dynamic there. But Zost is one of my best friends, and he has been for years at this point. Zost and I got really close. I'm trying to think of when we started getting closer. I think it was around this same time, like 2019, 2020. Zost and I started getting closer. I remember messaging him as virtually a nobody. But I noticed that he hadn't been streaming for a while, and it made me sad, and I was kind of worried about him. So I actually DM'd him, and I was like, hey, like, just want you to know I miss your streams, and I hope you're doing okay. And he was not in a good place. And we just kind of connected and talked about stuff. And we do that periodically now. Every once in a while, we'll just talk about our lives and what's going on and stuff. And honestly, like I said, he is one of my best friends. Without reservation, without hesitation, I can say that easy. So the reason I said all that just now is because, for context, I'm going into this race in the 2023 Hundo tournament against Zost, and I know I'm favorite to win that matchup. Zost was not grinding the category hard at all. And I think he was even doing some, like, slower stuff intentionally, because he just wanted to be really chill about the way that he was pushing it. He wasn't trying super hard to PB or anything. And so it should have been an easy win for me. The thing is, I was still in the middle of recovering from my 2021 burnout, which I'll get to in a bit. I was on some medications that were messing with me, not because they were never good for me, just because I probably shouldn't have stayed on them as long as I did. So I was dealing with side effects from some medications that I had been on to try and help me during my burnout recovery. And there was so much pressure. There was so much pressure to win that matchup. And I knew like this should be free. Not because I, didn't respect Zost, but just because I had been grinding it so hard, and like a 113 was a bad run for me. Right? Like, and his PB was the 112.55, but his average in the tournament was like a high 113, 114, I think, or something. So I was like, I can definitely win this matchup. But the thing is, I was so nervous and I got so in my head and lost. I literally had like no control over my hands in some of the more important moments. And I ended up losing that matchup. And like, Zost was like, mad isn't the right word, but like he was frustrated by it. Like we finished the race and he was like, WTF, this wasn't supposed to happen. I was like, sorry, man. Like I just threw it. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. But did you crash? I don't think so. What? Okay. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty bad. It was pretty rough. And there were definitely people talking. I don't know if I saw the same things that you're referring to, Hats. I mean, there were a couple of people here and there that were being toxic, but I mean, I'm used to that. Honestly, the toxicity that exists in the Super Metroid community now is like 1% of what it used to be. So it's fine. Like, whatever. Yeah, there were some people that started saying things like, wow, that's that's pretty messed up, yeah. There were definitely people at the time that were, whispering back and forth and whatever, and what they thought were like safe spaces, where they're like, yeah, I mean, Zenny's just not consistent. Like, he has world record, but he's bad because he's just not consistent. Like, of course Zost won the race. Like, blah, 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 blah. And I mean, the thing is, like, I had been working so hard on my consistency, that was hard to read. It was like, you guys don't even know why I'm inconsistent. Like, I'm trying so hard to be consistent. My hands don't frickin' work, dude. My brain is on fire every other day, sometimes every day. I'm doing my best here, right? And yeah. After I lost that race, honestly, that was kind of an important race for me to lose, because it made me really reevaluate how I need to approach races on a physical level. So I came up with a routine for pre-races, and I saved it in my phone so I wouldn't forget. So let me find it. SM race prep. Good sleep. No caffeine day of race. 30 to 60 minutes of a different game before the race. 1 to 2 hours of warm-up before. Lots of protein. And a small snack 30 to 60 minutes before. Like, it's literally like a routine that I try to follow for races that are important, because after losing that race to Zost, I was like, okay, listen, like, I got to figure out how to put myself in a physical state that allows me to race well. So yeah, I mean, losing that race sucked, but I think it was important for me. Anyway, this is supposed to be like a world record / milestone PB review, but I feel like that was a that was a good thing to mention since it's kind of morphed into the arc of Zenny, you know? So yeah, popping back to this. So mid to late 2019, I started working on Hundo. It was August when I started. By September, I had a sub 120. Started working on Series Escape as well. I don't know why this is there. That's weird. 119, 118 a couple weeks later. 118. I believe this was my first Series Escape. Nope, not a record. Oats had a 4738 at the time, I guess. 117 October. 117, 117, 117, 116 the end of October. So like, as you can see, I already mentioned this, but like, during this time period, despite the fact that I was literally on a descent into the worst mental state that I've ever been in, I was working harder on this game and playing this game more than I ever had before or ever have since. Okay. I was working so hard on this category. 116. So now we're into 2020, January 2020, 116. And right around this time is when AGDQ 2020 was coming up, and Oats was running Super Metroid Impossible at AGDQ 2020. And I asked him if I could be on the couch, and he said yes. And so I turned that into a family vacation where we went to Florida so that we could do Disney World. Me and Sassy and my son, Sam, who was 5 at the time. And so I had to get the time off of work, which again, I was extremely stressed out by work because I was a newish employee who had little to no idea what I was doing. They had put me on a new team that I was actually in charge of spinning up a product, and I had all of the foundational knowledge that I needed to get the product going, but because I was new, nobody wanted to listen to me. And also, everyone else that I was working with on that project was based in Canada, but I was based in the United States. So there was a desync there. And when I needed something, I would just have to like message them and hope that they would message back, and they never would message back. I was allowed to work from home 2 to 3 days a week. So I was working from home 2 to 3 days a week, and people started getting upset that I wasn't in the office enough. Like it was so stressful. Okay. I'm grinding 100% harder than I ever have. I'm grinding Super Metroid harder than I ever have. And then I know that I need to make sure that I'm prepared for Oats GDQ runs. So I start watching his Super Metroid Impossible runs. I did a practice hack playthrough of Super Metroid Impossible so that I would make sure that I was aware of all of the ins and outs of the run and could talk about it. And so like my focus and my energy and all that is being split in like a million different directions. Meanwhile, I'm also supposed to like be a good dad, be a good husband, like so much crap, right? Like crap is the wrong word, but I was so overwhelmed. My plate was so full. And AGDQ came and went. That trip that was supposed to be a family vacation for me and Sassy and my son Sam, because our girls were still babies at the time, and taking babies to Disney World is not necessarily the preferred thing. The Sassy's mom had agreed to watch the girls for us, and then she bailed like 2 weeks before our trip. So we had to scramble to figure that out. We'd already bought plane tickets for everybody. We'd already paid for the the place that we were going to be staying at. So we had to like pivot, figure out, okay, well, we can't really find anybody else to watch the girls, so I guess we'll bring them with. And like, I'm still glad that we went. And honestly, part of me is glad that the girls are there. We're there because we have some really cute and fun pictures from that trip. But at the same time, like, it was just so much. It was so much. I remember I got back from this vacation, and while we were there, this was right before COVID was officially in the United States. Some people say that they think that COVID was already here. Some people don't. Blah, 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 whatever. It doesn't matter. We got very sick. I didn't get sick, but while we were in Florida, Sam spiked a crazy fever the second day we were there. And on our way home, both girls got pink eye. So we get back from our vacation, and yes, it was a vacation, but it was not a restful vacation. Okay. We get back. I am run ragged with everything that I'm working on. And my first day back, on my work calendar, I was planning on working from home so I could chill and try and like rest and relax and recover after the trip. My boss had put a one-on-one in-person meeting on my calendar, so I had to go into the office that day. So we get in the office. He pulls me in for the one-on-one, and he says, "Hey man, like, how was your vacation?" I was like, "I mean, it was good, but I'm just exhausted." He's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, we had to take the babies with us, and it was a vacation, but it was not restful. Like, it was hard. And he's like, "Oh, it's fine. Like, you're fine." I was like, "Well, I mean, they also got pink eye." And he's like, "What did he say?" I mean, to be clear, like, I love this dude. I haven't talked to him in a few years. And this isn't, I don't say this to be negative, but the next thing he said was extremely insensitive, and it stuck with me. He said, "Dude, you need to put your kids in a freaking bubble." Like, because they were sick. Because they were kids, and kids get sick. And so every second or third or fourth week, I would mention that my kids were sick because they were sick because they're kids. Because it's like petri dish of germs and whatever, right? Like, so he said that, and I was like, okay, so like professionally, I just kind of like shrugged it off. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's annoying. I mean, we do the best we can. Sorry, but like, no, he does actually. I'm not going to get into it. It's okay. But like, what that told me was my performance at work is noticeably less than stellar. Or he wouldn't have made that kind of a comment. Like, "Man, your kids keep getting sick. You need to put them in a freaking bubble so you can work better." Like, so that was frustrating and unfortunate. And I honestly, I started worrying that I was going to actually lose my job. Up until that point, I had been worrying that I was going to lose my job because I had severe imposter syndrome. But I was able to kind of like shrug it off and be like, it's just imposter syndrome. It's just imposter syndrome. It's just imposter syndrome. But now I had like tangible stuff that was like, people are noticing a lack of satisfaction in my work. And what if I lose my job and then I can't support my family and then they leave and then I lose everything and I die? It's just like, anxiety spiral, right? And yet, despite that, you can see, so that was January, you can see the time continues coming down because I kept working on the category despite all this crap that I was going through. My goal at this point in the grind was to beat Zost's run, which had been world record at the time that I started streaming. Okay. He had a 1:15:20. Okay. So this run barely missed that milestone. This was February 2020. So this was 6 months into the grind. I got this run, and then I had 3 more runs that all should have PB'd and beaten his time that all died right at the end. I think I even tied this one at least once. Then I got series world record officially in February 2020. And then I got this PB, which beat Zost's time as of the end of February 2020. Okay. So we're going to watch this. Sorry, this was supposed to be a lot more like watch, run, and react to it, but whatever. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this content because it's honestly kind of therapeutic for me. Okay, so we're moving to Hundo. Okay, 114. See, this is better organized. There's still some jank up above all this stuff, but okay, so 116, 114. Why are those different? I literally can't tell why it's... Oh, because these don't have the 100. Okay. Super Metroid, 114.43, 115 flat, 115 flat, 115.13 Zosty Bob. Okay. So again, at this point in time, I've literally like idolized Zost. Okay. Kev, did I thank you for the raid? Thank you. Okay, so note, you can see my cam again. Okay. It's blue because my lights are off, but I don't have filters completely hiding me. But I'm still not in a great place, right? Cam is on, mic is on. I think. Pretty sure the mic is on. Oh, this is not. Hang on. Okay, so here we go. Okay.
Something easy. Go.
So again, like, I'd had a bunch of runs get to this point and then not quite close it out. I don't remember what baby skip I was doing at the time here, so this will be interesting to watch. But yeah, this was the Hundo grind. I can't tell. Yeah, we're good. Okay. This looks like Spring Ball. Okay. Okay, so note, yes, my heart rate is high here. This is a completely acceptable heart rate to have in that kind of a situation at baby skip, especially Spring Ball baby skip, on pace to potentially get a milestone PB where I bop my literal idol in this game. This is completely acceptable, okay? People were, though, constantly complaining about my high heart rate. I mean, you look at this, it's high throughout pretty much the whole run, right? I haven't seen it go below 100 this whole stream. Okay, it's finally below 100 for the beginning of stream where like nothing is happening, okay? So the reason, so it stays high, okay? The reason it would stay so high here is, again, because 1, I was stressed out of my mind with my life circumstances, and 2, I don't remember if I was on Adderall at this point, but I had been on Adderall previously and would be again. And that stuff was absolutely affecting me. Okay. I hid my splits after Baby Skip, I think. So I didn't realize that we had golded here, and I didn't know what kind of pace we were gonna be on. But I was afraid of Zenny sparking there, I think. Again, a lot of this is just a blur for me, to be quite honest. I don't remember a lot of this stuff.
Okay. That was the safest escape I think I have ever done. I was like, okay, slow, deliberate inputs. Be as safe as hecking possible, you hecking dude man. Dude.
So the reason I'm mentioning about the escape and me being safe with it is I had also been grinding Zebus Escape world records at this time. Zebus Escape world records, and
it's not over till we see the 100%, guys.
I had lost a couple runs to mistakes in the escape because I was being too aggressive and blah 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 and whatever. So anyway. So like you can tell like I'm relieved, but I'm also kind of like
not gonna count my eggs before they hatch.
Apprehensive. Okay. I mean, realistically, I shouldn't have been worried about it, but things were just so weird for me mentally at this point.
Run is valid. Let's go.
So I played Fluvial, of course. I had not played it on, I think, any of my PBs up to this point. But I bopped Zost. He was my freaking idol, and I was like, this deserves it. So I played Fluvial, and I started crying during this. There's my son at the time. He came in to see, you know, what was going on because I'd been celebrating. And anyway, I just remember holding him, and honestly, here's what I remember going through my head. And this is very interesting to think about. I remember thinking to myself, if I don't stop speedrunning Super Metroid now, I don't know when I will. Like, I literally thought to myself, maybe I should stop here. Maybe this should be it. Maybe I should just be done with this. Maybe I should be happy with this. I beat Zost's time. I beat what was world record when I started watching Zost's Twitch channel. Behemoth had world record at this time, but this was world record when I started watching Zost's channel, and this was a huge moment for me, right? And so I literally did. I thought to myself, I was like, maybe I should stop. Clearly I didn't, but yeah. So yeah, I got that run, and it was very, very emotional for me. So Genuine question. As a runner, do you ever get the urge to just do a couple of runs of a category you aren't actively running just for fun? I used to, and then I realized I can't do that. What happens is I've forgotten everything that I need to know about how to run the category, and then I get sad and upset that I can't run it as well as I could 6 months ago or a year ago or whatever. And I get bored. Yeah, I just don't. I don't even try to do that anymore. But yeah, that was definitely a milestone moment for me. So clearly I didn't stop. I decided I wanted to go for a 114. Of course, I get a 115 flat about a week later. And then I started running some other stuff because there was a multi-category tournament happening. So I did some runs of GT Classic. Okay. I got a 34. I don't know why the 35 is after maybe I posted them both the same day. And then I got 100% 114.43. Okay. This was March 16th. So it was about 2 weeks after my Zoast Bop, which is really fast progression for this. 115 flat had a fast. This had a slow, lol. Very solid run all around. One of the few that I'm proud of. This run was definitely outside. This was an outlier run. For sure. It was not as intensely better than my average as some of the other runs that I've shown up to this point, but it was it was definitely an outlier. So I don't actually remember how I reacted to this, so we're just gonna pull it up and see. But yeah, so let's see here. Okay. So the cool thing about this is I had bopped Oats at this point, so I was second place behind Behemoth, who had a 114.33 at the time. I think he still had a 114.33. You know, he may have actually improved it down to a low 114 or maybe even a 113. I may be misremembering that. But I was already second place, and I knew I wasn't in reach of actually getting world record. Yeah, this again, I mean, you notice like I'm in the dark here. And that is because again, I just couldn't handle bright lights in my face because I was in a very steep descent into a really bad place mentally. What was that strat going into Leodox? Blue Bomber? It's just Blue Bomber. It's just standard hundo Blue Bomber. You can ask that question again in a minute. But yeah, I mean, I was not in a very good place. Got scammed by Steam there. You see me kind of smirk about
Screw
it.
you too, Steam.
I had been muted apparently.
114.
That told me I probably was in a pretty irritable mood. I used to mute constantly because if I didn't, I would just
That was almost a 219 escape.
I would just turn people away from my stream because I was constantly complaining and
yeah, the second 114.
You know, people would
So Behemoth did it first.
it was just yeah, it was bad.
Mr. Shiny Zenny did it second.
So here I am talking about how this was the second ever 114. So Behemoth had done it,
Anonymous Gifter, thank you.
but yeah,
for,
I was the second person to 114. So this was cool. This was a really encouraging moment
run.
for me.
That was a slow, wasn't it?
Very encouraging moment for me in what was a really difficult time in life. Okay. This got posted on March 16th, 2020. So side note here. Talked about my job a little bit and how things were trending in a poor direction. Felt like people were feeling like I was underperforming, started worrying about losing my job. And so March 2020, as most people are aware, is when the United States shut down because of COVID. I remember I went into work, and I was trying to make it into the office more because I knew that I was supposed to be in the office as much as I wasn't. And went into the office, and the CEO of the company was actually there. And we had a meeting with him as a team. And he talked about, you guys have probably seen like some companies are like sending people home because they find out that somebody has been that's going away. Goodbye. Find out that somebody has been exposed and they're sick and blah blah blah. And basically what he said was more or less, if we find out that somebody has been exposed, then like, yeah, we'll probably send you guys home and probably be home for like a week, maybe like 2 weeks, and then just business as usual. Just so that, just so you know what to expect, that's what to expect. Okay. Later that day, my boss, the same one I referred to earlier, pulled me into a room and very politely and professionally and with words that I had to read between the lines, he basically said, we need you to come into the office more, and if you don't, you're going to start getting in trouble, and then you're going to get fired. It's pretty much what he said. He didn't say those words. More of what he did was he fished for a commitment from me to come into the office more, which I agreed to. Okay. In the midst of that, he was very he acknowledged, he said, it seems like you have a lot going on at home. And I was like, I mean, yeah, I have a really busy life. It's true. And he was like, what did he say? He was like, I want to see you be really successful in this company. So I understand that you do have a lot going on at home. Can you commit to being committed to your job as well? Like, we need to see you in the office more, blah, blah, blah. And I was kind of like, I mean, yeah, I have to keep my job. I have to provide for my family, Thank you, Arian. I banned them, by the way. But so he had that conversation with me. And half an hour later, there was an email sent out to everyone in the company that said, we have a confirmed case of COVID. Everybody go home. We'll see you in 2 weeks. And you guys know the rest of that story. So What can I say about that? I'm not going to get too into it, but the circumstances of my job right now allow me to work from home completely. There has been a return to office thing at my company, and because of my anxiety and the office space not being conducive to me actually being a productive employee, I'm able to work from home for now. That's not a guarantee indefinitely, but yeah. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. But that happened. I don't remember the exact date, but I have a hunch it was right after this. Like probably the next day, kind of right after this. So what you're going to notice here is multi-category tournament was going on. I PB'd NGT Classic again. This was a PB in a race where I actually grabbed a bunch of extra safeties, but it still ended up being a PB, so that's really funny. I'm actually really proud of this race. I'm still proud of it. I wonder. Oops. Gosh dang it, I did it again, bro. Pro streamer here. Pro streamer. Close this other stuff. Okay, this is clearly my VOD. I want to say I know exactly which race this was. And it was super awesome. So I'm going to try and find it real quick. One sec. Let's see here. I wonder if they have a playlist for this. I hope they do, because otherwise it's going to be really hard to find. Well, maybe not. What? What? Come on, dude. Okay. Okay, there's that one. Here it is. Okay, I think this is the run. What's my end time on this run? Yes. Okay. So, for the record, I was playing out of my mind somehow during this. I don't really understand, but yeah. So it was me versus Cutie. Super Metroid Multi-Category Tournament 2020, hosted by Speed Gaming. And
Watch. For both players.
It is, and actually Zenny's super count got pretty healthy, so he ended up not really. He's not going to suffer any consequences from his earlier super spam. Although technically you still lose some here because you're not collecting like you are in most categories. Ooh boy! Oh my!
Oh, unless you
Holy
grapple.
moly. I don't even know if I've seen a grapple like that, or maybe I just haven't been paying attention. Good God, Zenny! Holy moly!
Static has some 400 APM Metroid video where he
Dude.
grapples so many times.
What did we just witness? All 4 of those rooms were crazy. Wow.
That was amazing. Cutie fixing that so amazingly. Did you see how fast Cutie fixed that mistake?
Kip is
Yeah.
amazing at commentary.
Yeah, both of these runners have phenomenal Torians.
Look at Cutie's
Excellent room 3 by
drops.
Cutie.
Look at Cutie's drops.
Oh, Zenny, did he get it? You've got to be kidding me. Holy
Wow! Wow!
So, yeah.
This is and I'm not kidding, this is basically a god Torian. Like, this is insane how fast this Torian is. Well, I said that and then he went to save. But before that save, holy moly.
Okay, so that was a PB for me in that race. It's still, that's my PB. Like, so that's funny. But yeah. That is the GT Classic with Hundo strats. Yeah, it's Turian GT Classic is basically the same as Turian Hundo until Zeb Skip, and then it changes a little bit. But yeah. There's also this low percent run, which was my PB until a few months ago. Which again, it was a race PB, it was semifinals, multi-category tournament 2020. I don't remember the circumstances behind this. I think it was like a 3 or 4 minute PB. Like, people thought that I was like sandbagging. The reality is I just hadn't really played low ice very much, but it wasn't that hard for me to figure out how to do decently well in it. And so this was basically just a run where I had minimal mistakes. Anyway. And then the tournament ended. And so now we're at May 2020. Now remember, my 114, my first ever 114, second person to 114, was in March. The end of the tournament, happened in May. Now, you might think, oh, well, Zenny was just not really focusing on Hundo during this time. He was, focusing on the tournament. And that's partially true, but the thing is, I was still focusing on Hundo. Despite everything that I had been going through, I was still pushing Hundo as hard as I possibly could. And then doing multi-category prep in between that. And all of that was happening in between or after working hours. Because again, I mean, we all got sent home for COVID. And so sometimes during my work day, there would be, a couple hours here, a couple hours there of like nothing on my calendar. I was like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm completely caught up on my work. I guess I'll practice Super Metroid, right? I don't really do that anymore because I don't have time to, because that's not how my job is anymore. But it, like, this span of time, if I wasn't working or sleeping or actively taking care of my kids somehow, or spending time with Sassy, which I did not do enough of at this time, to be clear. If I wasn't doing one of those things, I was playing Super Metroid. Sometimes I talk about my total number of hours in Super Metroid, and I talk about how if you look at my total number of hours streamed Super Metroid, and then you take the hours from 2017 until 2021, and you essentially double those hours because I was practicing offline as much as I was streaming online. You'll get a rough average of how much I played the game. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It's true. From especially during these years, if I wasn't doing one of those other like 3 or 4 things that I mentioned, I was playing Super Metroid. I was practicing or doing runs, streaming. I mean, that was it. That was my life. And it was not balanced well. And I did pay the price for that. Super Metroid is not what caused my burnout, but the way that I approached it didn't help. I didn't PB again after this 114 until June. Okay. So it was 3 months of pretty intentional, pretty, consistent grinding. Some of that effort was being distracted by the multi-category tournament, but it's not that I wasn't putting the time in. I'm not good at running more than one category at a time, which is ultimately one of the reasons that I dropped out of the most recent multi-category tournament, because I knew that I had some other IRL stuff come up, and I knew I didn't have the bandwidth for it. So anyway, Twitch is about to run ads, so we're going to do that, and I will BRB.
Not a fancy one. I was gonna say hopefully Kraid, but I was mid jump and I couldn't dumb out. How many bosses? Oh, brother.
Heck Jack. Heck Jack. Heck Jack.
This is the that I'm talking about.
Ah! Ah! No! Shoot, dude. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! What in the... What the fuck? What was that animation? This might work.
Ah! Let's go! Guys, I'm a speedrunner.
Go right first. Go right first. Means my stats are all screwed up. Nine supers? Did I see that right? What?
Oh, and we got the sync going into Bomb Torizo. Yeah, the sync is real in this match. And I did see, well, I guess I'll wait till after Bomb Torizo fight, see how this goes for both of them. Wow.
That I've never seen that before. The bomb jumps in sync, bomb jumps right. We'll see that moon dance coming up.
Moon Dance. That is not the song, though.
Oh, and Zenny looks like he's gonna go for that early E-tank. Let's see how many tries he takes for this thing.
I'm gonna guess 2. That wall jump is actually pretty particular.
This is a very, very difficult. Oh my God! First try, Zenny. Nicely done.
What the hell is going on, dude? Okay. What?
I didn't know what to do with the hot chip, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scam you all. Is if you can make me laugh with a text-to-speech donation, I will eat this chip in Speedrun Super Metroid any %. If I don't get a sub 47 in Super Metroid any %, I have to 100% Metroid Dread, Metroid Other M. What is going on, dude?
Why is she doing that?
Not a care in the world. You're stalling, dude. Dumbass. All right. All right. Bon appetit. Okay. It's gonna f my mouth. Not in a good way. Let's get this show on the road, fellas. Still better than P-Toil's times. Oh, dude. Oh, it's curdling. Oh, it's presented to the emergency room with complaints of stomach pain. This is what happened to his large intestine. All right, I can't miss this, dude. I cannot miss this. I'm a idiot. Oh my God.
If I don't get a sub 47 in Super Metroid any %, I have to 100% Other M.
Oh, Yo, I gotta go.
Here you go.
No! What? Oh man. So, can definitely on screen this. No missiles? I couldn't do it because I got nothing. I got what? Oh, okay, okay. Mia caused this to happen.
It's the second time that's been mentioned tonight. Is it really that crazy? I've never looked at it. Okay, okay. Ah, 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 ah! I was slow. I went slow, and we died. I was like 5 frames too slow, and we died. Super Metroid, ladies and gentlemen. Low-key hype remix.
We're doing this. I didn't know this was possible. Yeah, that's a soft lock.
Okay, hang on. These things fly super fast. No, dude! Ah! Okay. Ugh! No!
Hey Zenny, I was sometimes like I like to read I don't really like to read fiction. I like to read, you know, reports and studies and stuff. And I was reading this thing like last week. It was like the psychological study that they did. And they basically had a breakthrough with like how they can like scientifically identify psychopaths. And what it was they basically just let people practice series, and then if they decided to go for magnet stares, then they were a psychopath.
Okay.
So,
thanks, man. Thanks. That makes me feel really good about myself. You know, on top of the psychiatrist thing with Zeus and everything. Hey, by the way, Kip, you disconnected.
Oh, did I? Oh no.
That's what you get. Jerk.
What? Where did that thing come from? What the heck? What? Go away! Oh my... Ah! Sorry, that was probably really annoying and loud.
Oates is a good streamer. But, kind of got left behind. No disrespect, though, for sure. Oates is still a good runner.
A few moments later.
Sup, Oates? How you doing?
Yeah, nice bonk, dude. Help.
Now I have two.
Yep. Alright, I'm gonna show you a secret.
What?
There's an energy tank up in the ceiling here.
What is it?
There's a trick called Taco Tank. What you have to do is do a spin jump with 3 frames of dash speed, and then you do a wall jump off the wall, and then you unspin when you're near the ceiling, and then you need to aim down, and then you need to you need to extend your hitbox up into the energy tank to grab it, okay? Should we do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. Cut my finger. I'm back though. We're good. We're alive. Everything's fine. Okay. Where were we? So still grinding hundo. Took me 3 months to go from a 114.43 to a 114.31. Partially because this was quite an outlier compared to my average at the time. And yet at the same time, this was a slow. And so it shouldn't have been that hard to beat, but multi-category tournament was going on. Work crap was going on. COVID was going on. Mental health was still on a descent into darkness and despair. And yeah. So it took me 3 months to beat this, despite the fact that I was still working very hard on everything. I then did not PB again until I tied my PB a month later. After which I was able to PB by 5 seconds 3 days later. Okay. So the thing about this run that is fairly important, this is a 114.31. So this was better than world record at the time that I started streaming. Okay. So again, previously my goal had been, I just want to beat Zoast time, which was world record when I started watching runs and practicing. Not started watching runs, started watching Zoast and practicing. This bopped Behe's previous world record, no longer current world record as of the time. Caption is the long uphill climb. And this is when I started really realizing and understanding the depths of how much work and effort had to go into playing this game at the top level. Up until this point, PBs never really took me more than 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks, right? And then suddenly it took me 3 months. Or from here? Yeah. No, from here. 3 months for one PB. And then, yeah, I started realizing, oh, like this is getting really hard. I don't remember my reaction to that run, so I can pull it up here. The question is, yeah, so it's going to be this one. So one thing that you'll notice is my cam is now lit again. Now, you might think, oh, Zenny must be doing better. Well, not really. When 2020 happened, when COVID happened, there were a lot of people watching Twitch. There was a big uptick in general stream participation because everybody got sent home, so everybody had nothing to do. So everybody was just watching Twitch or YouTube or whatever all the time. My numbers had been steadily going up for my stream since about AGDQ 2019. More people were coming in. They probably would have gone up faster had I been in a better place at the time, but I wasn't. But as of 2020, things continued going up, and I actually started hitting some of the milestones that were necessary for partner application, Twitch partner application at the time. So I started putting more effort and more emphasis into trying to make my stream look good and sound good and be more presentable, right? Because I was pushing for Twitch partner, which I did end up getting, I think, in June or July 2020. It was right around that time. So it was around this time. The other thing that made this difficult is, and that actually, yeah, that would explain another part of the reason that the progression slowed down is because I didn't do runs off stream, and I only streamed when I knew that Oats or Zost or Behemoth wouldn't be streaming, because if they were streaming and I tried to stream, my numbers took a hit, and it ruined my averages for trying to become partnered. So I had to like approach that in a very like methodical way. And that meant less stream time for runs. But I was still practicing a ton, right? Anyway, so just gonna skip ahead here. Okay, so let's see. Reset. That's another thing that I'll talk about here in a minute. Reset. So I've been resetting for 3 hours. Finally finish a run 3 hours into stream to 1:16:02. Okay. Okay. So we're 22 seconds ahead. Then we lose some of the time, then we gain some time. And I end up getting 1:14:31, which again, this time beats what had been previously the world record. So I don't actually remember how I reacted to this. So this will be interesting to see.
All right. That's 2 of my 3 current goals. Dude, this PB is so long coming. Oh my gosh. All right, so yeah, that's second place. That's Zost Bob again, which is second place. And I'm not going to say more importantly, but even before Zost took second back from me, I wanted to get a time that was better than the world record when I started. And this beats that time by 2 seconds. When I started streaming 100% in 2017, the world record was 1:14:33 by Behemoth. So
yeah, so I mentioned this earlier, Eisenberg, sorry. My reactions during these years were very extremely subdued, just because I was under so much pressure and in such a bad place. It was hard for me to get emotional, like visibly excited or emotional about almost anything. So yeah, I mean, like I said there, like that was 2 of my 3 goals. I mentioned it was a Zost bop. That's interesting to me. Okay, I need to look at this. Let's see here. Because he must have PB'd. That would make sense. He probably PB'd during the multi-category tournament. Oops. So I had been second place with my 1:14:43, or my 1:15 flat actually would have been second place, but show obsolete runs. I mean, I wonder if he even posted it, to be honest. Zost oftentimes didn't post to speedrun.com, and I don't blame him. He did not. Okay, so I don't know what his time would have been, but Zost apparently had PB'd. So he took second. So that run retook second place. And it achieved the it beat what was previously the world record. Okay. June 7th. Okay. A month later, I tied that PB. Frustrating run ending in tied PB. And then a few days later, I got a 114.26. A few days later again, I got a 114.24. A few days later again, I got a 114.11. And then a month later, I got a 114.08. And a few days later, I got a 114.05. And then 9 days later, I got a 114 flat. Now, what's really interesting about this is, yes, I choked this run. I don't remember anything else about it. In fact, I think I had forgotten that this even happened, this 114 flat. So so yeah, it was interesting. The very interesting thing though is this 113.57 here. So we're going to pull this up. Even though I was still in a bad place, during this time period, things had kind of started, quote unquote, stabilizing around the COVID work from home stuff that was going on. I realized that I didn't necessarily need to worry about being forced to go back into the office for a while. And so that was nice. It was also kind of stressful because I didn't know, like, when are they going to start pushing that, right? So I was always kind of worried about that. But my work cadence had started stabilizing, which allowed me to do a little better with that. Now, that being said, where is my 113.57 VOD? Why can I not find this? Some of these are not organized very well. It's better than the RBO, but search 113.57. No items. 113. Not there. Okay, that's weird. Well, I know it's on YouTube. I wonder why it's not here. Okay, that's okay. So let's pull this up. This one, this is not the version of the video that we want to see. It's okay though. We'll get it. Or is it? Is it? Okay. Okay, so I've been grinding, right? And I don't remember why my cam was dark. I mean, it could have been mental health, could have been other stuff, but I'm trying so hard to get a 113. And I had the 114 flat. I choked it. I knew I was capable, right? I'm 10 seconds ahead. Best possible time's a low 113 still. We're halfway into the run. Everything's cool. Now, at the time, USB to SNES was not super stable. My PC was stable in the sense that it didn't crash very often, but some of the other stuff was not super stable. Live split wasn't very stable because USB to SNES wasn't very stable. etc., etc., etc. Right? So, okay.
No, not again, dude.
So if you watch the timer here,
Gosh, damn it. Happened in a run earlier too.
It's coming up here.
Keeps happening.
Okay, so the timer crashed.
Okay.
Thing is, I had to like not watch my timer super often. So I this is around the time that I started keeping it like on screen but out of sight as much as I could, so that I only would see it when I would intentionally look over. But yeah, you can see timer crashed. WTF, time stopped. Right? And I think I was still
That
looking
was
at
a very
chat,
strange Ridley with a very
maybe.
long ride at the end.
Twin, oh no. Well, Zenny always says he doesn't want to look.
Okay. Live split crashed. That's cool. Okay, we have no idea what our pace is.
Yeah, so no longer any idea what the pace is.
Maybe it'll catch up eventually.
So from here on, I'm just kind of trying to mentally keep track on how the run is going. I was already pretty good at that at this time, but not amazing necessarily. I got really, really good at it eventually, to the point that like, if I've run a category enough, I can tell. I can tell what my pace is, regardless. Not necessarily down to the second, but pretty close. Okay, so timer's still crashed. Now, my heart rate hardly ever gets this high anymore. But again, this was semi-normal for this time because I was almost definitely on Adderall during these years. During these months, I should say. I don't know exactly. And again, it's not like I would pop the Adderall and start streaming or anything. It's just I took it for work and whatever else I needed, and it had residual side effects on my body throughout the day. Sometimes it would impact me even into the next day. So like maybe I'd wake up and I wouldn't even take it, but this sort of thing would still be happening. Oh, Matt Zenny, I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Terrible.
I know I got into the 160s the other day, but like high 170s, I don't think so.
Well, let's find out, boys and girls. Was this the ultimate debated, or did we just get the 113? $52.42 rip behemoth world record. I can't. I have to.
So we're gonna
show
do
that.
time here.
You know.
I think people in chat had already been checking the VOD.
Recording.
I don't like checking Twitch VODs because things can get really screwy with them sometimes. So I was looking.
I have
at
a number.
Looking at my local recording.
Thank you for your patience. 2. I'm struggling to math really hard right now. I'm sorry. uh, yeah, so it was 266,224 frames, which is 73.95 minutes. I don't know the seconds. My brain isn't working. Kano, you're the math whiz.
Kano, you're the math whiz. Figure it out. Anyway, but yeah, that confirmed, you know, okay, this was a 113. What's really interesting about that is because
60 frames per second. 266, 224,
113.57.
113.
Because Live Split crashed. I mean, you could say it would have happened this way or not. You know, we'll never know for sure, but something in my head just was like, well, I don't know, so let's just play the game. Like, I know I was on pace, so let's just try and play as best as we can and hope that we stay on pace. And it worked out, you know, 113.57. So like that was a pretty substantial run for me. And this started something that I will always remember. So this was August 27th. This 113.47 was November 28th. Okay. Now, you might think, oh, Zenny took a break. Or you might think, oh, Zenny, you know, just, you know, that was just an outlier PB and it was just really hard to beat. Or you might even, you know, think, man, Zenny must have gotten scammed by RNG a lot. It was none of those things. I got on pace to PB against this 113.57 19 times. I missed baby skip. 19 times. Get a pace, miss baby skip. Dang it. Okay, well, maybe next time. Get a pace, miss baby skip. Get a pace, miss baby skip. Get a pace, miss baby skip. 19 times I missed baby skip. So the caption is, only took 3 months and 19 chokes. On the 20th time that I was on pace, I did not miss baby skip, and I got a 113.47. Okay, so you look at this jump here, right? Holy crap, 113.47 to 113.28. What is that? How did he make such a massive jump? Well, the thing is, during all of these baby skip chokes, I was still getting better at the game. I was still grinding the game. I was still practicing as much as I was previously that I already referred to. I was still running as much or more that I already referred to. I had achieved Twitch partner status, so I didn't have to pull back on my streams anymore. So I was practicing every day, in between work and after work, and then I would stream. Basically, we'd do dinner time. And sometimes I would like hang out with the kids for like a couple hours before they went to bed. And then I would stream every single night, runs, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know, whatever. It was such a grind. And I choked so many times, but I was still progressing at a consistent rate. The PBs weren't coming in and reflecting that. And so this 113.28 is really funny because it looks like and also felt like, and the caption says, well, this came out of nowhere, lol, crazy run. And that is true. That is true. But the thing is, when I was able to reflect on it, I was like, no, it didn't really come out of nowhere. Like, it's just that the actual, like, tangible time came out of nowhere. But my experience of the game and my progression through the game was consistent. Now, this is interesting because when I first got the 113.57, I believe Behemoth's record was a 113.42 or something like that. And he had been struggling to improve it. And I felt close. I was like, man, I could actually potentially world record here. Like, and it started stressing me out and I started pushing harder because of that. And then Behemoth PB'd a couple times and his run ended up, his record ended up landing at 113.26. Okay. So 113.47, and then we got the 113.28, which was only 2 seconds behind world record. And I was like, yo, like, this is very real. Now, the other really interesting thing about this 113.28, this is actually one of the most interesting runs I think I ever had. Let me find it. It's right here. Okay. Okay, so we start the run. All right, we're in the green. We get to Fantoon. Not a fast. I was not going for 1 rounds as of yet. Okay, so we got a mid.
I think that was only 5.
Mid fast.
All right.
Okay. Clutched out the 2 round. So we got a mid
Kind of a
fast.
slow way to handle that fast, but
Decent Fantoon. Like I mentioned there, kind of a slow way to handle that fast, but whatever. Okay. All right. So, yo, Sirium, what's up? Good to see you. So I'm still minus 2.4. Okay. The run continues, and things are not really going very well, to be honest.
all right.
By the time we get to gravity,
Tough.
I lost 9 seconds, looks like. Okay. So that was a really bad wreck chip. All right. And at this point, let's see, I did not have a clock on my screen as of yet, but from what I remember, this was kind of an early morning run. So I wasn't really all there, to be honest. Like, thank you, Sirium, for the resub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We got to gravity on like this plus pace, and I just kind of, if I'm being honest, I think I just kind of checked out.
Segment coming up.
I missed Sexmaster.
Hell yeah.
Got the
Let's
backup
go.
somehow. Okay.
Saved it.
And by the time we get to Edacoons, we've still lost 2 seconds compared to where
Backup
we were.
master.
Okay.
So good at this game. Did I miss all the strats?
Oh, crap.
So good at this game. Did I miss all the strats? But I've mastered the backup. Hey, Odaruby, thank you.
All right.
We're low on supers. You have a backup is that it doesn't lose very much time.
So yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't remember a whole lot about this run, but I was wearing one of my lucky shirts. This is actually my lucky hundo shirt. Literally, this is my lucky hundo shirt. I forgot to mention that, but I'll go back and mention it. One sec. Okay, so we saved a few seconds to Mama Turtle, but we're still 6 seconds behind. Okay.
On the missiles.
Lose more time at space jump. 10 seconds behind. Lose more time at spring ball. 13 seconds behind. And then we save time at screw attack, but again, still behind. Like, this is so funny to look at.
Thank you.
Still +3 after Ridley.
Bet anyway.
Suddenly ahead at grapple, so we saved a few seconds there.
Good luck with that.
Saved 5 more seconds at X-ray. And then we lost all that time at, not all of it, most of that time at Retro Brinstar, which is a really hard segment. So it makes sense. Get to Brain Dead, save 4 seconds. Okay. I don't know what exactly happened.
What the?
But somehow we saved more time after Mother Brain at and after Mother Brain.
Let's go. What the hell, man? Where did this run come from?
Like, I remember finishing this run and just being like, I don't remember the last hour. You know what I mean? Like, it was crazy. I bonked a platform in Parlor. That honestly doesn't surprise me. I used to be and still kind of am pretty bad at Parlor on pace. Okay, so I think I was probably texting Sassy here. But I mean, I was pretty happy, you know. I was pretty happy about this. Obviously, I mean, I'm only 2 seconds off world record now, when I wasn't even sure if I'd be within striking distance for it again. Like, you know, so I was pretty happy about that. Before I forget, so, you know, the Lucky Hundo shirt. The reason I call it my Lucky Hundo shirt is actually because, for those of you who have been here all day, first run that I reviewed was my Hundo 122.59, which was an absolutely crazy run for the time. Where did that go? Gosh dang it, dude. $122.59. 122. Okay, I know it's in here somewhere. $120. 122.59. Okay, so just again, I mean, this pace ended up being a massive PB. Okay, I mean, you look at these splits. This shirt. Okay. Well, like, so this became my Lucky Hondo shirt. So it was pretty fitting, you know, that I got that 113.28 out of nowhere with my Lucky Hundo shirt for sure. Okay, and then something happened. So that was December 2020. Something that I should mention during the 19 chokes era, the company that I was working for started telling people they wanted them to come back to the office, but we're not going to force you, but the office is open as a resource. Okay. So that was HR's official stance on that. And I was like, I'm not going back in. Like, until you tell me I have to, I'm not coming back in. And again, just because mental health stuff, right? And you know, that's fine and all, but my boss, which was a different person now, by the way, compared to the one that I was talking about earlier, started really pressuring us to come back in so that we could work better as a team. And one of the things that he did was he insisted that we needed to come in to get lunch together to celebrate a company milestone. And I was like, okay, like, whatever. If it's so freaking important to you, I am not a programmer, no. I wish I was. My brain doesn't work that way. I was like, if it's so important to you, I'll go in for this lunch thing, okay? So I go in, we have lunch. I didn't even like the food. I didn't enjoy the conversation. I didn't enjoy being there. I get home, okay? I was there for a couple hours. It really shouldn't have been a big deal, but it was really hard for me to do that just because I was in such a mentally bad place. I get home and I get a message in my work chat from a guy who I have no ill feelings toward him, but he was on my team for about 2 years and it was miserable. I really did not like working with him. Get a message from him to the group, myself, my other teammate, and my boss. Hey guys, just wanted you to know I just tested positive for COVID. Keep in mind, Sassy was in an even worse mental place than I was. And I was not in a good mental place. And her anxiety was through the roof with trying to make sure we didn't get COVID. And that built my anxiety. And so we didn't leave the house unless absolutely necessary. And I leave the house to go into the office for the first time in a long frickin' time. And I'm there for like 2 hours. And I get home. And my teammate that I don't even like, that I didn't enjoy the conversation with, that I didn't, whatever, tells me, hey, sorry, I wasn't feeling very good today. So I just got tested. And I am positive for COVID. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, dude, why did you even show up for lunch, man? Like, come on, dude. Okay, here's the other thing. That was on Halloween when we had that lunch. Okay, it's Halloween 2020. My anniversary with Sassy is November 1st. So I got to spend that anniversary quarantined in my office, away from my wife, away from my kids. Miserable. Because I feel fine, but am I fine? I don't know. I don't know, because my coworker's a freaking idiot, right? Thankfully, we did not get COVID, Ostrich, that time. But it ruined that anniversary. Okay. Now, there could have been one teeny tiny bright spot in this, in that, I mean, I was quarantined. I had nothing better to do. It was the weekend, so I didn't have work. So I think I streamed for like 12 or 13 hours that day, just grinding hundo runs all day. I think I got on pace to PB at least twice, maybe 3 times. And they ended up being some of those baby skip chokes. So that was pretty rough. Like, it could have been like a bright spot there, but nope, that was just a miserable couple days all around. It's just it's just garbage. So anyway, all that stuff happened. But as of December, you know, obviously I was feeling a bit better. I got this 113.28. Feeling a bit better. And you know, it's interesting. Winter is probably the worst time for most people with their mental health if they struggle with it because of seasonal affective disorder and stuff like that. No, he's a much bigger dude than I am, Ostrich, so that wouldn't have gone well. But December specifically, November, December are actually my favorite months of the year. December is my birthday. I've always loved Christmas. I love the snow. I love sledding. I love, you know, there's just so much awesome stuff for me personally. There's a lot of nostalgia around that time of year. Like, it's one of my favorite times of year. So that definitely was kind of boosting my spirits here. But I still was not in the greatest place. I was just this is kind of like a little pocket of a better state for me, right? Like, I finally got over that baby skip hump. We're not choking anymore. I got a great PB. I'm only a couple seconds off world record. I now have amazing ammo to not go back into the office because of what happened. So I'm not worried about that, you know. So I was just in a pretty good spot here. Now remember, a couple years before this, I had a really, really crazy run on New Year's Eve for reverse boss order, right? So we're building up to the end of the year, and I am 2 seconds off of world record. And I'm like, bro, how sick would it be if I had another freaking crazy run on New Year's Eve and got 100% world record? That would be freaking sick. So I started like really like amping myself up, right? I'm like, that's going to happen. It's going to be awesome. You know, Christmas came and Christmas break, and I'm just like having the time of my life, like grinding hundo, just like getting closer and closer. And that was the year that Kip and Zost and I did, I think it was co-op any percent, might have been co-op 100%. Either way, I was having so much fun. Like, for the first time in a while, I was having so much fun with the game and streaming and stuff. And I really felt like greatness was right around the corner. Okay. New Year's Eve comes, you know, it arrives, and I start stream, and I'm like, I'm so amped. Now, I don't have the footage from this, so this is purely my memory, okay? But New Year's Eve, I'm streaming, I'm doing runs, I get on some great paces, I'm feeling like really motivated, but unfortunately, none of them panned out. Okay. Sorry, hats. You're here just in time for some of the best part though. stayed up kind of late trying to make it happen, but ultimately, I mean, the clock ticked past midnight. It's officially 2021. This awful year is over, and you know what? I didn't get the world record on New Year's Eve, and that would have been super sick, but that's okay. I'm okay, you know. So I go to bed. And that's the end of the story. That's when I quit. Quit Super Metroid, quit streaming. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Sorry, I'm just trying to find somebody to raid. One sec. Oh, come on. Where? I really need to reorganize these again. Dude. Okay, I know it's here somewhere. Bear with me, sorry. There we go. Wait, this one. Okay, so I wake up. I'm like, all right, it didn't happen. Whatever. It's cool. Not gonna worry about it. January 1st, 2021. New year, new day, hopefully a new me. And I think I did a stream in the morning and things didn't really go well, and it's like, okay, whatever. Middle of the day, took a break, spent some time with my family. And then just on a whim, I was like, well, I mean, New Year's Day is kind of like New Year's Eve, right? I guess I'll do one more stream. I guess I will. So it's 8 o'clock. So that means my kids had just barely gone to bed. Okay. Here I am practicing Fantoon. I'm like kind of going for 1 rounds, not completely. Okay.
Really sick run.
Really sick run. Okay, best possible time, 1:13:24. Had a little hiccup there.
Three supers. It's enough to get us through the doors, but we won't have any from Other Brain 1.
So more or less what I was saying there is world record's dead. It was a cool run, but I've lost too much time here. Get the baby skip. Oh,
What?
wait. Never mind.
No way! What? We didn't get grabbed there. Are you freaking kidding me? That's dumb.
Let's watch that again.
From Other Brain 1. What? No way! What? We didn't get grabbed there. Are you freaking kidding me? That's dumb. Freaking kidding me? That was clean, man. What?
So almost pulled a 113 with baby slow, but not quite.
Ezra, and we'll be set.
So I don't know if it was in chat or if I went and talked to Sassy or if I texted her or what, but obviously I came in here, started practicing baby skip.
One more try for the Zenny.
More try for the Zenny.
100% world record attempts. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. I'm not expecting much out of this, but considering how the last run went, if we can just recreate that magic with a better early frickin' game, then we'll be in good shape. We'll be in good shape. Funtune is indeed down.
So I mentioned I just needed a better early game compared to the previous run. And what's funny is, early game wasn't even bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad.
It's about...
It's just by the time we got to Fantoon, things weren't very good, right? Almost plus 12. We still brought it back. Had a shot, right? We had a shot. Okay, so I do that singing thing. Doesn't pan out.
I felt like I was gonna win. He won simply because he's a better rando player. Like,
oh, hey, there I am talking about how I hate rando. There's your answer for the map rando.
Option, and you can't do that in rando for obvious.
I like rando. I don't really like rando races.
That my walking to.
Okay, so you guys have seen this clip
my wife wouldn't say
before.
anything because she was totally done with that stuff at that point in the day. You heckin' Samus. So after a few seconds, I'd be like, "Hey, Mom." My wife wouldn't say anything. So after a few seconds, I'd say, "What, Natalie?" She'd say, "No! I'm talking to Mom!"
Natalie was at the peak of sass at this point.
It's very important that my wife addressed her.
So, I tell that little story. I start another run. This is still my last run. So,
And that is why she is the sassiest Zenny.
I had mentioned
Definitely.
I had mentioned earlier one more run for the world record, blah blah blah. I hadn't really been able to start a run since then. I mean,
You
know,
love
that's
the
just,
new Zenny? What does that mean?
it's just how attempts go.
Somewhere.
So this is still our quote unquote last run. So we start off pretty good pace, 440. Still a good pace at Varia. And an even better pace at speed. Now remember, the previous run I had mentioned, wasn't that great of an early game. We were ahead, but we weren't this ahead. And I had other paces like this.
Just call me Mr. Butterfingers.
Still gaining time.
No.
So at this point,
okay, I didn't mean
the live split plugin to tell you, your pace ranking. I don't know if it existed yet or not, but I didn't have it. This may have been my best
It is
pace
a rather satisfying thing
that I'd ever been on at this point. This was a very good early game. Okay.
Holy crap.
So we are minus 17. All I gotta do is make it through wrecked ship on good pace, and we have a real shot at a great PB. Okay. It's okay if I make a couple mistakes. Just gotta not make any huge mistakes in wrecked ship, and we'll be okay. Here I am chugging water, trying to calm myself down. And I think we just got I don't think I saw that. I think I had hidden chat and alerts and stuff right before that. Okay. I think I had. I'm not sure. But I got a raid from Oats. Oh, see, it's turned off notifications, I think. Yeah. That's no problem. This run is sick. He is like minus 25. Nah, bro.
Beautiful wrecked ship. Sick
nah,
one,
bro, I golded and I'm minus 37 right now. This isn't world record pace. This is literal God run status, okay? So, again, remember, this stream was just like on a whim. Like, I'd already given up on the New Year's magic. Okay, so, now remember, okay, so I totally flub that menu, lose a few seconds there.
That was really bad.
This is a major choke point in this run. Okay, Sexmaster can definitely make or break a pace. I was far enough ahead that I could have missed this, and it would have been okay. But I really, really, really did not want to miss it. But of course...
How did that not break those? Damn it!
This run, quite honestly, is one of my most favorite runs that I ever did. I maybe had 1 or 2 frames left on that Shine Spark. Yeah. Okay, so we're still going. We're still saving time, guys. Minus 38. Still going. Maintaining pace to Mama Turtle. Still going. And we get to Dragon. Okay. This fight used to be extremely stressful. The X Factor setup was not very consistent, and I also just wasn't very good at counting damage and stuff.
Okay.
So, we lost a bunch of time there, but considering that the fight went sideways...
That was me, actually.
That was probably the best recovery I could have hoped for.
Whatever. Oh, but yo, ice.
Save a little time at Spring Ball.
Boy.
More or less maintaining pace at Screw. Get to Ridley, save 7 seconds.
Okay.
Idle Child. Honestly, he's putting 112 back in play with this pace. It's still not very likely.
Just like a second.
Idle had mentioned earlier that a 112 was actually pretty likely until Dragon happened, which would have been absolute insanity to get a 112 at this point. Because my PB was 113.28, right? So we're maintaining pace more or less. X-ray, maintaining pace more or less. And we get to G4, minus 28 seconds. Okay, minus 27.9. Best possible time, 1:12:58. Like it's barely in the cards to get a 1:12. And remember, like, Dragon was bad. I lost some time here at the end. There were other segments that had, like, minor issues here and there. In general, this run was still basically God Run status. But it was still very improvable. Now, I was just trying to focus on not choking Turian for obvious reasons. You know, I talked about that earlier. Pretty clean.
Missed a super. Missed the spring ball. And crap drops.
Got extremely scammed on drops.
Okay.
I think this is the first time Nobody Nada was ever watching speedruns. Super Metroid speedruns, by the way. If I recall. I love watching chat here.
Let's go.
Because remember, Oats had rated. So I had like 500 viewers, 600 viewers right now. Which is like so much more than my average.
Good.
Still, my average now on like a world record pace is like 1 to 200.
Come on.
So that was pretty bad right there. It's okay. All right. So somehow, best possible time is still 1:12:58. Okay. Somehow. Pretty clean Turian up to this point. I don't remember exactly what happened with Mother Brain, and I don't want to waste your guys' time. So, I mean, you know, we'll watch this because of chat and for my reaction, obviously.
Piece of cake, baby. Let's go.
Okay, so the reason I said that, obviously, you know, that's a reference to Zost's any percent 4046. He had just gotten that relatively recently. I don't know exactly how recently, but it was very much still in the forefront of people's minds. And his run, that run of his at the time was so crazy good. That's how this run felt for me. So, you know, I was like, okay, shout out.
Boom! Holy mother of pearl! Holy crap! 113.03, man! Holy! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh man! So when's the 112? Dude, you guys are going nuts! Holy cow!
All right. So, what is my favorite world record? That's a good question. This is a top contender. I don't know if it's number one, but definitely a top contender. Clearly, I'm very excited here. And something I want to mention, I mean, you know, all the last like few years worth of records that I've shown my reaction to and reacted to myself, like I was very subdued, right? And the past like 6 months or so leading up to this, like you probably saw some glimpses of like, oh, Zenny is having some excitement comebacks, any of this, any of that, you know. And it's not that things weren't improving, but while they were improving, they were also regressing kind of under the surface, if that makes sense. So work was more or less stable as far as like the work from home stuff. I was pushing kind of too hard here with streaming and with Super Metroid and stuff. But in general, I had most of a handle on this. Okay. What's interesting is, you know, when I set out on this 100% grind back then, my intention wasn't world record, right? My intention was I want to beat Zos time. And then my intention was I want to get 114. And then my intention was I want to beat the old world record time, right? But I never really felt like I was good enough to world record until suddenly I was within striking distance. And then Behemoth improved it, so I felt like I was out of striking distance again. And then I got that 113.28 and was suddenly like right there, okay? So I did really want world record. In the most extreme irony, this is amazing. This run is so amazing, but there's a very, very small part of me that wishes it hadn't happened this way because of what happened next. That being said, if it hadn't happened this way, maybe I wouldn't even still be doing this. So you never know, right? Like it's hard to say, but like this was such a huge leap. It put me in a very precarious situation mentally because the healthy thing to do would have been to walk away from 100% and do something else. But I was so close to a 112, I really wanted to be the first person to get a 112. And also, this run was so much better than what anybody considered possible at the time for 100%. Like I literally like took the bar and just like tossed it. It was like, I don't know, you know, this bar exists. We're just going to get rid of this and just put a new one up here. Right. The whole community kind of was like, holy crap. Like Hundo can look like this. Hundo can be like this. Like there's that much room left to improve because Behemoth had been dominating the top of the board for a long time, and his runs were already like crazy good, like so much better than second place. And so people just kind of assumed like it probably won't go much lower than that. And then this run happened, and all of a sudden people were like, oh, it can definitely go lower than that. Yeah, it's a 113.04, but he choked Dragon, and there was this and that, and blah, 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 blah. Like, suddenly people were like, oh, 112 is for sure happening. So I wanted a 112. I felt like I owed it to the community to try and get a 112. And it was hard because I was so happy about this run, but I felt like I had to give more. And it actually put me in this weird mental spot where I was like, how much more do I have to give? Like how much more is inside of me to give to this? And also like, how much more do I have to give to to feel satisfied. Like there was this huge question mark that I had no idea what the answer was to that. And that was just, that question mark was just on the Super Metroid / streaming / speedrunning part of my brain. It didn't even take into account all of the other stuff that was going on, you know, with my mental health, my mental instability, the work stress, the uncertainty of the future with work. When are they going to force me to go back into the office? Am I going to be able to go back into the office if they do? You know, Sassy and I have had a really good marriage for a long time at this point, and we did during this as well. But I did and still do to some extent have some insecurities. And there was also this nagging thing in the back of my head that was like, your kids are growing up and you're not spending enough time with them. It was always there. It was like, you are sitting on your butt playing video games, and yeah, you're making a little money doing it, but it's not enough to justify all this time that you're missing with your kids. Like, what are you doing, man? And at the same time, I couldn't help but keep like pushing myself, right? I was like, I just got to get this next thing. I just got to get this next thing. I'll get this next thing and then I'll be satisfied. Just one more good PB, just one more category, one more this, one more that, right? This really, like, this should have been where I walked away from Hundo and did casual stuff for a while and spent more time with my kids and blah, 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 blah. But if I had done that, I don't actually know if I would have ended up taking the road that I did to end up where I am today, which is, honestly, I am so grateful that I am where I am today. And I'll never know, right? I'll never know if I had taken that other path, if I would have ended up here. Maybe I would have ended up in a much worse place, or maybe I would have ended up in a better place. But one of the things that I used to really struggle with, even as recently as a couple years ago, was the what if in life. You're always going to have what ifs, and you're never going to have the answer. And wasting all of your mental and emotional energy trying to find those answers, all that's going to do is take you out of the present time that you should be focusing on enjoying as much as you can, or working on whatever your present state is to get to a place where you can enjoy it, right? So all of that being said, like, I don't know if what I did next was the right thing, and there are definitely parts of me that feels like it was the wrong thing. That being said, I don't regret it, because I ended up getting where I needed to go. But this next part of the story is really hard and really personal, and I actually haven't shared some of these details publicly ever before, so bear with me with that, and please be respectful. And I'll get into that right after this next break. So thank you.
What?
Up Main Street. Right sand pit. Oh my god, dude. These sand pits are really hard without space jump and spring ball. That's why I get space jump and spring ball before going into these things. That's why I get spring ball. Dude! Ah! Please! Holy...
Okay. Alright, Fantune. Do your worst. Child's play. Giving me a slow. Oops. 81. Bonk the door like a noob. 55.94. Heckin' game. How frickin' dare you, game? Of course you did! Frickin' game! Give me the god RNG after I bought the door, damn it! Why is this my life? 4724 with a bunk door! Okay. I was gonna laugh if we died. Samus? Samus! Dragon! Dragon? Samus! Dragon! What the What just happened? We're done, by the way. Wait. Bam, bam, bam.
Okay. So, 113.04. The timer on the previous run said 113.03. It was brought to my attention shortly after the run that my auto splitter was not starting at the correct time, so it was actually 113.04. Not a huge deal. That would have really sucked if it was a 112.59, but actually a 113 flat though. So I'm glad that didn't happen. But that being said, notice there is only one PB between these two runs. It's a series escape PB, which means basically nothing as far as what I changed doing here. Okay. After the 113.04, I took a minute, like basically not literally, but almost like a literal minute to decide what I was going to do next. And then I was like, I have to go for 112. Now it took me seven months to get that 112. That was not a passive 7 months. That was a very, very, very intense, brutal, every day, multiple hours a day, 7 months. Grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding for a 112. I don't remember exactly when this happened, and this is one of the things that I haven't ever shared publicly before. There is a very limited number of people that I've shared this with, one of which I'm pretty sure I've told Sassy It literally might just be my psychiatrist. Shortly after my 113.04 world record, which was my first world record in 100%, one day I woke up. It was a weekday, so I had work. I work from home, but I had work. And I came downstairs and I logged onto my work computer and I tried to get to work, but I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to work. And so I decided to take a sick day. So I took a sick day and I was like, well, I mean, maybe I can like stream. Maybe I can do some runs. Maybe I can do some good practice. You know, to get this 112, I'm going to have to practice really hard. I know that. I got to tighten up my Dragon. I should probably start actually going for 1-round Fantoons, like a lot. You know, I gotta grind. Gotta get this grind going. Again, this is like right after, like, I don't know, a week, 2 weeks after the 113.04. I was taking that sick day from work, so I could have streamed, right? And I thought about streaming, and I thought about practicing, and I thought about playing Super Metroid, just playing my favorite game ever, just picking up a Super Nintendo controller and pushing buttons to play my favorite game ever. And I was filled with absolute misery and dread. And I thought to myself, I can't do this. I can't do this. And you know what I did? I laid down on the floor in the dark and I cried. And then after I got done crying, I got up and I practiced. That is a very personal and vulnerable thing for me to share. That was a brief moment of despair. But it was there, and it was kind of like it was seeping through the cracks that were there, I guess, if that makes sense. And I mean, for lack of a better analogy, I got some glue and I put the glue on the cracks, or I got some tape even, put the tape on the cracks and got back on the grind, right? But I was already broken. I was broken. And that is such a weird thing to think about. That is such a weird thing to acknowledge. Like, I should have been on top of the world. I had been working so hard at this game for 3.5 years, and I had just achieved a world record in my favorite category. An absolute mind-blowing world record in my favorite category. And I should have been on top of the world, but I was just so miserable. So kept practicing, kept doing runs. And I immediately got some good paces. Like, right out of the gate was getting good paces. And everything would die somewhere between Meridia and Lower Norfair. And it happened more than once where I would wake up and I would feel like, I don't know if I can do this today. And then I'd be like, I just got to do it. Once I start playing, I'll feel better. Yeah. So, and that was true. Once I actually got into the motion of playing, I did. I felt better, right? But those in between moments where I wasn't playing, it was often that I had no desire, but I forced myself to do it anyway. And that continued. 6 weeks later or so, Zost got the first 112. And I was really happy for him. I've talked about this before. I was really, really happy for him. I, talked earlier about how he's one of my best friends, and that was true at that time too. But man, I was so disappointed in myself. I felt like a complete and utter failure that I had been working so hard to try and get that 112, and it didn't pan out, and then he did it first. And I can say without a doubt that I should have taken a break after that, because the first 112 was gone. There was no reason for me to keep torturing myself, right? But at that point, I wanted it so badly to prove to myself that I could do it. And so I continued. Really, if I had just taken a week off, maybe 2 weeks off, I bet I would have closed out the run in another month. But I didn't. I didn't take any time off, and I worked myself to the bone. And it took me, like I said, a total of 7 months to do this. Now, I would never put myself through that again. Never, ever, 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 ever. But one good thing did come out of it. And that was the PB that I got, obviously. And holy crap. We got another Oats raid on this, by the way. Which is so funny. So people are like already spamming gift subs, like, oh, he's gonna do it, right? Best possible time, 1:12:49. It was very much possible that I was not gonna hit world record here, but 112 was pretty likely as long as I didn't make any huge mistakes. Hey, look, there's Shadow Phoenix. Wonder what that guy's up to. Okay. Holy crap, dude. Come on, come on. So yeah, the other good thing that came out of this was this pop-off. Oh!
Hell yes! 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 Holy shit! Yes! 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 Yes!
It's honestly, that is so embarrassing for me. Oh, it is so embarrassing. And yet at the same time, I mean, you look at that reaction, and honestly, that reaction, that pop off, that explosion of emotion, the only way that could have happened was exactly taking the exact path that I did to get to this run, right? I had to get that almost 112, 113.04. I had to not want to play anymore. I had to make myself keep playing. I had to lose the first 112 to Zost. I had to take another 5 months of torturing myself and then finally clutch it out. And not only did I clutch out the 112, but I got a world record when I was no longer expecting to. I didn't think that I would. And this might seem like a really small thing to some of you, but honestly, the ship entry matters just as much to me as every other piece of that. That right there, my initial pop off, I knew it was a 112 for sure, and I got the frickin' ship echoes, right? So when I first was like, yes, it was actually about, okay, like I got the 112 and I got the frickin' ship echoes, man. So I pop off. Hell yes! Then I look at the timer and I see that it's world record, and that's why I just like continued like exploding, right?
Yes! Yes! Holy shit! Yes! 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 Yes!
And the reason I got that ship entry was
That July!
take that July. The reason I got that ship entry was because of Ruya-Rin, actually. I had seen Ruya practicing that entry, and I was like, I need to learn how to do that. So I did. And I made that call out here as well.
And to think you almost didn't do another run.
Yeah, so Sassy says, and to think you almost didn't do another run. I did one more run here because she told me to.
And I have to zap skip? Credit to that one goes for Ruya, you guys. He made me learn the optimal ship entry. Oh my gosh.
So, so yeah, that happened. There was something else I was going to say, but it already left my brain because ADHD things. But, obviously, you know, that was a huge, huge moment for me. And achieving this, within 1 moment after achieving this, I had already decided, okay, I am done with 100% for a while. I'm not touching this for a while, like a long while. I can't continue. I even got world record. Like, this is best case scenario. I'm out. I'm out. I do not take Adderall anymore. No. So I eventually got off of Adderall because of the negative side effects that it had on my physical body, right? It really helped my mind with focusing, but everything else that it did with like my heart rate and my blood pressure and all that stuff, it wasn't worth it. And anyway, so I talked to my psychiatrist. We're not going to get into it, but she got me on something else, and it's so good for me. So this run happened, and I immediately was like, okay, screw Hundo, man. I don't want to even think about Hundo for a while. But yeah, that was I feel like that was a very important path that I had to take there. That grind taught me a lot about myself and my limits and how I needed to approach things. some of it was lessons that I learned in the moment, but didn't really learn until reflecting back later. But, you know, I feel like that was a very important thing for me. So, there is something that I need to do with my kids, with my family. So I'm going to go take care of that. And then I'll come back and we'll keep talking about this. I'm really bad at guessing how long this stuff is going to take. But if I'm being honest, I think the rest of this sudden urge to do like the arc of Zenny, probably the rest of this isn't going to take nearly as long for me to talk about. But we'll see, because we're only like halfway through my career time-wise. But yeah, anyway, give me a few minutes and I'll be back. No drops. You stupid boss. Are you serious? He still didn't drop me enough, dude. Come on. You stupid boss. No. Why are you like this? That was the stupidest pace that I possibly could have gotten him fast on. He doesn't drop me anything. And then he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna drop you enough on round 2 either. Get hecked, Zenny.
My cat is a Botwoon legend. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. This was a really fun stream. Had some really insane runs. Hopefully it's a sign of things to come. I had a blast today.
You know, I always wonder, like, you know, let's imagine that these enemies like Kraid, you know, or even some of these regular enemies, they know that their job is they have to be there all the time in all these speed runs, and when they finally like kill Samus one time, they like go to the break room and they're telling everybody like, yo, you know, like Kraid's like every time Kraid ruins somebody's run, he's trying to get respect from the other 3 bosses, but you know they don't care.
You're such a freaking heckin' dude, man, bro. Fan too. You and your freaking right fast. You get out of here. I don't wanna see you around these parts no more. Hey, stupid. Ah!
I pissed it off. Okay, we're good. It's gonna be coming back around for vengeance, though. I have to go. Oh, I pissed them both off.
Spin there, Samus. No! Well, that's a new one. That pirate had the last laugh. I'll show you, Samus. Okay. So we finally got the 112. July 31st, 2021. Now, the reason I say take that July at the end of that is because traditionally I hate July. Been through a lot of really traumatic and awful experiences in July. And generally I really don't like Wednesdays either. Wednesday is my most hated day of the week. We're not going to get super into that, but July is kind of like the Wednesday of the year. So it all makes sense. So that's the take that July thing. 'Cause July had been really rough as far as like runs and attempts and stuff. And it happened on July 31st. So, or July 30th. Anyway. Okay. So what's interesting about this? So you see, I immediately am back on RBO now next. Okay. Right before I took this record, remember Zost had the record before this with a 112.55. Zost had any percent, low percent ice, 100%. And then right before this record, he took reverse boss order. He beat my reverse boss order time. So that was actually really good for me because it gave me a really good opportunity to, one, return back to a category that I knew that I loved from a couple years prior that would be far less stressful, and that sounds funny, but it's true, than the 100% grind that I had been on. And two, it provided me an opportunity to run a category at the same time as my best friend, Super Metroid Friend. And I was just really excited about it. So yeah, Zost took the record and I immediately got back on RBO. Now, I don't actually remember which ones of these were world records. So in the interest of not taking forever to do reactions, let's just look at this. So let's see, I had a 58.37, Zost got a 58.36, then he got a 57, then he got a 56, then I got a 56.52. Okay. So I PB'd, and then I PB'd again, then I PB'd again. And I did end up finally getting a world record. Now, before this, there was something really funny that happened that I have shown. Let me look at this. September 19th. August. Okay, July, August. 56, 55, 57, 21. This one. Absolutely heartbreaking. It was probably... Would it have been this one? It had to be, right? I posted this in my Discord just the other day. I think it was this one. Well, let's find out. Okay. So we'll go to my channel here and we're just going to do a search for RBO. We're gonna scroll through the videos. Reverse boss order. Okay. So it's not over till around. You look at the pace here.
let's see. Okay, here's those splits. So he had a 56.55. I was a few seconds ahead of him. I was over a minute ahead of myself here. Okay, so I'm on really good pace. And I had and still have a better escape.
Thank you for the bits, guys.
Than he does. Right before this, people were dropping bits.
It's not over till we're on the ship.
Somebody dropped 20 gift subs.
Holy crap, Dust.
50.
It's not over till we're on the ship, dude. Chill.
It's not over till we're on the ship, man.
We're not saving the animals, Zost didn't. Ah! Oh no! 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 Zenny, why are you like this, dude? That probably killed world record right there. Please, dude. Please, please, please. Oh no. Yep, world record's dead. Damn it, dude! See? See, you guys? Come on, man! Oh no! Okay, we got the 56. We got the 56.
It's not over until Samus is on the ship. Okay. So I was over a minute ahead of my PB. Well, okay, so here's the thing, Arian. Yes and no. I was in a good place because I was still kind of on a high from not forcing myself to run hundo anymore, okay? But there was some other stuff going on under the surface. So yes, it is a good thing that I managed to laugh about it. And I am glad. It's not like I faked it. Like, it was a genuine laugh, and it helped that like Zost was the one with a record and we're friends and stuff, right? But man, internally that was I was really frustrated. I was like, I can't believe that I freaking did that. Like, Zenny, with your stupid Zenny Spark BS shenanigans, man. Like, you gotta stop doing that stupid bullcrap, man. 56.52 was my first record after Zost. I thought we actually traded it, but I guess not. I mean, he took it and then I took it back, so it's a trade. But I mean, like, I thought it was more back and forth than that. But so we'll look at the 56.52. Let me just pull up the VOD instead, so we don't have to deal with any YouTube shenanigans. Assuming I can find it. Hey, there it is. So 56.52. So during during this grind, there were a couple points where Taco Tank broke. Taco Tank just straight up broke on me, and I couldn't do it for like a week, 2 weeks. It was miserable. It was so miserable. So, I mean, I would practice it a lot, but it also I was kind of kicking myself. I was like, man, why did I put this in this run? Ultimately, looking back, like, I'm still happy it's in it, but there was a little bit of frustration there. Okay, so, okay, we didn't Zenny Spark. That's good. But as you can see, like I knew that I was capable of more because like I had been minus 22 earlier in this run, right? So yes, it was
The most underwhelming world record ever. We did it.
So yeah, it was world record, but
Thank you.
I was just kind of like, well, I mean, I guess I'll keep going, right? So this is what I'm talking about, where there was like this like underbelly of like I was broken. I broke earlier in this year and I was still broken, and I was just kind of like trying to ride it out and coast through it and whatever, and I was doing okay at that. But things were kind of rough. So we got a 56-52, okay? And that was on September 21st, okay? I was very much not satisfied with this run. I mean, as you saw in my reaction right there. Woo, the most underwhelming world record. The thing is, so I kept pushing a little bit, but Metroid Dread came out. Now, here is what happens in my head, in my brain, when I think about the Metroid Dread release. Work was changing at this time. Earlier, I alluded to the fact that less than a year after I got the job, they put me on a team where I was in charge of spearheading a new product that was launching because of the foundational knowledge that I had that should have helped with that product. The problem was, even though I was supposed to be the one spearheading it, I was working with a bunch of people that were based in Canada, and they just ignored me like 95% of the time. I would reach out asking for help with something. I wouldn't hear anything back. I would reach out saying that something needed to be changed or improved. I wouldn't hear anything back. And it's not like I could just like walk over to their desk because they're based in Canada, right? So that's part of the reason that like going into the office became so like meaningless to me, because none of the people that I actually technically worked with were even there, right? Then COVID happened and I was still on that same project, on that same team. And, you know, in some ways that was a good thing, and in other ways that was a bad thing. In the middle of 2021, my job, this was right before the 100% world record, the 112. My job mandated a return to office. And so I had to go in 2 or 3 times a week again. And that was difficult. Shortly after that, shortly before that, they had changed the way that they were handling that product that I had been in charge of. And instead of talking to me about it, they just quietly removed me from all the meetings and put me on another normal team that I wasn't trained to provide the service for. So I was thrown back into this situation where I had no idea what I was doing, working with people I didn't know and didn't like, and just generally it was miserable. It was miserable all around, right? And that continued for a while. And then leading up to the release of Metroid Dread, there was like an internal like certification thing that they had just rolled out, and they were like, everybody has to pass this internal certification, and if you don't, then you'll be, you know, you'll be given 3 chances, and if you can't pass it, then, you know, we'll have to talk about what to do. You know, basically like more or less saying like, you can't have this job unless you pass the certification. And again, like I had no freaking idea. Like I felt like I had no idea what I was doing on any given day. So that certification was extremely stressful for me, and it was looming right around the time that Dread was coming out. So when I think about the release of Dread, I also think about that. I had a really great and supportive boss at that time, thankfully, and he helped me through it. Like, not like he didn't help me through the certification, but he helped me through that difficult time with my job. But he was the only bright spot really about work at the time. So yeah, this RBO record happened, and I really was not satisfied with the run, but I wasn't going to not allow myself to play Dread. So, Dread came out, and I played that instead for a couple months. And I got a few records there. I thought about showcasing those. I don't think I will, to be honest. It's, it was a brand new game, so records didn't really mean that much. I was just happy to be able to get a record in that game, honestly, because when it first came out, everybody was so much better than I was at it, especially because as far as like a trigger finger goes, or like button mashing, like my single mash is really bad. Okay, either with arm pumps or with like just mashing on a button, my single mash is honestly, it's pretty bad compared to most speedrunners, like top level speedrunners that I'm aware of. And that's why for me, Zoden pumping is so good. And in Metroid Dread, I learned how to double mash. So you put, both your fingers on a button and you shake the controller. And that was really fun to like, for lack of a better word, to like stretch myself in ways that I hadn't before. I did end up getting to the point where I felt good at Dread, right? And was competing at the top. But long story short, about a month and a half, 2 months passed after the release of Dread. And it was December 2021. Well, no, it was November. It was November 2021. And it was Thanksgiving. And we went to my sister's for Thanksgiving. And I was just feeling so empty, for lack of a better word. My tank was empty. So not only was I like, my insides were like broken, right? And the tape was like peeling off. But I was empty and nothing was fulfilling, and I just felt awful all the time. And I remember having a conversation with my sister, and she asked how things were going, and I didn't really know what to say. It's like, things are fine. Work is hard. I'm stressed out all the time. I don't know, I don't know. And like, I got the feeling that she understood, but I didn't feel connected, right? I didn't feel connected to anyone really in my family. And things with the kids were hard, like not bad, but hard, because again, I always had that like thing in the back of my head that was like, you're not spending enough time with them. They're growing up. You're missing out on all this stuff. And like, you're a freaking idiot. You're, sitting on your butt playing video games too much. You're working too hard. You're working too many hours in any given day, blah, blah, blah. And it was Thanksgiving break, obviously. And I spent that entire Thanksgiving break dreading Monday because I knew I had to go back to work. I didn't get any enjoyment out of my days off, out of my holiday, because I was just dreading Monday the whole time. And got back to work. Worked for a couple weeks, and then something happened that year in the industry that basically everything lit on fire. And the company that I work for was not really equipped to handle that effectively. And the management tasked the people in my job position with handling it with very limited resources, and I just kind of shut down. And I reached out to my boss. And again, this was my boss. He was like the one bright spot in my entire job at the time. And I was like, hey. And I was very honest with how I was feeling, but the way that I described it, I think made him think that I was suicidal. I basically just said, I don't know what to do about this work. I don't know what to do about these tasks that everybody just dumped on us. And I said something along the lines of, I don't think I can do this. I feel like I'm drowning, and I don't know whether I'm swimming towards the surface or lower. That's basically what I said to him. Now, in hindsight, I can see how that would be a very scary message to receive from his point of view. So he contacted HR, and they immediately called me. And basically what they said was, hey, so your boss told us a message that you sent him, and what did they say? You have to take time off. Now, something I didn't mention earlier, 2 weeks prior to that, I had requested time off for Christmas, and it was denied because HR said that I had taken too much time off for the year, which conveniently, my job was our time off policy was unlimited time off. Okay. So we had unlimited time off, but if we took too much time off, then they would just deny it. So yes, after the message that I sent to my boss, they were worried about me. And so they called and they said, you have to take time off. And I said, well, I requested time off and you guys denied it. And they said, well, you're not going to get paid. I was like, that's cool. So my number one stress at the time was our finances. And so I was at rock bottom, had messaged my boss saying, I don't know how to do this work that you just asked me to do. I need your help. And I do not fault him at all for contacting HR because of the way that I expressed that. But HR calling me and telling me, you have to take time off and you're not going to get paid. All of the tape that was covering all of the cracks that had already formed with how broken I was inside, it's like it just disintegrated. So I just crumbled. I just completely crumbled. I got off the call with HR. They were like, when do you want to start your time off? And I was like, I guess now. So I got off the call with HR. I was actually convinced they were going to fire me. I was 110% convinced that they were going to fire me. And I went upstairs and I was looking for Sassy and I couldn't find her. And I couldn't find her and I couldn't find her. And finally I went to look and see if she was outside, and she was outside and she was working on something. I just hugged her and I just cried. I didn't cry. I sobbed. And I spent the next, I think, 2 days in bed. I was so scared. Yes, I did. I did tell them that unpaid time off was just going to make it worse. And their answer to that was, well, if you need to take a leave of absence, you can submit an FMLA request and get paid by that program at 50%. But that pay won't go into effect until you've taken a week of no pay. So basically they put me in a situation where they were like, you have to take at least a few days off and you're not going to get paid, but you can come back to work after you've taken a few days off. Or you can take extra time and actually get paid at 50%. So it's up to you. I was like, well, I mean, screw it. Like, yeah, I guess I'll take more time. So I did. I applied for the FMLA pay, which was that was an interesting exercise in my understanding of what it means to provide as a provider, as a breadwinner, as whatever. Because, I mean, I'm not one that asks for handouts, generally. You know, my parents have tried to pay me for work that I've done for them in the past, and my first response is always, no, you don't have to pay me for this. And then they're always like, we want to. And I'm like, well, okay, like, it would help. So, like, I accept it, but, you know, it's just not the type of person I am. And that's also why I always feel so weird if I do like a fundraiser on stream or something, right? Because I don't want people to feel like they have to pay me for something. I don't want people to feel like they have to pay me for this content. But anyway, yeah, so that was when I refer to when I burnt out in 2021 or when I burnt out in 2022, it was that. So I burnt out, just completely, just crumbled. Not even a shell of who I was. I was just straight up ashes. Just Zenny's gone. So after a day or two of being completely broken, I started thinking about what I was going to do with my time off. And I thought, okay, do I start looking for a new job? And I immediately felt this thing inside of me that was like, no, do not look for a new job. I was like, well, I mean, okay. And then I thought, well, I mean, I guess I could stream like a lot. And my head was like, no, that's inappropriate. And I think there was also a part of me that thought that Sassy would be very disapproving of that. So I didn't really know what to do. And I talked to Sassy about it, and at least this is what I remember. And honestly, this might be completely backwards. Because as I said, my memories from 2019, 2020 until about 2023-ish, like there's pieces in there that there's just blank. I don't remember anything. And then what I do remember, I would have no doubt if I remember it completely wrong, to be quite honest. But what I remember is talk to Sassy about it. We decided that I should stream because streaming had previously been something that was very fulfilling for me, even though it hadn't been for a little while. It had previously been that. And we thought, maybe without the pressure of your job weighing on you, maybe you'll find some passion in that again. So I thought about that, and I thought, okay, well, if I'm going to be streaming, what do I want to stream? And I thought about continuing to stream Dread, and Metroid Dread, and I immediately had this like, nope, I don't want to grind this game anymore. And that makes me a little sad because I was having a lot of fun with it, but it was just, the community was toxic in a lot of ways, and the moderators at the time were not great at handling things that were going on. And from what I understand, it only got worse after that. So it's probably a good thing that I stepped out when I did. But it's funny. It's funny because what ended up happening was I was like, well, if I'm not going to stream Metroid Dread, what am I going to stream? And I decided that I would stream Super Metroid again, because obviously I love Super Metroid. It's my favorite game ever, and it had been a few months since I played it. And I was trying to decide what to run, and you see any percent here, right? So RBO in September, and then any percent. Oh, there's an any percent. KPDR. So like, when did this start? July. Okay. So if I stopped running Dread at the end of December 2021, what was I doing for 7 months? So this is when I did early Croc Hundo. And those runs are not listed here because they weren't PBs. I feel like I posted them, but all of those are going to be buried here, I guess. I don't know. I could have sworn I posted them to the leaderboard to speedrun.com anyway. But anyway, the point is, I did early Croc for a little bit. I decided I wanted the early Croc record. So where is that? I have a playlist. Zenny 100% early Croc WRs. Okay, so it's not a very long playlist. I just want to look at the list of videos, man. Can I just look at the list of videos? Here we go. Okay. 1:15:32, my first route world record. That was. Can you give me a date, please? December 21st, 2021. Okay. 1:15:10, 1:14:51, 1:14:11, 1:14:10, 1:14:06. I just wanted a 1:13. Just wanted a 1:13 with this route. I probably was on pace for a 1:13 a good 5, 6, 7, 8 times, but I started choking baby skip again. So finally I had this run, which not only was it route world record first 1:13 in early croc, but I also saved the animals. So we'll watch this just for fun. I probably have a VOD of this that I could use instead, so you guys can see chat and stuff better, but oh well. Okay, so I'm coming up to this part of the run, and I'm like, oh, I'm far enough ahead that I could actually save the animals and still 1:13. This was, if you look, funny enough, January 2nd, 2022. So not exactly New Year's, but close. Okay, so I go to save the animals. I messed that up in a big way. Chat is like, oh no, what? What's he doing? Oh my gosh. Oh shoot. Barely.
1:13 with saving the animals in 100% early croc. Oh man, I almost made a mistake there. That was scary.
All right. So as you can see, you know, I was trying to act very much like myself, but like I said, I was completely broken inside. Was not doing well at all. Very much just starting to try and rebuild myself. So I did those early croc runs. Oh, that's okay, Asterisk, no worries. I did those early croc runs for a little bit. And while I was doing those early croc runs, and I know they meant well and it's fine, I'm not upset about it at all, but people in chat kept asking me why I was running early croc and kept telling me, you should run late croc. You should grind late croc again. You should improve world record. You should blah, 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 blah. And every time I read those messages, I was just like, that's all people care about. That is all people care about. They just want me to grind this game into dust. They just want me to grind 100% into dust. I don't want to grind 100% into dust anymore, you guys. I don't want to. Like, that's how I was feeling at the time. I was like, what more do you want? Like, the freaking 112.53 like nearly killed me. Like, I'm good. I'm done. So early croc stuff was going on, and then Elden Ring came out. So I played Elden Ring for a while, couple weeks. That's all I streamed. Elden Ring. Wake up, stream Elden Ring. I don't have work. I'm off work. They told me I had to take time off, so I'm taking time off. wake up, stream Elden Ring, have like 13 viewers, 10 viewers, 8 viewers. Then I, glance at my total number of followers and I notice it's going down. I'm in the worst place that I've ever been mentally. I'm trying to play something other than Super Metroid on my stream and I'm losing followers. I'm like, oh, this is this is bad. So after a couple weeks of that, like I got all the trophies on Elden Ring and whatever, right? I thought about starting to play Super Metroid again, and I decided, probably against my better judgment, I was like, okay, I'll try Hundo Lake Croc again. So I started running Hundo Lake Croc again. And I don't actually remember exactly how that went. I know I got on 0 paces. I think I got on maybe 1 solid 113 pace, maybe 2. But yeah, no, it wasn't going very well. And after a couple weeks of that, I decided I couldn't do it. And I honestly don't remember if I took a few days off or if I did casual games for a few days. I literally, like I said, blank spots. I don't remember. No recollection. I do know that in the back of my head, I knew that I had to get back to work. And every once in a while, I would open the work chat on my phone, the Slack, and open a channel to see what was going on with the team. And every time I did that, I was immediately filled with anxiety and just dread and despair. And I was like, nope. So I just close it. My initial return to work date was actually supposed to be January 4th. So it was supposed to be like 2 weeks off work. January 4th was coming up and I got in touch with HR and I said, I'm not ready to come back. And they said, well, when will you be? And I said, I don't know. They're like, well, you'll have to get approval from, the FMLA provider. And I was like, I know. And can I just say that's the stupidest thing? That in order for somebody who is struggling to get the help that they need, they have to jump through hoops and fill out paperwork and make calls to outside organizations. That is the most backwards thing. Like, it's like the system is designed to prevent people from getting the help they need. It's the stupidest thing. Thankfully, I had Sassy's support, and I am a stubborn hecker. But yeah, so got that addressed. Ended up settling that I would go back to work in February. So yeah, January was, kind of filled with anxiety and whatever, while I, lost followers, played Elden Ring, tried to do Hundo. It just wasn't working very well. That's okay. That's what it was. Okay. So, February comes around and I'm trying to work. I'm back on the team, the same team that I had been on. I'm trying to work. My teammate is not helpful. He's not understanding. He's not accommodating. He doesn't care that I've been out. If anything, he's annoyed that I had been out for so long, which was so hilarious because, by the way, this is the same one who got COVID. If you remember that. Well, when that happened, when he got COVID, I don't remember if it was him and then his wife or the other way around, but one of them got COVID. It must have been him and then his wife. Regardless, one of them got COVID. They weren't vaccinated, which we're not going to get into that, so don't even start, chat. But got COVID. He was out of work for 2 weeks. We'll just say his wife got COVID after that, and he was out of work for another 2 weeks. And our teams were 2-person teams at the time. So that was the end of 2021 or 2020. That was the end of 2020. So while he did that, I was left by myself to carry his entire load and my entire load on a team where I felt like I had no idea what I was doing. So end of 2021 comes around. I burn out. He's left without me, but by then they had moved on to a 3-person team system, so he had help. And then when I come back, he's like annoyed that I'd been gone for so long. It was like, okay, man. Sure, whatever. So I remember it was like February 26th, we'll say, like the end of February or something. I remember I finished work one day and I was like, I can't do this. I think it was a weekend. Like, I can't do this. I got to take more time off. And I felt so broken. It's like, am I ever going to be able to work again? Like, am I ever going to be able to work a job again? Or am I just going to run out of FMLA and not be able to provide for my family? And another stupid thing is they wanted us to go into the office periodically, twice a week or 3 times a week or whatever it was. And because I had my FMLA leave, part of my agreement to come back to work, which was put forth by my doctor, my psychiatrist, was Zenny will go back to work, but he's going to be working from home. And they were like, okay. So like I had that exception in place, but the company had these like weird like rules about I'm not going to get into it. Point is, I had to go into the office one day for something, and I go in and I'm just dead inside. Like I can barely show up for work remotely right now, and you guys are forcing me to come into the office and socialize with people that I don't like and whatever, right? And again, this is years ago. I'm not talking about anybody that is presently at my job, to be very clear. But yeah, like I showed up and somebody who had been my boss in the past but was no longer my boss, but I really liked him a lot, noticed that I was there and noticed that I wasn't doing well. So he pulled me into an office and he was like, hey, what's going on? Like, can I help you? And I was like, I'm not okay, man. It's like, I don't know what to do. I'm trying so hard to do this job, and I just feel like I'm lost, and I was out for a month and a half, and I thought that that would be enough, but it's not. And my doctor thinks that I should take more time off, and I don't know. I kind of think I should, but I don't know. And he was like, well, I mean, I don't know if you should either. I don't know if that would be good for you. I was like, yeah, I don't know. But I did. I decided to take another month off. And when I did that, I'm actually really glad that I decided to do that, because I've talked about this a little bit before, but he comes into chat every once in a while. His name is Sergeant Alpha. I've known him since we were kids. Sergeant Alpha moved into a house two houses down north of me when I was 3 years old. And we've been friends ever since. And he also works at the job that I work, and he was on a different team. But he saw that I was taking time off again. So he actually went to my boss at the time and said, I want to help Zenny. What can I do to help Zenny? And my boss said, well, I don't know. I mean, what are you thinking? And he was like, well, I mean, I could mentor him, or you know, we could put him on my team. I really don't know. Anyway, they decided if I wanted to, that I could move on to Alpha's team. So Alpha called me like a week into my second leave, and he was like, hey, so I'm not pushing you to do this, but when you're ready to come back to work, do you want to come onto my team? And I was like, yes. He was like, okay. So that was kind of a turning point for me at my job, because if I'm being honest, like, I wouldn't say I like my job, but I was so miserable prior to that. And now I can look at my job and like, it's a job. It's just a job. It's fine. Right. And I can tell people that, and I don't feel like I'm lying. Like, it's anyway. So yeah, that was honestly, I owe Alpha so much for that. I don't feel like I can ever repay him for that, to be completely honest. I feel like I will owe him indefinitely. I just hope I can pay it back or pay it forward, or both. But yeah, so I returned to work, and obviously new team, new responsibilities, need to make sure that I am getting reestablished at work so that I can continue providing for my family effectively. What does that mean for stream? What does that mean for Super Metroid? What does that mean for world records? You know, and I wasn't sure how to quantify that. And so at that point I decided, okay, I am so broken inside. Everything I touch in Super Metroid for the next long while has to be something that I really don't care about that much. Because emotionally, I didn't have the bandwidth to put that emotional energy into it, and for lack of a better way to describe it, like be vulnerable to the game again. Like, does that make sense? Like putting that emotional energy, putting that attachment into it, and leaving myself open to like disappointment and heartbreak and like all that stuff, right? I knew that I had to not allow that for a while. And so what I decided to do was run any percent glitched, but with a tile viewer for a while, which I knew would not be allowed on these leaderboards. But I felt like there should be another category for it. And the reason for that, I'm not going to harp on this for too long, but that run is so freaking cool. It is such a cool run. But, you know, for anybody who's watching the GCC thing yesterday, you know, if you were watching Zost's run, for example, like there were a lot of moments where if he didn't have that tile viewer on screen, you would have just been like, what's going on? Right? Like it's when Samus is out of bounds, it's the most unwatchable, boring crap you've ever seen. The thing about any percent glitched is it's short enough that it's not that bad. But it's still, from a viewer perspective, would be better if somebody could see what was happening out of bounds, right? And I was aware of this, and I wanted to do something that would be fun for me and fun for people to watch, and also something that would be very low stress, low stakes, for lack of a better word. I mean, what better to do than something that's not even allowed on the leaderboard, right? So I started off with that, and then I actually reached out to the leaderboard moderators at the time, and I was like, hey, so I'm running this, and like I know it's not allowed on the leaderboards, but I think you guys should consider putting up a category that does allow it, because I think it would be really cool to see more people run this category. And I think that allowing a tile viewer, even if it's not on like the main board, I think that would be like really good. I think that would be good for the game and good for the category and good for the community. I think it would drive interest in some of this like more obscure stuff. And at the time they were also changing the leaderboard rules with controllers. You know, we're not going to get into that either, but they allowed hitboxes, which provide a significant advantage. And there were some people that, you know, were watching my tile viewer runs, and they compared that. They were like, it's, you know, a hitbox is kind of like a tool that's assisting you to play the game better. What, you know, what's the difference with a tile viewer? And I mean, I kind of agree, kind of don't agree with that. Like, again, we're not getting into it. It's fine. Well, okay, so here's the thing, Drewski. Here's the thing. They didn't say no. They didn't say anything. And that was a huge problem with leaderboard moderation back then. I can't even say it's better now, because nothing like that has really come up in a while, but it is hard. It's hard that I took that to them and then never heard anything back. Because what that tells me, I don't even know if they ever discussed it. But I didn't have the emotional bandwidth to fight for it, obviously, with everything that I've been saying about what's been going on, you know? So I just let it be. So I ran that for a while. I think it was like a month or 2 months or something. I got an 11:08 with the tile viewer, which is pretty good time. Ruya's non-tile viewer run is an 11 flat, just to put it into perspective. And his run is so crazy good. So that was that. And then after that, you know, I can probably find the let me find it on my YouTube. We can watch that. 11:08. Any percent glitched 11:08 with tile viewer. So this isn't a record, obviously, because it's not even allowed on the boards. And again, just in case anybody, but it is my PB in this. The other funny thing is when I started running this category,
Make a decision.
Ads! No! Not the ads. Okay. When I started running this category, what's so funny about it, at that point in time, there were still some people in the community that were kind of toxic. Hi, Shuck. Bye, Shuck. Thank you. Two of the toxic, like extremely toxic people had been removed from the community, but there was still one kind of lingering. Not going to get into it. It's not worth my time or energy, to be completely honest. But I remember they either messaged me or actually came into chat and were like, why are you running this? You know it's not allowed on the leaderboards, right? And I was like, yeah, F off. Like, so, yeah. So here's the end of this run and how it looks with a tile viewer. You can see the tile viewer in the bottom left down here. Okay. The thing is, I actually tried not to look at the tile viewer for these runs as much as I could, but I did rely on it here and there. So you got to X-ray climb out of bounds here. And if you make any even minor mistakes in a couple of specific spots here. So you can see my eyes. Like, I'm looking at the tile viewer right now, right? If you make any even minor mistakes in a couple different spots here, the run's just over. You just lose. So, that being said, so we're still in ship room. It's just out of bounds. Okay. All right. So what's really funny about this is prior to this PB, I got to this point of the run on like a crazy good pace. And I wasn't looking at the tile viewer because I hadn't been looking at the tile viewer for the rest of the run. And I was like, yo, is this going to be a legit, like I did this legit, even though I had the tile viewer on screen for the chat, right? I got to this point in the run and then I missed this block. And so the run was just over. Anyway, so you go out of bounds, you use X-ray in a certain spot, and that causes the escape sequence.
I am much more happy with that run.
And that's GG.
Woo! Sweet.
Okay, so here's something I want to point out here. I don't look great here, to be honest. Right? Like, you can see I look very tired. I have some like shine going on under my eyes and whatever. This was December 2022, so this was actually after some other stuff. I think I did this for a while, and then I did KPDR for a while, and then I came back to this, if I recall. But I'm not looking great here. But interestingly, if you compare how I look here to how I look at the 112.53, there's something different about my demeanor that looks more healthy. And it's not even a physical thing. It's just, I would even say I look less attractive, for lack of a better word, here as compared to the 112.53. But I was starting to be more of a stable person at this point after a year, right? After a year of being burnt out and crap. So yeah, that was that run. Prior to this run, as I already mentioned, I did some KPDR. Okay. I did some KPDR for, let's look. I know I have my KPDR runs saved. Let's look here. Any percent KPDR. Okay, so my first KPDR was a 4501. That was, I don't know if this is going to show the original file date because I've moved and copied and stuff. Okay, here we go. March 16th, so March 2022. Okay, so I started this during my second leave from work. And I ended up with a 4258 as of July 2022. Okay. Now here's what's interesting. When I started KPDR, I was expecting to like it more than PRKD, but I didn't. I didn't really like it at all. But that was actually a good thing because I needed a run that I didn't really like because that meant that I didn't care if it didn't pan out. Right? And I had no emotional reserves to care. I couldn't care about the game. Like I had to care enough to want to play it, but I couldn't care if I lost a run. Does that make sense? So we'll talk about KPDR here next. I do need to run some more ads, so I apologize for that. But yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thanks.
No, it's not. We're fine. What? What? It's okay, I have a safety save. It's okay. What the hell was that, though? Come on. You guys ready for this BT skip?
Okay. I don't want to health bomb here. Oh, I was trying to mock ball.
This is really bad. Cutie needs to get a perfect Three Musketeers. He can't do a deboost. He just has to manipulate it.
Hold your breath.
Hold your breath. That's not good. That's not good.
No!
He's alive! He's alive! He lives! I can't believe he lived there.
He was getting. Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh my god.
No. F you, Dre. Dude. Oh my gosh. Oh, somebody highlight this. Or clip it, I guess. Might be too long for a clip. Jeez.
Okay, there's absolutely zero chance. No way.
Okay. So, I mean, honestly, I probably should have been doing all this talking in this scene this entire time anyway, and then when I have runs to show, I should have been switching, but I'm stupid and wasn't, so oh well. But, so we're doing KPDR, right? And, from March to July, I was enjoying the run more and more, but like not loving it necessarily. But it finally got to the point where I knew I could 42. And the only other person at the time with a 42 was Zost. And I was like, yo, I could be the second person to 42 again. Because like I was the second person to 114. I think I was the second person to something else at some point. So like, 113. I was the second person to 113. Anyway, I was like, I could be the second person to 42. And so I started getting like emotionally invested, right? Which I honestly wasn't ready for after my burnout stuff. And then, this happened. So doing this run and great pace. My PB is a 43:02. Great pace. Great pace. 12 seconds ahead. We're good. Everything's good. Get the baby skip. brain dead. We're 10 seconds ahead. Great pace. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. Mother brain's dead. If you look at the PB video, we're still plenty ahead. Okay. Both my t-shirt and cap are on my merch store, which is linked. I think there's literally a link below the stream on YouTube. Okay, so we're in the escape. Heart rate is up. I was still on medications at the time that were kind of screwing with me. Not just Adderall. My psychiatrists have been working with me on trying to help me with like mood stabilizers and stuff because of my mental, emotional instability. I worked through a lot of stuff. I think during this run, I had been prescribed lithium, and it was helping me feel like more mentally and emotionally stable. But what I didn't realize it was doing is, it would make my hands shake. So it was rough. I was having trouble controlling what was going on. Anyway, this run, 42 should have been free on this run, to be completely honest. And then this happened.
Please go. Please go. Please go. Please, no! We lost it. We totally lost it. We 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 lost it.
So it ended up being a 43:01, I think. PB. And when people ask me why I think hitboxes have such an advantage over controllers, that's what I think of every time. Every single time. Every single one of those spin breaks would not have happened if I had a hitbox. It's not something that I blame anybody really except for myself. And I mean, obviously the shaky hands didn't help, but if you have shaky hands on a single button, it's not going to make you break spin. If you have shaky hands on a D-pad, you're going to break spin 9 out of 10 times. So, that being said, so that was, when was that? That was July 10th. Remember how I hate July? That was July 10th. This was 1 week later. So I was behind, but I knew I had a bunch of time to save in the escape.
Oh my gosh!
I think I actually hadn't been looking. I think I hadn't been looking at my pace. Oh, that's funny.
No way, dude!
Okay, so
That's some poetry right there, tied the PRKD.
my PB at the time in PRKD was a 42:58.
How? With the parlor, dude. I've totally screwed parlor, like really bad. How? Oh, I wanted a 27 so bad.
Yep. So I really wanted a 27. And the reason that I wanted a 27 is because I didn't have a 27. And let me think. Zost had one, Behemoth had one, and Overfiend had one. Overfiend's was in-game time optimized for 27. And I don't think anybody else had a 27 yet. Like 99% sure. So I really wanted to be the next person to 27, and I thought it would be really, really funny if I got my 27 on KPDR. So my goal had been a 42, and I got my 42, but I really wanted a 27. Like I said, I got too emotionally invested in KPDR by this point. It was probably not a very wise choice for me to continue because I was still pretty unstable emotionally. But I mean, if you look at my cam, like I was clearly doing a lot better than I had been. And this was only 6 months after my burnout, right? Now that being said, I still very much didn't feel like myself, to be honest. There were like blips here and there of like, oh yeah, like that's how, you know, Zenny acts and feels when he's happy and stuff. But I was still really worn down and stressed out and stuff. This run happened on August 3rd, 2022. So what's funny is right before, if I recall, right before this run, was when Eddie had announced the Any Percent tournament. It was either right before or right after this run. Eddie announced the Any Percent tournament for SG Live 2022. And he asked me if I would join, and I was like, okay. Like, I wanted to be done with KPDR, but okay, Eddie, I'll join, right? Okay, so here's this. Now, my cutoff for a 27 was like a 42.55 or a 42.54 to be for sure a 27. So I think I even said there, not the 27.
PB though. Damn it. It's good. It's really good. It's really good. It's really good, but it's not the 27, and I freaking morphed and escaped and freaking Leodox room and fell. Of course I did. Ah!
So yeah, I was getting a little too
Totally a Wednesday move.
Little too attached to this.
Absolutely.
Totally a Wednesday
100%
move.
a Wednesday move.
I think this is my only PB in any time in the past multiple years where I wasn't wearing a Super Metroid shirt or a Metroid shirt.
Yes! 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 Oh my gosh, I knew there was a chance! I knew it! I knew there was a chance! I knew it! I don't know why, but I knew it! Oh my gosh!
So yeah, somehow that ended up being a 27.
That's the best kind of debated, dude!
Totally a Wednesday move shirt. So yeah. Anyway,
20.
The thing about in-game time, you never really know for sure. Like maybe you had a bad door transition, or maybe there was extra lag here or there or whatever. But so at that point, I didn't really care too much about PBing in KPDR again. But Eddie asked me to join the tournament. Now here's the thing about that Any Percent tournament. Honestly, I'm really grateful for it because it was a really important thing for me to join. But at the time, I was really scared to join that tournament because I still knew how fragile I was, if I'm being completely honest. I was extremely fragile. Should switch scenes here. I was extremely fragile. And I was so, honestly, I was terrified. I would probably have a conversation with Alpha once every 1 to 3 months where I would just be real with him and be like, dude, I don't know if I can work tomorrow. And he'd be like, it's okay, I got you. And again, like, I can't express the gratitude that I have for that man and how much he has helped me and shouldered my burdens. You know what I mean? So being in that fragile state, Eddie asked me if I would join the tournament. And I was like, okay, but I'm only going to run KPDR. And he was like, okay, that's fine. And I kind of looked at that as like, if I do that, I will know that I'm going in with an extreme handicap. And so, like, I'll just be happy to even be competitive, let alone, you know, make it to anywhere close to the end of the bracket, right? So I joined the tournament, and I'm running KPDR exclusively, and it's actually going really well. Like, I seeded really well, despite the fact that I was running KPDR exclusively. I remember I had a run that was like almost a PB. I think I had a run in one of the seed races where I actually took first with KPDR, despite a bunch of people running PRKD or like something like that. I don't remember for sure, but it was a good thing, okay? And then something happened. So there's somebody who used to be in the community, and I don't know exactly where he went. He never really came to my stream, and that's fine. But anybody who's watched a fair amount of Oats or even maybe Zost over the years probably knows the name Yalite. So I don't know where Yalite came from or where he went, but he is, hopefully he's still around, even though he's not with us in Super Metroid right now. Hands down, the absolute most generous person I've ever seen. Speed gaming live tournaments have prize pools, and Yalite, over the course of I think 4 contributions, Yalite contributed, I want to say it was $40,000 to the Any Percent 2022 SG Live tournament. I cannot express how absolutely insane that is. I mean, obviously it's a heck ton of money. Like that alone makes sense, right? But what I mean is, like, that amount of money for a Super Metroid tournament, like, it still blows my mind. When I know that's how much it was, but whenever I say it out loud, I'm like, nah, I can't be right. And I like want to go look. You know what I mean? I want to like go look and be like, oh yeah, no, Zenny, you were way off. But no, I'm sure, because I've looked it up multiple times. Of course, the prize pool exploded in that way after I had already committed to and been really grinding KPDR for the tournament. Like, the tournament was already underway. The bracket was already underway. And all of a sudden there's a $40,000 prize pool. And I feel weird saying this, but I'm willing to say it because I I don't believe that there's anything wrong with this. My love and my passion for Super Metroid is not related to money. That being said, I am able to stream as much as I do with the effort that I do, with the passion that I do, because of the money that it provides, which helps me to assist providing for my family. I have my job, and then I have my stream, and my stream is like a side job, basically, at this point. And it was beginning to move that way as of 2021, which is another one of the reasons that it was so brutal for me to not feel that passion or that desire or that ability to continue, right? In 2021, when I was talking about, you know, I broke inside, right? Because I didn't feel, there was a part of me that was like, I can't stop. Like even if I want to stop, I can't stop because this helps me provide for my family. So in that sense, money is absolutely a motivator for me, right? Not in like a greedy way, just I gotta provide, right? And so yeah, like putting $40,000 into the tournament made me rethink things. Made me rethink it to the point that I was like, okay, I guess I should run PRKD so that I can stand a chance to maybe get very lucky and win the whole thing. The thing is, I was not good enough at any percent PRKD to have a big shot at winning the whole thing. Zost was still very much on top of his game. Cutie was better at the category than I was. Oates was right around probably the same level that I was. Behemoth was better, but I don't think he participated in that tournament. I'm like 99% sure he didn't. So no, he didn't for sure. So that being said, I decided, thank you for the YouTube membership. I appreciate that. I decided to run PRKD for the remainder of the tournament bracket. Okay. I don't have this VOD saved locally, but I can find it pretty easily. Now, I was really worried about running PRKD because that put me in a very vulnerable position. Like I said, I was still feeling very fragile, and I was like, what if I put my all into this and I don't come out in a good spot, right? Like I was really worried. I was worried it was going to break me. And so what ended up happening, I made it to the semifinals, and it was Zost versus Cutie and me versus Oates. Right? I think that's what it was. And Zost beat Cutie, obviously. No, that's not what it was. No, it was me versus Zost. That's what it was. Okay, hang on a second. I remember now. All right, we gotta find this. Speed gaming. Go to the channel. Go to the channel, and we're gonna do a search for SG Live any percent 2022. Zenny. Okay, let's see. Nope, that's 2023. Am I misremembering this? I swear it's here. Hang on. Here it is. Shiny Zenny versus Zost. Gold bracket SG Live 2022 SM any percent tournament.
Of 42-28.
Okay. So
and
this
42
this
Both
part
the Zs, Zenny and Zost. So we'll see which Z prevails here.
this part of the bracket was still single elimination.
Absolutely. So the runners are readied up. We dropped the gate. The race has begun.
So there was
Oats,
a
you are intimately
winners
familiar
bracket and a
with
losers
this route.
bracket,
These runners
gold and
are
silver
gonna
bracket, I think.
running, and
no,
you are
gold.
also a semifinalist
I
in
don't
this
remember.
very tournament.
Anyway,
What
Yes,
is
I
in
am, yeah.
store?
so remember, there's a prize pool on the line here, okay? Zost really needs the cash. I really need the cash. We're friends. And this is the semifinals. So whoever wins here moves on to the finals and moves into a best of 3 situation. Okay? Now, the last time that I raced Zost in any percent, from what I recall, was the multi-category tournament in 2020. I ended up in the finals versus Zost in that tournament. And that was also a hype set of races. If I recall, we did any percent and he won, obviously, because he was way better at any percent than I was. But I did keep pace with him for a little while, which was cool. Then we ran 100%, and I ended up winning that matchup by like the skin of my teeth. And then we did low ice, which I obviously lost because I was nowhere near as good as he was at that category. And I got gravity skip. So after bowling, I accidentally ran through the gravity suit and I went out the door down into ocean. So that's kind of a funny memory. But anyway, that was the last time that I'd raced against Zost in any percent.
What's in store for our race?
So we have this race, right?
I think with the way that Zenny
And-
has been playing, we have a awesome race ahead of us. So
It's very kind of
Zenny
Oats to say that.
busted out one of the greatest or the best race times thus far with I believe it was a 41.56. And up till now, Zost has been doing Kraid seconds, I believe. So this will be Zost's first Ridley second race, and it's going to be much needed because both these runners have to pull out some of the best strats in order to keep up with one another. So this should be a very entertaining race.
Okay, so Oats is like talking me up here, right? Because he's nice. Oats is such a nice dude. And so here's the funny thing. In the 100% race, that I think I just messed up. I don't know. It also looks like the timers are slightly desynced, so there's that. But in the 100% race, Zost was actually ahead. Again, 2020, right? Zost was ahead for like the entire race, but I pulled ahead in Turian to win. Okay.
Happy. There's no chance.
So I know that was in the back of
This gameplay
Zost's
at this
head.
point, it's almost just picture perfect.
Just as well.
Are around, give or take, 30 seconds away from each other. So this is going to come down to how clean their Metroid rooms are. If they get the proper RNG, which I don't think is going to be a problem for Zost, but I've seen weird things happen in this game. And if the baby skip is clean. I don't know if I mentioned that, but yes, the baby skip is probably the more pivotal trick in this.
I say leaving.
He's going for some of the fastest strats in Tori, and that strat there is very difficult to perform, but he nails it, and he's just cruising. Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about resources. He's doing a strat here to conserve some of his energy for a little bit more cushion with Mother Brain. Zenny has 20 in 6 and
I'm gonna resize this real quick. Sorry. I want to make it a good experience for you guys. Oh, stupid. There we go. Just gonna there we go. Okay.
At Metroid 3. Let's see how he can finish this out. Ooh, 20 and 5. He needs to be fairly careful here. Ooh, that is.
So I'm struggling a little bit over here, right?
Okay, Zenny is completely fine now at that point.
Love it. We love to see it. Just needs to finish off these Metroids in the 4th room here. But Zoe setting up for the baby skip.
This is before Stachio skip, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
I am shocked that Zos
the
just
commentator curse. The commentator curse.
This is massive for Zenny. I have not seen Zos miss this skip in a long time. I mean, he's exceptionally good at the game. Now, let's hold our breath here and watch. Hopefully Zenny can get this. Nails perfect. Just perfect. God.
This race just got even more interesting.
Now I got chills. This is one heck of a race. That's what I was saying. I didn't want to do commentary curse or nothing, but this is down to Mother Brain. We see some interesting things happen with my race versus Ruya, and we could very well see some interesting things happen.
Okay, so Zost is now officially like definitely in his head about this. Okay. It really wouldn't be that big of a deal, except he was aware of what happened, obviously, in the multi-category tournament a couple years prior. And also we're friends. So like that makes it a little weird. And there's a lot of money on the line. And it's like he really needed to win this race because Zost, the chance of Zost losing a best of 3 is much, much lower in this circumstance than losing a best of 1. Now, remember, this is a best of 1, but if he was to win, he would move on to the next piece of the bracket and be in a best of 3 situation, which nothing is ever guaranteed, okay? But it would definitely put him in a very favorable position to take first place in the tournament and get the bulk of the prize pool. Okay.
We're not done with this.
So he's definitely worried this whole time.
I believe this should be the same time. There is a difference in.
I'm still a few seconds behind.
Length. that fight, I wasn't watching both. I was trying to watch both, but I don't think Zenny missed anything. Zost had some serious issues with the bomb drop to where he had to jump over, back up, turn around. When you're turning around, that also can cause some problems with your shot time. They are a second apart entering this escape.
This is it, Oates. This is it, the escape.
I will say one thing. Zenny has been working on a strat at the top of Parlor. If he can execute this could literally be a win for Zenny. Because there is a certain pattern with Steam I've seen him do, and he has had the fastest escape time I've ever seen. So it really comes down to that. I can't wait to see it. Oh no!
Look at
Zost almost missed the moonfall, dude.
He got it on the backup, but look at this race! Look at the sink.
Oh,
so I was aware also, by the way, so I'm like super nervous.
Zost gets it, Zenny gets it. Now I really want to see the difference here. If Zenny can pull this strat off on top, this will make all the difference. Excellent parlor for both. He's going for it. I believe he got the steam. Oh no, he didn't get the damage boost. Zost had a great pattern. Is he going to get steamed again? He does not. So that is a win for Zost. Only 2 seconds apart.
I don't believe it. Oates, I don't believe what we've just seen in your...
All right, so that happened, right? Obviously, I was fine with that outcome. I was totally expecting to lose to Zost, and the fact that I was even close, I was very much okay with that outcome. All right, like I was fine. And honestly, it was a little bit healing for me to like care so much about something and be okay with the loss. It's kind of like, hey, like I can handle emotionally hard things. Like, yeah, I'm still broken inside, but I'm doing better, right? So that put me in the losers bracket, where I ended up facing Cutie. Now, Cutie had knocked Oates out of the tournament. And this was a best of 3. Okay. This was a very hard experience for me. So I'm just going to say that right off the bat here. Okay. Okay. Best of 3. If I win this matchup, I lock in second place in the tournament with a very small shot at first place. I would be back up against Zost again. All I have to do is win this matchup. Okay. Cutie, shout outs to Cutie. Okay. He was literally traveling. By the way, he was driving across the country for a wedding, but he knew that we needed to do our race. And he knew that Eddie lived somewhere in the area. So Eddie offered to let Cutie stop at his house and do his races in the middle of his travel. So Cutie is playing at Eddie's house. Now, just so you guys know, speed running under normal circumstances in your own space where you're able to lock in because you're comfortable, you're familiar with your equipment, you're familiar with your TV and any distractions that are, going on around outside of you, whatever. It's hard. Okay. Speed running in a situation that you are not familiar with is freaking impossible. Okay. I just want you to know that. There's a reason that runs at GDQ are usually not as good as people's PBs. Every once in a while, you have somebody that gets a PB at GDQ or they get a world record at GDQ. Not in this game, though. And that is because it is very different and very hard to run effectively in an environment that is not one that you're comfortable with. Okay. Now, take that and then add to the fact Cutie was in the middle of traveling. So he'd been, I think, driving. So of course he's friggin' exhausted. Okay. And yet he's still like being like the most chill stand-up bro. And he's like, yeah, Zenny, we can race on this day when I'm going to be in the middle of traveling and exhausted. Sure, man. I know there's a bunch of money on the line, but we got to make sure that we get this bracket moving forward. So, yeah, we can race on this day. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm at home in my element, in my own space. I'm good. Everything's cool. Hey, Tatted. Yes, I did. Thank you. So that being said, first race.
Late game. What's going on?
Cutie's ahead. Okay.
He is playing well. A robot on me there for a second.
I think Fantoon switched who was in the lead and whatever. But like things are going, pretty okay for both of us.
Yeah, it looks like Zenny.
I'm a little ahead here. We're both getting wave around the same time. Like definitely solid race. Looks like there was something that happened that put Cutie behind at lower Norfair.
8 supers, gonna have 7 entering the
So I pulled ahead here.
Deciding to having a very difficult time. But this is now any
Yeah. Continue pulling ahead.
A lot of HP. So if
doing good.
Kill? No, with clean that up because this might allow
get to Turi in like 30 seconds ahead. Okay. My timer froze.
Come down to
memes. Okay. Cutie ended up missing baby skip, so he had to refill. Looks like I probably did as well. Yeah, I must have. Yep. Okay, so we both have to refill. So, okay. So I remember this. I missed baby skip. I'm like, oh, dude, I just threw it. I had this in the bag and I freaking threw it. Wow, I'm such an idiot. Like, I'm being really hard on myself unnecessarily. And, then Cutie misses baby skip as well. So like I lucked out. I completely lucked out there. I was like, oh, the universe is being nice. Like I'm okay, right? So race finishes.
For Zenny and an official time.
And
oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, I won this matchup by I don't know 10-15 seconds, whatever. Okay. Next matchup. I'm really nervous. I'm up 1 now. All I have to do is win one more time. I have second place locked in. We're good. Okay.
When it's working,
That's twice.
yeah. Then like 3 runs
Okay.
later, you got the fourth.
Cutie's ahead. I'm nervous.
Okay.
I'm keeping tabs. Not super close, but I'm keeping tabs on what's going
A
on.
little short. We'll be going for. Oh, but
I fall in the water.
That's twice. Twice.
does look like a good setup on the second one.
Cutie dips in
Oh
mode.
no, Cutie.
Now, again, okay. I need to point out, of course he dipped in moat. He was exhausted and he was playing in an environment that he wasn't comfortable with. Like, yeah, of course he's going to have problems with this stupid trick in that setting, right? I get the CWJ. I'm good.
Yeah,
Zenny
unfortunately,
nailing the CWJ.
they both fall in, but the right side fall is just so much worse. Oh, it just doesn't quite.
Cutie's
like,
having a
this
lot
is
of
one those
trouble
things,
here.
Like, I main this strat instead of this
And he falls in
CWJ.
again.
Oh no.
Okay. So at this point, like, this is really bad for Cutie. It's obviously really good for me. I don't remember exactly when I became aware of it, but I became aware that he had lost a bunch of time in moat. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, like, all I have to do is not screw up.
Cutie is
Okay.
fast enough that like just.
The rest of the run, I could not for the life of me stop making stupid tiny mistakes. So at Upper Norfair elevator, I'm going down, Cutie's grabbing Spazer, so he's, I don't know, 30 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Maybe 40.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, it's just.
I'm grabbing Ice Beam, he's grabbing High Jump. I'm grabbing Speed, he's coming out of Ice. So, like, I'm maintaining my lead, right? But
Coming back. You know, you can just.
keep pulling forward a little bit. I don't remember exactly, but I think I did have some issues with Ridley here, and I think he had a really clean Ridley. So now we're fighting Ridley at the same time. Okay.
I know, but still.
He's like about to die, but he's okay because Cutie's a freaking boss like that.
Look at this. Look at the fearlessness
Okay.
of Cutie finishing.
Suddenly-
But Cutie, yeah, but that's terrible because he's gonna get health bomb now. Not gonna get any drops.
Ridley's dead
Oh my goodness. But
for both of us,
picking up that
and
Ridley
Cutie
tank
decides
over it,
not to grab the
just
tank
going for it. Look
because
at
he got
this.
health bombed. So
Yeah,
now
not
I
really
am
neck- I mean, Zenny does
seconds
have a
ahead of
7-second
Cutie.
lead here. We saw it in the last race too. Cutie
This
is
race, literally, it was free. All I had to do was not make huge mistakes, and I would have been fine. But I did. I made some mistakes.
Zenny does not. So
Cutie caught up.
But that was completely intentional. By
Cutie pulled ahead.
Sparked.
Oh, perfect by Cutie. Yeah.
We both killed Dragon around the same
Bosses really
time.
get used to, like, looking at their
I'm
health.
slightly ahead again.
Meridia in the rear view. Mistake. A slightly.
3 seconds coming in. So.
Oh.
It's. That's unfathomable to me. Also, shoutouts to Eddie's.
And I missed Baby Skip.
Oh, God.
Duck. Oh no. Zenny has missed Baby Skip. Cutie though, with the dangerous strat. If Cutie can get this, Ducky's through the door.
Like I said, if we have
All right.
4 missed baby skips.
So I see that Cutie didn't miss Baby Skip, and I'm like, okay, my only chance to win this race now is if he dies to Mother Brain.
Like at this,
He doesn't, of course. So I end up losing that race. I'm like, okay, well, you know, it's best of 3, so I have a shot here.
Guys, I mean, they're neck and want it to happen.
So I'm like trying really hard not to get in my head about this. But again, I was in a pretty fragile place. And I was really worried that this was going to hit me really, really, really hard if I didn't take this win. The thing is, if I had just lost under normal circumstances, that would be one thing. But I lost against Cutie, who was in unfamiliar circumstances. And that happened after I had like a 40-second lead or something like that initially. So that got super in my head about it. Okay. So now we're on the third race. And
he needs to put that.
sorry if this part's boring for you guys, by the way. I noticed chat has quieted down a lot, but I want to cover this. I feel like this is important.
It's not terrible.
So he doesn't even go for
He needs to
CWJ
put that
here.
out of his mind and focus on this, because this is the big. Okay, he's in
So
the
he
water.
immediately falls in.
We're gonna keep an eye on Zenny over here on the right. Cutie climbing out of the water. Zenny struggling with the bomb
No
jump
worries.
too.
So now I'm struggling with Moat. I'm super nervous at this
Cutie's in the
point.
water again.
Cutie's in the water.
You can see him leaning forward. This is not what he wanted. I don't think this is what Zenny wanted either. Zenny
I barely make it across the moat.
gets across the moat.
Barely. I mean, you can see in my face cam. I'm like, oh,
Cutie into the water. Come on, Cutie.
Room for Cutie to get.
he gets the one frame turnaround that boomerangs him into the water.
Zenny
Okay.
into the wreck
So this is like deja vu.
back
Like
in the lead.
it's
Unfortunately,
just
Cutie using that
same
moonwalk,
thing as the previous race, right? Like
going
I'm
a
just
little bit
pulling
too
ahead
far.
further and further.
Is going for that.
He misses
CWJ.
CWJ.
He had the
Okay.
setup.
So now you're aware of that. Okay.
Hoping for the fast.
All right. So I come out of Fantoon. I literally remember coming out of Fantoon here and being like, the universe has given me another chance. Last time I screwed this up, I'm not going to screw up this time. I will not. I was so determined to not screw this up. Okay.
JD. The heat.
Game, and then okay.
So I maintain my lead. Maintain my lead.
These are the
Play comfortably.
Maintain my lead. Ridley's dead. Ridley's dead for QD2. I'm not messing around. I don't go for the tank.
This is interesting.
No effing way,
Yeah,
dude.
I think because he
Maintaining my
Gotta lay
lead.
it all
Maybe
out
not
on
as
the
much
line.
as
This is it.
before, but maintaining my lead. Maintaining my lead. Maintaining my lead.
just he was taking a little time to get it, and I think that will pay off for him later. That spark looks good. The damage on Dragon looks phenomenal. He's going for 2 sparks right here. What a fight.
Perfect fight. And the spike suit master shows why he has that title.
Hockey has cursed me with
gave it
spike
to him,
suits
but
so many times.
Shiny Zenny doing that sweet numb strat.
Maintaining my
Gives
lead.
you every tune people.
Maintaining my lead.
Okay, good. My goodness.
Not as far ahead,
He
still ahead.
almost, did that bomb too early.
Cutie with 1510.
Oh yeah, Cutie
don't
decided
believe
to do
this.
1510.
All right, Hockey.
So good for
Been here
him,
before.
by the way, for
You've
sure.
been here for all 3 of these games.
I have. I can't. I hard cannot take this, JD. I just can't.
It's do or die.
Have to execute this.
Stand with first jump.
Okay,
Good.
Clears out. This is debris. He's got it.
we're good.
Clutched it.
Cutie going for another jump. He has to. He's
Cutie's
also got
through,
the
but
skip.
his skip was slower than
Also
mine.
clutched
Really
it.
close.
Okay.
It's really close. Both
I don't remember
players
if I was
stepping
keeping
up, getting
tabs
the
on
babies.
this exactly. I know that I was at least loosely.
Saved the best for last, JD, in this race 3.
So probably like when Mother Brain
But
is
now
coming in, I
not
probably
over.
like
We
look
need
and
down
see.
back Zeb skip. We need
Okay.
Mother Brain 1. We need Mother
I'm
Brain
still
2,
ahead
and
by
three.
like a
Cutie
healthy
is
amount.
safe.
Okay.
And
You can't. Both our runners have.
Something interesting about Super Metroid. I used to not understand this. I completely understand it now, and I will never forget it. There will always be new mistakes to make. It doesn't matter how much you practice or how many runs you do. You're always going to be prone to making new mistakes.
Identical energy right now, JD. They have the same odds of completing this fight.
I was very nervous during this fight.
That is to say, neither has an advantage when it
I was
comes to
locked
outplaying
in. I
energy.
knew I could
A missed
knew I
shot
could
from
do
Zenny could
this,
allow Cutie
but I
to
was really
just
nervous.
Get inch ever closer to him.
Zenny's playing very composed right now. I'm very impressed. These players, when they get to 45 shots, They're watching out for this red beam. The red beam ends the game. You cannot take that hit. You gotta avoid it. Ooh, a missed shot from Zenny. He got down and he takes the damage. That was a fatal mistake. Can Cutie clutch the fight out? Here comes the red beam.
Gosh. Oh. JD, I don't believe it.
Cutie jumping over the catch up. He's not shooting anymore. He's done. He's done.
Cutie wins.
Shiny Zenny.
So
hard. Breaking.
So heartbreaking. Again, under normal circumstances, this would have been hard to swallow. Under the circumstances of knowing how much money was in that prize pool and how helpful it would be for my family, and the fact that I lost to Cutie when he was exhausted and in a distracting environment because it wasn't even his own, and after I had a significant lead to the point of a win being more or less free for me, not once but twice. This was really, really, really hard for me to swallow. But in hindsight, I do think it was good. I think it was a good experience, because this was the first true setback or blowback or whatever you want to call it that I had since my burnout, where I was like emotionally invested in something and it came back to like really bite me in the face, right? Outside of like the KPDR 42 that I choked the escape so bad, like that was bad, but it was like, this was just different. This was on a higher level, right? This was like, I'm on 100% record pace and I've missed baby skip 19 times in a row. Like not that intense, but you know what I mean. Sassy, I am impartial to that. I honestly, if there's something that you want to order, I think we should do that. Because you're amazing. You deserve it. Okay, so I mentioned a minute ago, there's always new mistakes to make in Super Metroid. So what happened here? So let's just look. I want to explain this to you guys. What's funny is I was aware of this prior to this happening. If it was up to me, I mean, if you want to drive out there, you can. I can't get food there. I won't tell you no, but the kids need something too, and I need something too. It's a bar and grill, Eagle. Anyway, so what's funny about this is I was already aware of this mechanic, but hadn't thought about it in the context of this fight. If you're moonwalking and you jump, you'll do moonfall. I mean, you know that. I know that. Whatever. That being said, moonfalls are always the same height jump. You can tap the jump button or you can press and hold the jump button, and Samus is always going to do a mini jump spin. Okay. I actually use that in any percent glitched because there's a part in the out of bounds where if you jump too high, you lose. So you can just do a moonfall there instead, and that fixes that issue. Okay. So what happens here, I am currently moonwalking to readjust position for the shots on Mother Brain. Okay.
Pause right now.
And while I'm moonwalking,
Press.
we can mute this, I guess. While I'm moonwalking, Mother Brain fires an attack, which prompts me to try and dodge. Oh, it's not quite here. Okay. Moonwalk, adjust. Moonwalk, adjust. Moonwalk. Okay, so I go to moonwalk to adjust right at the wrong time. And she fires onion rings. And I know I need to dodge those onion rings. Well, how do you dodge onion rings? You jump. So prior to letting go of my moonwalk, I tried to jump to avoid the onion rings. And what happened is I did a moonfall instead, which actually literally prevented me from getting out of the way. So I just took those onion rings to the face. It was over. What's interesting about all that is, oops, not sleep timer. Like I said, I hadn't really considered how that mechanic would affect something like this fight. But that forced me to consider that, which, again, I mean, you know, I think part of running this game for so long, one of the things that you have to do is learn from your mistakes. I'm glad that I made that mistake when I did, because I was able to learn from it, and now I'm much more conscious about how and when I adjust. How and when I moonwalk in the Mother Brain fight. I'm very careful now. I'm like, okay, she just fired an attack. I can take one step back and then I got to stop just in case I need to dodge. Like it's that sort of thing. It's those sort of little things that you pick up on after months and months and months and years and years and years of doing runs of this game. You make a mistake and you learn from it, and you make a mistake and you learn from it, right? Thank you, TMW, for the resub. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the congrats. But like, if I hadn't made this mistake in this race, who's to say I wouldn't have made that mistake on the 4022 that happened? You know? It's just really interesting to think about stuff like that. So, anyway, that was a long tangent for all that stuff, but yeah, so that any percent tournament happened. I ended up taking third, which I still got a bunch of money for that. I'm not going to say exactly how much, but you know, more than I ever expected to win in this game ever. You have to have a minimum of 301 energy to survive the fight, best tech. So I was just dead. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I was really grateful for that experience. But it was really hard to swallow. I did briefly think about taking a little break from Super Metroid. I don't remember what I decided about that, but after that experience, I decided, I don't remember what my PB at the time was, but I decided I needed to set some clear goals as far as what I would shoot for with any percent PRKD. And I also needed to have a deadline of when I would be done, regardless of those goals. Again, just for my mental health, right? So if we come back here, so let's see. So this was the KPDR runs right here. Okay. I'm not going to run another game, no. We have 2 KPDR runs, and then I start PBing in PRKD because of the tournament. Okay, so I got a 42.19, then I got a 42 flat. What's funny about this 42 flat is it was totally 41 pace, but then Zost cursed it. That's probably worth watching, actually. Let me pull that up real quick. Here we go. This one.
You should at least learn the morph grab.
Okay, so let's see. Where is it? Yo, thanks for the raid. Drewski, no one talk about the room. Drewski has also cursed a bunch of my runs. Not just mine. Drewski is infamous for cursing people in the escape, especially in Parlor. I think there was a race one time, Drewski, wasn't there, where Eddie was it you cursed Eddie or Eddie cursed you? Somebody was like, no shot, he fails climb spark 3 times. And then that literally happened.
Bad fight.
You guys need to learn how to shut up when people are on pace. All right, so Zost put whale in chat, which is like the whale of attachment. It's kind of an old school meme, but OMG, my bad. I swear he said something about this is 41 easy or something. I swear he did. But something that you might notice, like, this is before the tournament was really like super underway, but like I am looking better now compared to how I was like a year before this. Just emotionally I'm looking better and I'm feeling better, not all the way better, you know, but okay, so I, you know, mess up in Leodox a little bit. Man, maybe he said something earlier. He had to have.
Come on!
The double parlor fail.
Oh my hell.
Triple parlor fail. See, I still blame Drewski for this too, because he mentioned nobody talk about the room. Double steam. 42 flat.
Oh, that's so funny!
Okay, I gotta find the Zost comment. I know he said something.
Dude.
Zost was on as his alt, SGFQM funk. This is it. Monka S, this is it. And I saw that. Saw Zost saying, this is it. I'm like, bro. Chugged my water out of my dew mug. I kind of miss that. I need to get a bigger water jug again. Dew mug is still back there, but it's just kind of a pain.
Giant mug full of Mountain Dew. For anybody wondering, it's definitely not water.
Anyway, we don't have to find it, but yeah, Zost and Drewski cursed that run. Okay. I did end up getting a 4156 5 days later, so not too bad. Okay. Then a 4150, 4146, 4145, 4140, 4124, 4122. Okay. So all of that happened in the course of a couple months. So pretty fast progression again. So I was starting to feel more like myself as far as like, oh yeah, I can learn this game fast. I can get better at it fast. I can progress fast. I'm cool, right? Then, of course, I immediately get humbled. So I got a 4107 in November. I think this was right after the end of the tournament. I don't remember for sure. When, let's see. December. So, okay. So this match versus Cutie was December. So I had been working to try and PB again for a while. Where is it? 4122, 4107. So this was 2 or 3 weeks before the end of the tournament. The end of the tournament happened. That's right. Okay, I remember this. So I died a mother brain, and I'm like, maybe I should just quit any percent. Like, I got a 4107. I'm good. Like, it's 4th place. I would really like the sub 41, but you know, I don't really have it in me. And I was just thinking, like, what do I do? And I decided, I was like, you know what? Like, I'm already in the groove. I should wait and see what happens on New Year's. So I did. I waited. New Year's came and went. Nothing happened. And I decided that my hard cutoff was going to be the end of January. and that at the end of January, I was just going to wipe my hands of any percent. And that was hard because there were so many people pushing me to continue. And I was just like, guys, for my mental health, for my mental stability, I have to set a time to be done. I just have to be done with it. And I even remember the end of January came and I hadn't PB'd, and it had been 2.5 months. Yeah. 2.5 months since I had PB'd. I was like right on the cusp of a PB. Like Drewski said, 4107 missed Lava Spark. So like it wasn't even something that should have been that hard to PB against. But I just knew that I needed to step away. And that was hard. So I did. I made myself step away, and there were people that, were like, you're definitely going to be the next sub 41. I was like, I don't know. And like, it didn't happen. I felt like I was like letting them down, but ultimately it was like, gotta do what's best for me, and what's best for me is making sure that I'm prioritizing my mental health and my well-being and my stability. And I gotta make sure that I'm able to support my family. So I stepped out. I was like, no, we're done with any percent for a while. I don't know how long. I always knew that I wanted to come back, and basically leaving the category at this time created unfinished business, which is funny saying that because, as you see, I then went back to RBO. Now, the funny thing about going back to RBO here is the only reason I came back to RBO was because I had unfinished business. If you remember, my PB was very underwhelming for me. It came after I had thrown a huge PB. And what's funny is the times probably would have been fairly similar, but just the way that it ended up happening was really underwhelming. So, so I always felt like I had unfinished business with RBO. So I decided to go back. This was kind of a scary thing for me to do because RBO was a category that I cared about. And if you have been watching up to this point or whatever, you know that I was talking about how this entire 2022, the entire year, my the way that I approached that was I wanted to keep playing the game, but I needed to make sure I was playing stuff that I didn't care that much about so that I could protect my mental and emotional well-being. And, you're like, well, you're running any percent. The thing is, I didn't care that much about any percent at the time. Prior to the 2022 SG Live tournament, I didn't like it. I didn't hate it, but I didn't like it. People would be like, you should run PRKD. I'm like, nah, I don't really like it. And what's funny is during the course of that tournament, I actually grew to like it. I grew to enjoy it a lot. And that's another reason that it was hard for me to step away. But I knew that I needed to because I didn't want to burn myself out, right? So I was avoiding burnout. And, okay, Eagle, thanks. I was avoiding burnout, and so, that's why it was kind of scary to go back to RBO because it was a category that I cared about a lot, but I knew that I had a lot of room to improve here still. And it was a way that I could avoid burnout by playing something different. That's probably the best way to avoid burnout, is just to play something different. So I moved back to RBO. Got a PB. Oh, it was January. I thought I did. That's right. Any percent, I decided after the second weekend in January, I'd be done. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Something like that. Okay. So January 17th. So like right out of the gate, I PB in RBO. Okay. 10 days later, I PB again. A few weeks later, I PB again. first try taco tank, terrible everything else. And then 2 world records in 1 day. So I got this and then I got that. So back-to-back world records. So that's funny. And then there's this 5607, and this is still currently the run, and it happened 3 days later. And the thing that's so special about this run to me is, as I mentioned earlier, I think I talked about this earlier, this run is not perfect. This run is very improvable. There are people that could definitely beat this run by a lot right now. And also, this is close to, but not the 55 milestone. And I've had so much success in RBO as a category. Again, if you look at this, these are all world records. Everywhere that it says Shiny Zenny here, these are all world records. I'm so satisfied with RBO, right? This run was the first 37 in game time. Not that that matters that much, but it's cool. And it hit everything that I wanted it to, even though it had some bad mistakes in Meridia and stuff. It had first try taco tank. It had a good moon dance. It had the Botwoon shine spark. Good enough, right? Good enough, man. So we'll watch that. We'll watch the pop off for that. And then I will move on to the next thing. So, okay. So some of you have probably heard this.
But I'm a creep.
Well, not that, but yes. So first of all, I start off this run by singing Creep in like the most cringy way ever. And it's really funny because if you look at the average view time for this video on my YouTube, people exit this video a little faster than they exit most of my other videos. And it's because of the Creep acapella.
Rock Band 1.
Okay, so, but what I was getting at was, you've probably heard this soundbite before.
Yes! Yeah! We did it!
Okay, so that sounds funny. This is actually a pretty important moment for me. Because when I look at it, I mean, you guys know all about Zenny noises, right? Zenny noises never went away, but Zenny noises and Zenny singing took a serious backseat from 2019 to 2022. Later on in 2022, they started kind of coming back more. And as of 2023, I started finding that within myself again to make stupid noises and to like exaggerate them because that's just me. That's just who I am. That's how I am. And yeah, it can be kind of cringy sometimes, but like people stick around anyway if they like me. And that's the kind of people that I want here with me, is people that like me for me.
Yes! Yeah! We did it!
So this moment is actually pretty special to me because it was one of those things where, like, yes, I was excited about that, but honestly, my reaction here,
yes! Yeah! We did it!
Like, I intentionally exaggerated that. And that is not something that I had been doing for a long time. And when I'm like intentionally exaggerating stuff like that, or when I'm like over the top singing, that's how you know that I'm doing okay, truly. And I've said this before, if I ever stop singing completely, chat, if I ever stop singing completely, that's when you need to be worried about me. Straight up. If I'm not singing, you guys should be worried. Just so you know. So we do that. We got a good moon dance. Pace is looking good. You can see that up here, top left. Pace is looking pretty good. Lost some time, gained some time. I mean, pretty standard for RBO, if we're being honest. Gain a bunch of time at Ridley. That's great. There's a lot of RNG in this run that it's sometimes you just can't do anything about it. Okay. Get the Botwoon Spark. Save a handful of seconds. Get to Dragon. Dragon fight seems like it went okay. Lost 7-8 seconds there. Okay. This is the worst part of the run right here, if I recall. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, I guess that was fine. There were bad mistakes in this. I don't remember exactly where, but there were. So we lost more time. Gained some time. Lost a little time. Lost some more time. We gotta finish out the run.
Good enough, man. Good enough. Let's freaking go, dude. Yes. It's not a 55. I don't care. I didn't care about a 55. I wanted a clean AF run. That was a clean run. We got kind of shafted in a couple spots. That's okay. That's okay. Sick. That is...
Like, what a healthy reaction. You know what I mean? It's just such a healthy reaction. Like, was it the most insane pop-off ever? No. But like, clearly, like, I was excited and I was okay with the imperfections in the run. And I also wasn't like exploding with emotion because I had been suppressing it for so long. Like, you know, it's just, you can just tell like I'm doing a lot better here, right? So yeah, so that was good, and I put RBO to bed for me with that. The only reason I will ever go back to RBO is if somebody else new shows up, gets the 55, and I feel like putting my weight into it, I might go back to it. If I'm even still around at that point. Or if someone like Zost gets a 55, I might go back. You know, because at that point, some of that is... some of the barrier there is gone. But anyway, yeah, so after RBO, I decided that I would go back to 100%. Now, this is not just me deciding on a whim to go back to 100%. I do want someone else to be able to get the 55. So that's why I'm saying, like, if somebody like Zost got the 55, that would remove somewhat of a barrier for me to want to run RBO again. Because a big motivator for me to not run it right now is that I want someone new to be able to have that experience of being the first to reach the milestone like that. But it's cool. There's nobody gunning for it right now, as far as I know. I do hope if somebody does start gunning for it, I hope they do it with the same route rather than like a Gmod route or something like that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So this was in February, okay? I decided to go back to 100% because I've explained 100% is a stressful category. It's important to me. That makes it emotional. I wasn't sure if I wanted to invest emotionally in it again, but Zost and I had submitted or we're submitting Multitroid co-op to GDQ this year, 2023. And the best way for me to practice that would be to just run 100%. So I started running Hundo again, and I took that very slow and very casually and very cautiously, making sure to keep tabs on myself and my mental state and how I was feeling and being willing to take breaks and whatever, right? As much as I needed to. And so I didn't even PB until June, which was after our GDQ. GDQ that year was in May, if I recall, which was like really early. Okay. So after GDQ happened, I had a renewed sense of energy and passion and focus for the game and the category. And I was like, okay, well, you know what? I am already derusted in 100%. And I had officially decided I wanted to run a 100% tournament for SG Live that year. Eddie had run the Any Percent tournament for 2022. I really wanted to see a 100% tournament that year. Eddie wasn't willing to run any tournament, which makes sense. So it's funny because I think I reached out to Kip and I was like, hey, so I would like to, how did I put it? I was like, I would like to see another 100% tournament in the community. The last time we had one was in 2020. I think it would be really good for the community. I would be willing to put in some seed money for it. I had approached Kip previously about that 2020 tournament, and he helped organize it, if I recall. So that's why I went back to him, and Kip was like, I'll get in touch with somebody and they'll let you know. I was not willing to be an organizer. I just wanted to try and help get the wheels turning on it. So what's funny is after I messaged Kip, I then got a message from the speed gaming team, and they were like, Kip said you wanted to see a 100% tournament. We kind of want to do it for SG Live. And I was like, that's cool. And they're like, will you run it? I was like, I don't know. It's like, I suck at that sort of thing, guys. I don't know if I can do that. And they're like, it's okay. We'll help you. It'll be fine. And I was like, I don't know. And again, keep in mind, I was only a year or so, year and a half into my recovery from burnout. So like, it was really hard for me to put any effort into anything if I wasn't super passionate about it. Basically, I only had enough, I'll put effort into this if I don't care about it, for my job. If it wasn't my job and I didn't care about it, not happening. Yard work, nah. Dishes, only if they have to be done. Other housework, only if it has to be done. Like, it was so hard for me to motivate myself to do stuff. And as somebody who I was not confident at all in organizing any sort of event, I was not ready for that sort of a commitment. But what's funny is the speed gaming team sort of strong-armed me into it. And thankfully, Sassy said that she was willing to help. And QZ said that he was willing to help. And I was like, okay, I really want to see this tournament happen. My wife will be here supporting me. My friend will be here supporting me. It'll be okay. So we committed to organizing the tournament. I leaned on them hard for that. And I made sure to make that very clear. QZ wanted to help a lot, but he didn't want to be the face of it. And so basically, like, I was the face of the organizer team, but Sassy and QZ did way more work with that than I did. But knowing that we were getting the wheels turning on organizing the 100% tournament, I decided to continue pushing the category. And so shortly after we got back from GDQ, I got a 112.47. Now, what's really funny about this run, it was a one-round Fantoon. Okay, it was the first ever world record to have a 1-round Phantoon, which I was really, really proud of. We can just skim through these splits here real quick. Sorry, I know this has been a very long stream, and this is gonna take a ton of editing to be good for YouTube, but whatever. 112. 112s. So I have all my 112s in this separate folder here. 112.47.
That sucks. That was a really good pace.
Okay, so we will just skim through this. I'm gonna.
Well, like I said, that run was cursed.
Oh, jeez.
Gosh dang it! You're already cursing this one. What is wrong with you, people? Don't you want to see me get a good run?
Okay, so first of all, what do you notice about me here? I'm already being a freaking dork, right? There's memes on my stream. I'm being a dork. Like, this is so much more like me than I had been in a long time, okay? All right, so we're just gonna skim through here. So we're behind. We're behind. We're behind by a lot. We're behind by even more, okay? Now, if you remember, the 112.53 had a really strong early game, like insanely strong. We were minus 37 seconds at gravity. Okay. So being in the red here by 10 seconds, that's fine. 184 1-round Phantoons. 147 113s.
One super?
And only one 112.
Crappy energy too, man.
We got a 1-round, put us
Really
minus 1, but we only have 1 super missile to work with, so that's bad. Okay, so we get to gravity. We're only +1. Keep in mind, that's +1 to a run that had a minus 37 pace at one point. Okay. Wait, the minus 37 was the 113.04, but the 112.53 was a similar pace to that. So again, being +1 here is actually really, really good. Best possible time is still in the 111 range. Like, that's how you know this was super, super solid. Okay, anyway. So we get to Edicoons. We saved a bunch of time there. I don't actually remember what the deal with that is, but whatever. So we're on really strong pace.
1, 2. Okay.
Now we're barely ahead at Mama Turtle.
Through
minus 4.5, minus 2.2. I golded Screw Attack. Big deal. Lost some time to Ridley. Minus 5 at Grapple. Minus 4 at X-Ray. And now we're like even at G4. Okay. Now the funny thing about this is being even at G4, if you remember, in my 112.53, when I was like freaking out at the end, the first thing I said was, and I effed up Zeb Skip? So being even here, like I still knew like, okay, this can still record. I just have to not miss Zeb Skip, right? So we're through. I'm like, okay, like this is real now. All I have to do is like have a fairly clean fight and clean escape and we're good. So minus 6. Okay. And remember, keep in mind again, like I hadn't had another 112 since the 112.53, which was middle of 2021. So this was almost 2 years later.
Let's freaking go, man! Oh, man! Let's go! Freaking Oats raids, dude!
Oh yeah, this had an Oats raid too. So my 11304 had an Oats raid, my 11253 had an Oats raid, and this run had an Oats raid. Isn't that stupid? Anyway, this pop-off is great because it is expressive, it's exciting, and it's so healthy. Again, like, it's weird because if you look at this one side by side with the 11255, like, in terms of like factually how they appear and sound, like they're similar, but man, like if you know me as a person or if you've spent a lot of time watching my stream, like you can just tell I was already in such a better place for this than I was for the first 112 that I got. So that was great, right? So we're doing good. Whoa, Nia, man, you're such a bully. Okay, so after the 112, there was this run. Okay, so it was a few weeks later. Now, what's really funny about this? Let's go to the record progression page. 100% items. Shiny Zenny 11304, Zost 11255. Shiny Zenny 11253. Shiny Zenny 11247. Shiny Zenny 11241. Behemoth 11241. Okay. So I get this 11241. We can watch that real quick. Oh, ads are about to run. I didn't click the button, so these could start at any time or not start at any time. So I'm just going to put up the BRB screen and wait. Sorry, guys. It's one of the stupid quirks about how Twitch does this. But, yeah. Anyway, BRB.
Are you for real? You dropped me nothing. Nada. Zilch. Are you trying to dude? This is so stupid. Fantoon, you are the stupidest stupid head that I've ever stupided. You stupid dumb. Why wasn't there a tile? Why wasn't there a tile? Where's the energy? Really? Ah! Yo, nice. That was a great boost.
I was thinking 2-2. Whoa!
Yes. Boom. Oh no! What the? Okay. What
make up for it by acting dumb. What? No way!
Okay, 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 okay.
It's cursed as hell, but I think this is it, and we're gonna do it. Hold on. All right. The timing is really kind of. Stop making excuses and execute.
Shiny Tsini cheered X200. Oats and goats. Someone told me you need me to teach you how to X-ray climb, so I am here to teach you how to X-ray climb. But we have a problem. I am not the authority on X-ray climbs. I am pretty bad at them, TBH. So I guess we have a problem in that the help that has arrived isn't help at all. Instead, it's just a dummy dumb face here to me.
Thank you, Zenny. I appreciate it. Wowzers. I gotta stop. Stop standing up. Stop. How, dude? Am I taking damage currently? Do I have to time it? Oh, I can see actually. Hold on. My brain is frying a little bit. Once I do something so many times, like I start to get like nauseous. I need to like look away from the screen. That's so annoying. All right. This mother. Yo, he's already squaring up. He's intimidating me. Chill. Oh, wait, hold on. This is stay away from me. Dude! Chill! Yo! He doesn't see me. How come I'm not taking damage? Yo, am I gonna die here? What do I do? What do I do? Do I stand up? Or what do I do here? I'm not blinking.
Go!
We're all good, baby. That easy.
Where are the supers? Where are they?
Okay. Okay.
No! Oops. Fast, of course. Bro, really? Oh my gosh. No way, dude! What is this?
fast, 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 fast. Because the invisible ones were fast as well. What the
Deep. Oh, shoot. We shouldn't have stuttered there. That might have screwed us, actually. Oh! Hey, back off. Yeah, so that's Mother Brain.
5 super missiles separates King Salmon from legendary status, skipping that second save. All of our energy behind him now. Bless Green Gate glitch. Let's go.
I'm on the edge of my seat, Prof. I don't know if I can take it.
Here we go. Oh no, we gotta. Oh god.
To be continued.
Folks, tune in next time.
I just made this much harder for myself. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, all right, we're good. Oh, dude. Yes! All right, let's go.
91%. What? What did I skip? That's impossible.
What? 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 Oh, that's a clip right there.
I don't know if you can see it. That's all hail. That's not rain. That's hail. That sucks. My f***ing tomatoes, dude.
Ah! Ah! No! Ah! All right, this is the run.
I think Zenny's gonna be playing 100%. I'm gonna be in a retirement home.
You're still playing 100, huh, Zenny? Yeah, well, I'm not happy with my last run, Oats.
To see all these bold new strategies, it just keeps it fresh, keeps it exciting. But, yeah, these runners are trying to book a trip to the grand finals to face off against you, so...
Yeah, I definitely have an interest in seeing how they're playing. Both incredibly good times. It's pretty much just neck and neck. Wow, same RNG, kind of the same Thor times. Both just excellent players.
Oh, look at this!
Wow, it is. Yeah, this is just neck and neck at this point. They might have even had the same exact. Wow. To see 147 against the runner is incredible, and then to see 247s. And just 0.02 apart, which is a lot of that's just RNG because series ticks in 1s and 2s, so you don't know if you're gonna get a 1 or a 2. So at that point, they're essentially just tied. It was the exact same series time essentially, so incredible.
Okay. Sorry about that. I realized I needed dinner. It's been a very long day. And I have not eaten enough. That's okay. I think we're almost done here, to be honest. So we're talking about Hundo. um, this one. Okay. So yeah, we're talking about Hundo. So I got this 112.41 right here, July 11th. Okay. And in true July fashion, I did not PB again for the rest of the month. And then on August 15th, Behemoth got a 112.41. He got a 112.41.0 compared to my 112.41.9. So I guess first off, we'll look at 112.41 world record. I don't know how to do this, to be honest. Just gonna do...
Thank you, Eccentric Meal, for the tier 1, 21 months.
Okay. So... Again, you know, I clearly am doing better in these runs than I had been in a long time. I think a big part of that is I was excited that I was excited about Hundo again, to be honest. Clearly this is a good pace. We're -7 at Mama Turtle, -4 at Dragon, and then -6.6 at Spring Ball. So like it's going pretty well. Lost a bunch of time on the way to Screw Attack. That segment is really hard. But then we gained a bunch of time at Ridley. More or less maintain pace. And go to finish out the run.
What the heck was that pattern? Come on. Freaking. All right. Nice. Nice, dude.
So yeah.
We lost a lot of time in a couple spots, but that was solid. That was really good. Oh,
so
boy.
What's interesting about
Keep
this,
it.
so I mentioned, you know, we lost a lot of time in a couple spots. Right around here was where I started realizing, okay, prior to entering this 100% grind, yeah, no problem. Thank you. Like I said, I'm going to try and edit this and put it up on YouTube at some point. So feel free to watch that if you want to, but either way, thanks for being there. Prior to entering the 100% grind in earnest, I was thinking, okay, I missed the first 112, but maybe if I work really hard and I'm really lucky, maybe I can get the first 41 in game time. Okay. The thing is, in order to do that, I knew that I'd have to work really hard. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, it was hard for me to put effort into anything. And so the idea of that was kind of scary, right? Because like I didn't want to put so much effort and energy into something and then have it blow back in my face, you know, again. So that being said, this PB was very encouraging because it was like, oh, we're at 112.41 and I lost a bunch of time. And I think 41 in-game time would probably be around 112.30, 112.29, 112.31, you know, like somewhere around there with the strats that I was doing. And I don't think we had 2 cries. We did not. We did not have 2 cries yet. So I didn't even... I knew that we had time to save, right? But anyway, this was really encouraging. However, then I was not able to PB for a while, and then Behemoth took record. And what's really funny is Behemoth took the record, and he I want to say Sassy said something that ended up coming true that made him get record. And it's really funny because I mean, Sassy is so crazy supportive of me, you guys. Like it's actually, I'm so lucky, to be honest. But she makes it a point sometimes to make sure she's keeping me humble. And one of the ways that she does that, you said something. I don't remember what it was, but you said something about how Behe was gonna take the record, and then he did. And you know what? I bet it's in his run. Let's look at it. 1:12:41. So we just go to the end here. It'll be there, I'm sure. So remember, I have a 1:12:41.9, right? So this is like very close. I'm in chat for this, by the way.
Oh, man.
I'm like 99% sure I'm in chat for this. I swear I remember this happening. And there's Sassy. It's happening.
Oh, God, why did I miss the door? I may have got that. God, what a cringe ending. Jeez.
Yeah, okay. Holy, what the just happened? Is that tied world record? Holy, let's go. So like, I was clearly very excited, but what's so funny about it is like this run, like look at these splits. They kind of came out of nowhere.
Wow.
Right?
That's
Which is
crazy,
so,
dude.
it's so funny because Behemoth's previous PB to this
Oh my God.
was very much like my previous PB where he had a 1:12:55. So he was tied with Zost, if I recall, and he got that. Is that right? I don't remember. I mean, we can go back. It's pretty easy. 1:12:55. So he was technically tied with Zost, not to the frame or anything, but and he'd come back to the category and he was participating in the tournament and he was having a hard time getting another 1:12. And he had said prior to it, you know, I had actually, I can be a little vulnerable about this. That's fine. I had been really worried about Behemoth taking my record by 1:12:53 because I was not ready to come back and I knew that people would ask me to if he did. When he got his 1:12:55, it was very clear that he was capable of something better. And he actually continued for a little bit after that, and then he stopped. And during his break, he was on break from Super Metroid completely at the time. During his break, when he first came back, he wasn't sure if he wanted to do Hundo or KPDR or GT Classic. And I remember us talking about Hundo, and I was like, yeah, I mean, you could definitely take record, man. And he said something really interesting to me. He said something along the lines of, Zenny, there are few things that scare me as much as the numbers 1:12. I was like, you already have a 1:12, man, and like your run made it very clear like you could have done better. Like I don't know why you're so worried. His 1:12 and Zost's 1:12 were both technically better than mine. My 1:12:53 was a fast, and I want to say Zost's was some slower pattern, and Behemoth's was like a slow mid or something. Like, so anyway, clearly he was capable of more, right? And so he gets this run, And very much like mine, like he had been running and he couldn't get another 112 and he couldn't get another 112 and he couldn't and he couldn't and he couldn't. And then he got this run that was just really good. So he's really happy about it, obviously. Sassy,
God, what a cringe ending.
Literally, Sassy made this happen. I don't remember how. I think I actually have a screenshot of this. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. We'll pause that. Dun, 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 dun. We're gonna switch scenes. We're gonna do the thing. Okay. Sassy technically is the 100% world record holder. Okay, here we go. Okay, this screenshot tells part of the story. It doesn't tell the whole story. She did. She said something like, give it 3 weeks or something. We have 5 gigabit internet, but we don't have any equipment to actually take advantage of that. So it's 2. My download upload caps out at 1.5 to 2 gigs. But I mean, I'll show this screenshot anyway. So 1 sec. I can do this. Sassy Behe world record. Just whatever. Probably not going to keep it anyway. Where'd it go? Here we go. All right, so yeah, she said something like, give it 3 weeks or give it, time. Like, because Behe congratulated me, I think, on one of my records. I think that's what it was. It was probably in the 11241. I think Behe congratulated me and then Sassy responded. Was like, give it 3 weeks or something. Give it 6 weeks. I don't know. Anyway, so when he got on this pace, I went into it probably is, yeah. And we could maybe look for it if we want. We should look for that. Okay, so let me switch back here. I mean, it's worth showing this stuff for posterity's sake or whatever. So we'll switch and show that. Okay, so we're gonna go
with
to the
things that went
wrong.
We lost. All right, nice.
It might have been in the 11247.
We lost a lot of time in a couple spots, but that was solid. That was really good. Oh boy. Qubit. 5,000 bits. Holy moly. Dust with 10 gift subs. With a gift sub, you consider. That's good. Talk about the run. Crane off. Ice band tune, but I'd be rough around the edges. We did save 2. The platform, so then it was only bad right here. Screw attack was less stressful to run. 6 super and was freaking 2 G4. So Mother Brain fight 41, and now I need to and with I'm gonna sign off, get the 2 runs tonight posted. And we had another 112 awards. 7.
Okay, I didn't see it in there, so maybe it's in the 11247.
That sucks. That was a really good pace.
Too bad I don't have chat logs from back at this point. That would make it easier to find. It's okay though.
Let's go!
Behemoth, LMAO, Sassy Hay.
Let's go! Freaking Oats raids, dude! I don't understand! Oh my god! You guys, this run had so much time loss. This is terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying. Oh my gosh. I wonder if the previous records 40 the gold that we were missing golds because people about not in literal gold but you guys like almost just effed it up.
Love you.
Oh my god.
Great kids. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna play Fluvial so much.
Maybe it was said somewhere else in the run. 'Cause, I mean, Behe was clearly here.
100%.
Oh well. Anyway, there was some comment made about how he wasn't going to be able to world record, and then Sassy was like, "I give it X amount of time," and you might have it. This was when was it? June 21st, 2023. So June 2023. But yeah, she's like, I give it X amount of time. Anyway, so then when Behe got on pace, I walked into her office. She was spectating one of the Hundo races for the tournament that we were running. And I took her mouse and I opened his stream and I said, "This is your fault." And there was his pace. And we sat and watched it, and then he took the record by less than a second, which was really funny. Okay. So here's what's even more funny about that. Okay. So let me switch back to this right here, and we're going to go back to this record progression page. We're going to look at this. So 112.41 Shiny Zenny, July 11th, 2023. 112.41 Behemoth, August 15th, 2023. 112.40 Shiny Zenny, August 16th, 2023. So in Behemoth's run, he said, or how did this go? I think he said something.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Wow, that's crazy, dude.
He said something. Hang on. Let me.
Oh my god.
See if I can find it here.
Shaking. I'm shaking. I so wanted that to be a 3x. Could have easily made that a 3x. Damn. Oh well, good run. Shit. Oh my god. Username, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Sprizzle, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Yeah, I feel like it was a 40 or a 41. Low 41. I set myself up for perfect steam at the end by accident. It was just, I just got there and I didn't shoot the door. I could have saved like 2 seconds. Neodomus, thank you for the tier 1. King Firebrand, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Holy shit. Crustacean, thank you for the 10. Oh god. Thank you. Oh, you guys. Low 41.
Like, I kind of want to speed it up, but I don't want to miss it.
Oh man. Damn, that ending really. Ah. Damn, I could have made that a 39. Damn. It was such a good run. Barely got it though, dude. I nearly felt it slip away. Like, all it would have taken is a really bad escape. You know how it is. I've had some lucky breaks with Fantoon recently.
It might not even be in here. Might have just cut it.
Thank you guys. Rikoshi, thank you for the sub. Bog, thank you for the gift sub. To Adriano. Absolutely, yeah. I'll try and get this uploaded on YouTube as soon as possible. And yeah, I'll do that. That was a ridiculous run, honestly. Final countdown, I think with 100. I'm sorry if I've missed anything. Any other subs in that? It feels amazing, honestly. I don't know what to say. We keep going, I guess. We gotta keep going with this.
All right. Well, can't find it. That's okay. He said something about how I would get the record back soon. And I said, yeah, it'll probably happen in the next 48 hours or it won't happen for 6 months. Like, completely joking. And then one day later, one freaking day later, man. Let me find this. So what's especially funny about this is that Live Split crashed, so I had to frame count it. Live Split crashed out the gate. Okay. So I had to frame count it. But I was just like it crashed and I didn't have the motivation to reset. I was like, whatever, I don't care. So we just go for it.
I don't know. You know, well. All right. Well, that's time. I don't know. It's, you know, I'm pretty dang sure that's a 112, but I don't know. I don't know. It's probably like a 112.47 or a 112.52. Maybe it's a 113.17. I don't freaking know, dude. I don't know.
So I frame count it.
Radio. Look at it and the recording though.
Really?
If this is okay. I'm sub 05. Frame that the missile disappears. So the front That is the ship. Frame 261640. One 124040.
What?
It's a 11240.40.
No way.
So it's world record
By like half a second.
by 21 frames. 21 frames, you guys! World record by 21 frames.
The next day.
Split run. One day after Behemoth. But it's still not a 3x.
All right. But it's still not a 3x. A couple weeks later, got a 112.39, and that was the first run that we had 2 cries. So 2 cries is really cool. I won't spend too much time talking about it, but the short version is that 2 cries is basically a human version of what the task did to manipulate the Mother Brain cutscene to be so fast. And where is it? Where's my 112.39? There it is. That's not listed as world record though, but it's the only one I see here. Yep, must be it. Okay.
What are you doing?
So we get 2 cries. 2 cries was a very collaborative effort between Nobody Nada, Professor School, myself. Most of the credit should go to Nobody Nada for finding it. He wrote a script to like figure it out, which is really freaking cool. But anyway, 2 cries was a huge thing. So this saves like an additional 2.5 or 3 seconds over the previous stand-up minute, I want to say, which is awesome.
That's it. Sorry, guys.
Anyway, I thought I lost it right there.
No way! No way, man!
So what's really funny about this,
That's so stupid!
it might have been sassy. That's true. That's true.
What the hell?
So what's really funny about this, like I said, when I was entering this grind, I was like, maybe if I'm super lucky and I work really, really hard, maybe I can get a 41 in game time. But somehow time kept falling off the record with like worse and worse runs. Does that make sense? Like it was really weird. And so it got to the point where I was like, I can definitely 41, but like, am I going to be able to mentally handle that? Like, am I, that's a hard thing to commit to. So that was September 2nd, the 112.39, and then September 25th. So a few weeks later, we got the 112.30.41 in game time, which when I'm thinking about my favorite world records, because somebody asked that earlier, 113.04, 112.53, 112.30.41 in game time. Those are the 3 that immediately come to mind. Obviously, any percent 4022 is up there, maybe at the very top. Like that run might literally be at the top. And then RBO, probably my 5837 from back in 2018, and the 5607 that is current record right now. I love that run too. But this 112.30, we can watch the pop-off for this because it's pretty special to me. So I think it's this one.
Aim down so we don't bounce off the sand. Grab the missile pad.
Okay, so we're minus 18 at Spring Ball. Okay, so we're doing really good. Like crazy pace, and I'm honestly freaking out at this point. Like, bro, this is insane pace. We're still best possible time 111 this late in the run, which is absolute insanity. Okay. Mess some stuff up in that segment, lost some time. And I think at this point I actually closed the splits. It might have been before that, but I closed the splits because I just couldn't handle seeing the time loss. I knew that if I saw the time loss, I would lose it. Okay. So I'm really glad that I had done that because we got down to only -4 at grapple, and that would have just been crushing in terms of motivation. -4, -3 at X-ray, -4 at G4. Okay. So we do the Mother Brain fight. We get 2 cries. We do other stand-up manip stuff to make it go faster.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Somebody asked earlier about Blue Bomber. There is a strat there. I'll try to remember to talk about it a little bit later, but there is a strat there that changed. I think it was Ostrich earlier. It was like, what was that strat? And I was like, that's the standard strat. Honestly, this right here is probably my #1 favorite moment in all of my speedruns.
Okay.
And I think you'll see why. So, I'm messing up Parlor. Of course I am. You know, classic Zenny.
Killed it. I killed it.
So,
Killed it, didn't
I killed it, didn't I? And I'm like distraught, right? Now, people are like, dude, you got world record. Look at the timer. I knew that this was world record. I knew it was. I knew the run was good enough to be world record, but I thought I'd lost too much time for a 41.
I can't look. 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 Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Beaglefish.
No way, dude! Oh my gosh! 41, dude!
So,
no way!
that moment, watching the 41 get printed on my CRT here, I think I'll remember that forever. Just how absolutely mind-blowingly surprising that was to me. Just like, I can't believe I'm here in this place right now. At 41, first ever 41 in game time. This is crazy. And you know, it's interesting to think back on that because now it just seems natural. Like, yeah, I got the 41. I was working really hard for it. And yeah, it happened. But at the time, I mean, Behemoth was running. He was doing really good. He could have done this any day. And I think I was really worried. I was going to relive the 112 thing where I was pushing so hard for it and somebody else got it first. And even though they were my friend, it was like really hard to process that. It was hard to process when it happened with Zost, and it would have been really hard to process here. And I think I was afraid of it like breaking me too. But it didn't, you know, this is what happened, and I'm happy about that. Obviously, I was very excited. And it is a great reaction. It's very emotional. And again, I even though I was still recovering from my burnout, this was still a pretty healthy reaction to this situation, I think. Now, unfortunately, what happened next was not super great. So we'll talk about that. I had to continue the 112, the 100% grind, because the tournament was still going on. But I was completely happy with that run, with the 112.30. Okay, 100% completely happy. I could have walked away and been good. Would have been cool. Everything, whatever, totally fine. So there's the 112.30. Okay. I continued because of the tournament. And that was in September. Now, November of that year, Sassy and I took a trip with our kids to celebrate our 10th wedding anniversary. And on that trip, I got really sick. I was sick for about 2 months. And I kept playing because I can't just not play for 2 months. But I was sick. So, like, my mic was muted a lot of the time because I didn't want to be, like, coughing and dying into the mic while people were trying to watch. And also just playing this game when you're sick is really, really, really difficult. Okay. So I had been working really hard on the category, and I was almost ready to be done when I started having some really promising paces again. And I don't remember exactly how long the tournament went on for. I think it ended in October, if I recall correctly. I think it ended in October, but I had some good paces, and I decided to just keep going for a little bit longer. I don't remember what my justification was for going longer. Like I said, I probably should have just walked away because I was so happy with this time. And then I was sick, was having a hard time, and something happened. So,
don't worry about it. It's fine. We're just putting that run out of my brain.
I decided
the run is gone. It never happened.
Decided I would continue.
That run never happened. It's fine.
At least for the sake of New Year's magic, right? So January 1st,
hey,
2024.
What's up?
I had been on a good pace just prior to this, which is what I was talking about when the run started. And I decided to just let it go, whatever.
What never happened? Exactly.
What never happened? Exactly. So run starts off. We're basically even. We're losing a little time. That's okay. We're in the red. That's okay. Then I get Phantoon. And I get the best pattern.
Let's frickin' go, dude!
Okay. That one round pattern, that's the best pattern you can get. It's the fastest Phantoon fight you can get. It is a 12.5% chance that you get that pattern. And if you get the one round, you're really set for a great run. Okay. So I get that. I'm like, oh, this just got real, right? So we're minus 11. We get to gravity. We're minus 5. Edicoons, we're back to minus 11.
Okay.
Mama Turtle minus 9. Dragon minus 6.
And
Spring Ball minus 7.
Good.
Now for some context, I had been working really hard on these next segments leading up to this because they were my biggest time saves. So we get to screw attack and we're minus 17. So this pace is actually insane. Okay. Then we get to Ridley. And this Ridley fight was also something I'd been working really hard on optimizing. This is not the best possible Ridley fight, just because of the pattern that we got.
He gave us a bad pattern, but
still pretty good. Pretty dang good. Okay. Okay. We're minus 18, minus 19. I am trying really hard to maintain composure here. Now, there was a new Wasteland strat. It had only been around for a couple months. It came out during the course of this grind. And the frustrating and ironic thing is that this is only barely faster than the old strat, but it's way more swaggy and it does save time. And it can manip the hoppers into a favorable position if you do it correctly. So that is why I that is why I decided to implement it and keep it. Okay. Unfortunately, if you do it wrong,
I can't believe it.
Things can go very bad.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, dude. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So I lost literally my entire lead to that mistake. And that was really hard because I had been doing so much better mentally and emotionally, and that felt like a slap in the face, especially because it was on New Year's Day, which was supposed to be like a special, like, oh yay, I always get really great runs on New Year's Day, and I did, and then I choked it, right? So that happened. I actually had the first week of the year off work, and that was the first day that I was off. I mean, I was off anyway because of the holiday, right? But I spent that entire week grinding, trying to get another run like that. Didn't happen. And at the end of that week of grinding is when I realized I was doing a disservice to myself. I was pushing too hard. I was carrying too much again. And so I took a break. And I think that was a good thing for me. Because it was the first time that I forced myself to take like a significant break from Super Metroid in the more healthy place that I was. I was like, you know what? I have to step away for a while. I know that runs have been going well, and I kind of felt trapped, to be honest, because the 1:12:30 was a run that was so amazing, and I was so satisfied, and I was so happy, right? And then I suddenly had a pace that was 20 seconds faster than that. I mean, can you imagine a 1:12:10, 1:12:0x at that time? And so I continued, but I started to feel kind of trapped in the category, and that started messing with me mentally, because I felt like I don't want to do this anymore, but I do want to keep doing it. I don't want to give up. What do I do, right? January 30th, Behemoth took the record. And what's interesting is I wasn't upset about that, obviously. I mean, you know, it happens. But that just kind of further solidified me feeling trapped, even though I knew, like, okay, I don't have to continue. I could just let Behe have the record. It's fine. But the main reason I felt trapped was because, yeah, I mean, he had record, but I had a pace so much faster than that record or my previous record. So I kept pushing. And then something else really annoying happened. So I got a PB, and it was a 112.28.9, and this was after the 112.30, obviously. This was February 3rd, so this is 4 days after Behe's record, okay? Messed up again. Dumb. I'm a dummy dumb. Okay. It's okay. I don't have to scroll as far anymore. So we're going to switch back here. 112.28. -4, lost the time. Oh, right. Fantoon. Gold, -15. That's right. -15, immediately lost all the time. Okay. So that's frustrating. Gaining time back, slightly ahead. Slightly ahead. Slightly ahead. -4. -2.4. Okay. So we're on, you know, decently good pace here. We get 2 cries. And I'm trying to remember if it was this run or the next run. Let's look and find out. Okay, so this one's fine. So I finished out this run. And
Crappy Steam pattern. Oh my.
I mean, obviously I was happy to finally PB. I hope that happened too. But it was like, it's not a record, but it is a PB. It's not really what I want. The pace was so much better earlier in the run. I was just feeling like really...
I hate this PB, man.
I hate this PB, man. So especially it was hard because I hated that PB compared to the 112.30. Like, it was just so bad compared to the 112.30. But it was a PB, right? And that can be a hard thing to navigate as a speedrunner sometimes, I think. So that was February 3rd. Okay. February 11th, I get a 112.26. So this, I have splits to show how far ahead I am of Behemoth as well. Okay. Screw attack, I'm at -9. Great pace. Ridley, -7. Let's make this bigger. Lose all that time. So we're only -1 at grapple, -2 at X-ray. And we're actually behind at G4. Still behind at Mother Brain. And then I'm slightly ahead going into the escape. Okay. Oh, hang on. Let's see if we can point out this blue bomber strat. So this is a strat. I messed up. I started implementing a strat with a down back into that door.
Oh, are you kidding
to save
me?
like half a second.
Oh my god.
It's really hard though. Anyway, so I had saved some time on this escape, and then I missed that.
Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
So this could have potentially been record.
Sealed the deal. Gosh damn it.
But it wasn't. Because I screwed up
PB,
the top of
I
climb.
guess.
Top of climb. It's a PB, I guess.
Oh man.
So what's interesting about this, what's hard about this is like I was emotionally reacting in a more or less healthy way, but I was pushing myself a little too hard. And it's frustrating to think back on it because I was aware of it, but again, I didn't know what else to do. So that was February 11th. Then on February 12th, I get another PB. 112.25. So basically, here's another -10, -7, -6, -6, -6. I was getting paces every day, getting amazing paces. Every day. Minus 15 at grapple. Minus 13 at X-ray. Lost some time on the way to G4. Still minus 7. Still world record pace. Mother Brain fight is really not that hard in this category. Just got to get 2 cries. Can we get 2 cries? Here's the 2 cries manip. Okay, we get 2 cries.
I really thought I screwed that up.
I had been missing it recently at the time. Okay, so at this point, like, we got it in the bag. This should be record. Everything's good. Everything's cool. And then something else happened. Remember when I said earlier there's always new mistakes to make in Super Metroid? So this is something that was never hard for me. And I'll try and explain this, because otherwise it's not going to make sense to you guys. So when the baby finishes filling your energy, it locks in place. Okay. Also, the baby is taking damage from Mother Brain here. And the cutscene will not continue until the baby's energy or HP has been depleted to 0 by the damage that it's taking from Mother Brain. During these jumps, you got to make sure that Mother Brain doesn't miss any onion rings, or you lose an entire cycle. So, meh, meh, meh. Okay. And every cycle is like a second. Okay. So right there, Mother Brain missed a shot. You can see me like, what? Okay. In addition to that, when the baby detaches, what it does is it flies over to the right side of the screen over here, and then it lunges at Mother Brain. But depending on what its position is, when it starts flying to the right side of the screen, it can do so either faster or slower. I, for whatever reason, was on the floor down here, even though I knew that I needed to put the baby over here next to the wall. And so that lost another...
That's so bad, dude!
6 seconds. 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds. So if you look at the PB video, look at the PB video compared to this right here.
No, that's so bad, dude! Oh my gosh. Shoot. One missed onion ring cost us like 3 or 4 seconds. Crap, dude!
All right. So we're still a few seconds ahead. Like 2? 2 seconds ahead. There's a forbidden tech. Do the down back into the door shell.
No, dude.
Good old Leodoc's room, huh? So once again, could have been record pace.
Serious? The worst possible freaking piece of... No, dude! Come on! Come on, man!
One day at a time, 1 second at a time, right? February 12th. February 25th, so a couple weeks later, we get a 112.24.02. This had no spike suit. No spike suit for X-ray. So, again, lost a bunch of time in the late game. And just generally, you know, it's just another 1 second PB. This was technically record. So if you look at the record progression, it was technically record by 0.2 seconds. But yeah, I still wasn't satisfied with the run because I had so many paces that were so much better by this point. And again, if I had just left after the 112.30, like, would have been better off. But that's okay. You know, learning experience, and you know what, I'll probably make that mistake again in the future too anyway. So last run in current last 100% run in current 100% world record, we have the 112.17. Now this run, let's see. So it was in the red for a bunch of the run. Red or purple, okay. Understandably, because I kept losing so much time in the late game, right? So we get to X-Ray, we're ahead. Get to G4, we're ahead. Mother Brain, we're ahead. We do the stand-up. We do 2 cries. Right here. Okay, so we do 2 cries, and finally, I have another run where I don't friggin' mess up this baby manip. So we save a few more seconds on that. And then, so I know, like, at this part of the run, I know we're on pace. I know we're on good pace. Probably good enough pace to be done with the category for now. And all I'm thinking about is that one time in KPDR when 42 was free and I got the wall jump morph, right? I'm like, don't do that. And then it happens. And I save it. Save it with a down grab. So we'll watch that again real quick.
Okay. 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 Oh, okay. Oh. Get in the ship! All right.
All right. So what's really interesting about this run? Am I happy with it? Yes. Am I completely satisfied with it? No. Even though I was completely satisfied with the 112.30. But again, I was at the point in the grind, I had to move on. I was tired. I was exhausted of the same deal over and over. I kept getting 1 second incremental PBs, losing the run right at the end to the stupidest crap. Like, eventually, I just had to, like, call it, right? So I did. And, I'm glad I made that decision. But it was a tough thing. Ultimately, I ended up getting, I think, 7, unless I already updated this. 7 in game time, 41, which is amazing. It's amazing that I did that. When I didn't even know if I'd get 1 in the first place. So that was cool. All right, we're almost done here. So after that, I was trying to decide what to do next. And ultimately, what I settled on was going back to any percent. And the reason for that was because, as I mentioned earlier, I felt like I had unfinished business with any percent because of the way that I exited it at the beginning of 2023. I was like on the cusp of a PB, but I just had to move on, right? So I did. And after that hundo grind, pretty much all of that year. So this was March 2nd, 2024. So my 100% grind was pretty much almost exactly a year long, from 23 to 24. And I did feel like I could put my weight back into any percent. Now, what's interesting about this, and I talked about this in my any percent record, is that shortly after coming back to any percent, I realized that I really did have a desire to try and get any percent record. I didn't know if I would be able to, but I knew that if I waited, I wouldn't. Because Drewski exists, and eventually I do believe that he's going to get an insane run that I won't be able to compete with. So I decided to put my full effort into any percent, and that started off with us getting accepted for an any percent race to SGDQ 2024, which meant that for the first few months of my grind, I focused entirely on race consistency strats. I feel like that was the right call, because it removed me from the world record grind mindset that I had been in 100% for a while, and I needed that break mentally, to safeguard my mental health and my emotional well-being and stuff. So focused entirely on race safety strats from let's see, I started in April of 2024, and the race was in July of 2024. So I feel like that was a good way to approach it initially. That being said, because of that, I didn't actually PB in the category until August. Despite the fact that my 4107 was very beatable for me, and I had started in April, it took me 4.5 months to PB. And when I finally did, it was small and pretty annoying PB, to be honest. Next PB was a 41 flat, and this caption, is this the beginning, middle, or end? Because Nina, gosh dang it, stupid cat. I oftentimes I'll stop and think about, you know, the speedrunning thing that I'm doing and the journey that I've had, and where I'm actually at with all of it. And I realize, you know, and I talk about this sometimes on stream, and I'm pretty open about it, but I don't know if I'm going to be doing this tomorrow. I plan on it. I don't plan on ending. I don't plan on quitting, but we never know what is going to happen. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, maybe I'm going to be like some old retired fart playing Super Metroid. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. But if it does happen, this would still be like the beginning, right? Even though, like, by then I'm not going to be getting world records and stuff. It could also be the middle. I could do this for a few more years and then be done. Or it could be over very soon. Again, I don't plan on that. I don't anticipate that, but you never know. But yeah, 41 flat. So I barely missed the sub 41 here. I don't remember exactly how I reacted to it. And again, I feel like you guys have been very patient with this not being what I set out to do in the first place. So we're not going to watch the end of this run. But this one actually is a good one to watch. So 4059. Let me go back here. Any percent, PRKD, sub 41s, not PBs. So I have a folder just for those. sub 41s, not PBs, except this was a PB, so this wouldn't be it, right? I just got to make sure. 4059. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, like the pace here, oh, you can't see because I'm stupid. There we go. Okay. The pace here is pretty good, but I lost a bunch of time. Okay, so gravity we were minus 13. So that's like very, very solid pace, obviously. PB was a 41 flat, so that would be a 47. So sub 41 should be pretty easy from there. But I lost a bunch of time and then kind of like maintained pace. I'm trying so hard to get that sub 41 right. I know for sure in this moment, I knew there was a mental block that I was fighting against. 1000% I was fighting against a mental block during this. No, 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 no. No, oh no, dude. 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 Oh! That's a good one. I did it! So again,
Dude, this game's so stupid, man.
I just want to point out, like, once again, I'm in a much better place here, obviously. I'm reacting to this, I'm responding emotionally to this in a much better way than I had been prior to my burnout, and also even I was reacting better and responding better than I had been during kind of the end of my hundo grind, just a few months prior. 7 months prior, whatever it was. And that's important, you know, making sure that we are taking care of ourselves and listening to the cues that our bodies and minds are giving us, right? Like, if you need a break, take a break, man. That's really what it comes down to. So 40:59, 4 days later, I got a 40:53. And what's so funny about that is I remember getting all of these comments from people like, what the heck? You just got a 40:59 and now it's only been a few days and you cut 6 seconds off the time? What the heck? How did that happen? And, you know, when I get comments like that, it's funny because all that tells me is, okay, you haven't been watching my streams to see like some of the paces that I've been on, right? Like, at this point, I mean, like I said, I knew that I was capable of world record. I knew that I was capable of beating Oat's time. It was just a matter of playing enough and playing well enough and being diligent enough and being patient enough, right? So none of these times were really very surprising to me. Some of them took longer than I expected. Some of them happened faster than I expected. It's just one of those things. I don't remember exactly when it was, but somewhere in here, I think it was here. Pretty sure I had the 04 when it happened. Drewski got his 40:43. And like I tried to be supportive of that, and I feel like I did a pretty good job of that, but it was also pretty frustrating because like, I care about Drewski. I consider him a friend, and I was happy to see him progressing. At the same time, he was really complaining a lot about his progression, and that, as somebody who's been grinding this game for almost 8 years, that's hard to swallow. It's like, man, you put in a fraction of the time and have done insane things. Like, just be patient with yourself, dude. Right? Like, that's the idea behind that. The feeling behind that. And the other thing that was frustrating about that was I was working so hard to try and be the next sub 41. He got there first, and that's fine. Like, I accepted it. I wasn't upset about it. It is what it is, right? But everybody, okay, not literally everybody, a bunch of people in the community either would come into my stream and be like, oh yeah, like Drewski did it. Or like, I got a bunch of DMs. They were like, dude, did you see Drewski's PB? I'm like, yes, I saw it, and I'm currently trying to do the same thing. Like, have some tact. You know what I mean? But I mean, ultimately, like, he worked really hard for that run, and that kid is going places. So again, shout outs to Drewski. If you're not following him, he is currently grinding any percent, and he is actually putting in the work. And because of that, I mean, again, I don't think it's necessarily going to happen tomorrow, but I do believe he's going to take world record, and I think it will be faster than most people think. I think it will happen sooner than most people think. So that being said, Twitch is going to run ads. This will hopefully probably be the last ad break of the night. I'm going to do that, and then I'll finish this out, and then I got to go because I've been streaming for like 12 hours. So, BRB.
I think I just lost like 5 seconds.
Well, that's fun. I'm playing like this because I haven't been running all week and I'm trying to engage chat, that's why.
Nudge it, banana. Don't.
What?
I can't believe that just worked. So I have 3 kids. I have a son who's 6, and then I have 2 daughters who are 3 and 2. And the 3-year-old, when she started talking, would be like, "Hey, Mom." My wife wouldn't say anything. So after a few seconds, I'd say, "What, Natalie?" She'd say, "No! I'm talking to Mom!"
I think we can just skip this. I hope.
No! No! Gary's revenge!
We have the Dragon fight starting for Zos. Let's see if he gets this good opener.
Queen of the Shrimps here. Good opener from Zos.
You know, I don't know if that opener was good.
I think it was. Look at this. See? It's fine. Everything's fine, Eddie. We're all fine here.
He got 61 HP. Oh my god! I cannot believe Zos did that. I cannot believe he did that.
What you maniac!
It worked.
Grabbing space jump. Got it.
That was awesome. You got in the middle of my spin jump and I was just space jumping with the spin jump spring.
Oh, the co-op shenanigans. charge early.
I gotta try this. All right, let's go. I got other ones. It's fine. Almost. Yeah! Let's go!
It's okay. So if we angle just after jumping and spin, we still get the upward spin boost. The up. No, we don't have speed booster, Chavo. All right, here's what my plan was for Meme Central. Me.
All right, almost done here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me all day long, like literally all day. Okay, so we'll switch scenes here again. So I got the 4059, then I got a 4043 right after. And then there was a bit of a slump here. So a little over a month before I got another PB, and then it was a small PB, right? 4049. And then a couple weeks, and I got a 4047 on my birthday. I forgot about that. That was my birthday, guys. Wait, what was... Yeah, okay, so I mentioned earlier, I left this comment on one of the hundo runs, the long uphill climb. And again, it just, I got this 4047, and I knew that world record was attainable. It also felt like it would be very difficult just because of how slowly I was seeing progression. I knew that it was potentially possible for me, but I didn't know really, where things were at. Drewski had his 4043, and I got a 4043.97 on December 27th. And then the next day I got another 4043.76. So what's funny about this is I tied Drewski, but I was like half a second behind. And then I somehow PB'd, but was still behind Drewski, which was a really freaking funny thing to me. From here, I honestly wasn't sure how to move forward. I knew that I still wanted to grind for record, and I was working really hard not to take it too seriously, because taking it too seriously is what gets me burnt out. And yet at the same time, it was something that I really wanted to push for, because I really wanted to get it before Drewski could potentially push it out of reach. But as with most things in Super Metroid speedrunning, you fix one thing and another thing breaks. You fix everything that's broken and then you're too tired, or you're too mentally drained, or your controller breaks, or you don't have time, or, there's so many things that go into it. And kind of what I decided was just play when I can, listen to my body, listen to my mind, and try not to worry about it. And I did eventually reach a place where I was like, you know what? I mean, if Drewski gets this before I do, I'll be okay. And I mentioned that in the post any percent record talk, chat, speech, whatever. you know, I did have to reach that mentally healthy place. But something that I want to point out here, if you remember, I mentioned my burnout happened December 2021. Like officially, that's when I hit rock bottom, was December 2021. And at the time, I was trying to figure out what to even do with my life. Because like I said, I was lacking passion and drive and desire for pretty much literally everything. The only thing that I cared about was being with my family. The only thing I cared about was being with my son and my daughters and Sassy. I didn't care about anything else. And I was trying really hard to figure out how to get desire back for things. And I don't even know how I came across it, to be honest. And it's frustrating because it's not like I can just, you know, search through my memory and recall it, because like I said, like there's so much blank space there. But I remember reading an article that talked about people burning out in a profession or in their life. And basically, the article said if somebody burns out in that way, where they hit absolute rock bottom and they lose all desire for everything, usually like that presents itself in like a midlife crisis or whatever, but it takes about 3 years on average for a person to recover from that. That's what I read. And I remember being like right at the beginning of that when I read it and thinking 3 years is an impossibly long time. If you look at these runs, this was 3 years after my 2021 burnout. And right around this time, I suddenly started remembering, and this sounds weird, but bear with me. I suddenly started remembering things that I hadn't thought about in 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Mostly positive, but some negative as well. But it's like a fog or a cloud was like lifted off of my brain, and I was remembering all sorts of things that I had experienced in life. And also I started remembering things about myself. Not like things that I had done necessarily, but things about my personality, things about who I like to be at my core, things that I feel inside of me at my core, how much I care about my family, like not Sassy and my kids, but like the rest of my family, how much I care about my friends, how much I care about helping people. Like, it was just so interesting because literally 3 years, almost exactly 3 years, suddenly I'm sleeping better, I'm feeling better, my smiles are more genuine, it's easier to get into that goofy mood that I do. It's easier for me to be like, oh, this annoying thing needs done, okay, I'll just go do it. You know, like it's like I started feeling like a functional, full version of myself again that I had not seen or felt or had access to in so long. And I've explained this before, but when I really started thinking about it, I realized that I suddenly felt like an older, wiser, I would even say happier version of where is it? It's hiding here somewhere. This kid.
I got baby skip last time.
I feel it's funny because we're very different people. I am a very different person than this kid was. And yet there are a lot of things inside of me that make me feel so much more like him than I did 2-3 years ago. It's actually insane. And so that's kind of why I've been pointing out, you know, as we've been going through all this stuff today, that's kind of why I've been pointing out like changes in like my cam, in my demeanor, in the way that I act, the way that I hold myself, the way that I interact with people, stuff like that. You know, I'm definitely older and wiser and a generally very better person than he was. But like the intrinsic, like core personality traits that I have are more like him. And that makes me really happy because it really does make me feel more like myself than I have since like 2018, 2019. And yeah, I mean, that all culminated in this run, the 90% record. So we'll watch that, and then I'll just quickly go through the low percent, kind of the notable low percent PBs. Thanks, Drewski. Yeah, feeling is mutual, man, for sure. And I did see your earlier comment, and I can address that really quick. I understand that you know, obviously you were afraid that I was going to do this first. You were afraid that I was going to get record first. I get that. And that's part of, you know, that's part of why, your reaction video went the way that it did. And it's also part of why I decided to be patient about it, because I understand that fear, I guess. Yeah, you like the title. I understand the feeling, obviously. I guess the main difference is just, and I mean, I don't mean this like to dismiss your feeling at all, to be clear. I don't think you can understand how I feel just because of the time difference and the time disparity. But like the core of the feeling, I think, is the same, you know, being apprehensive or worried that someone else is going to reach your goal before you do. And how do you process that, especially when they're your friend, and, you know, all that stuff. Like like I've said before, if there's anybody who understands those feelings, it's me. Like, not that I can understand exactly how you feel, because everybody's different, of course, but I get that. So yeah, we're good, Drewski. And honestly, I know I already told you this privately, and I'm happy to say it publicly. I'm really excited to see what you do. Really excited to see where you go with this game. Again, I mean, shout outs to this guy. If you haven't been watching him, go watch, because I'm serious. Like, I don't think it's happening tomorrow, but it could happen tomorrow that he gets any percent record. It literally could. So if you're interested in seeing that, go watch him. Okay. So anyway, yeah, any percent run. We've been over this many times, so I'm not going to waste your guys' time with this. But basically, this run started off It's so funny. 437. Okay. Let me just say, I don't get 437s hardly ever. I got one here. This is so on brand for classic Zenny. Getting like a 6 early game pace and then just seeing it through. Like you go back to like the 11304, 11253. I just get on crazy early game paces and then I'm just like, okay, just go. Right? And so that's why this is so funny to me, is because like I had completely abandoned that type of grind. Because a long time ago, I used to do that thing where, and I forgot to mention this earlier, and that's my bad, but I would do that thing where I would reset runs that I had no business resetting just because I refused to accept a PB that didn't have a good early game. And eventually I was like, I can't do that anymore. And so I started focusing a lot more on no resets and consistency, and that's made it way more sustainable for me to grind this game. And through doing that, somehow I end up with this run where I get the insane early game. 437 bombs. 824 is not the craziest powerbomb time ever, but it's close to my best. I think it's okay, plus 1.3 compared to my best pace ever. Okay, we get to Fantoon. He gives us a fast. We get the 1 round. We have a, not perfect, but very, very good wrecked ship. We get a freaking first ever sub 13 gravity somehow. And now I'm getting like screwed by drops in RNG, so I'm losing some time in this segment. It's okay. That's how it goes. I only have 2 supers. This run is already dead. I've just accepted it. It's over. Okay. 1 super, boom. 4 supers. Okay. Well, time to go. Like, suddenly the run is back on. So I'm on the craziest early game pace of my frickin' life. And somehow the game gives me an out with drops. I get stupidly lucky. I'm saving time on that segment, even though it wasn't a very good segment. I'm -4 compared to my best pace ever at this point. I get into lower Norfair. I don't choke Lava Spark. I don't choke worst room in the game. I get good drops from the pirates. I'm full on supers here. I don't mess up this strat. I have an amazing Ridley fight that ends up with a frickin' 63-second room, which this wasn't out of the ordinary for me, but having it on this pace is absolute insanity. It's just frickin' insanity, dude. I mean, I put all of my practice and all of my efforts into being consistent at this run. That's why I did 2010 with the missile super loadout. A big part of that was Ridley. I practiced Ridley more than I've practiced anything else, and learned how to manip him out of swoops at the right times to get faster kills, blah, blah, blah. We're -24 seconds, 7 seconds faster than my best pace ever. Okay. Don't choke the lower Norfair escape. Get to Varia. Somehow, we're still maintaining pace. Barely lose any time. Get to Meridia. I don't even remember how that went.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, made a little mistake there.
Okay. Oh, shoot.
Got a good amount of drops from Botwoon. Get to Dragon. Dragon fight is way more consistent for me than it ever has been before. Get the fast Dragon pattern. Get the spike suit. Don't mess up on the way back, really. Get to G4. Saving time on the way to G4. Not 100%, but very aware of the type of pace that I'm on. Really hoping for the drops that I need. Barely get the drops that I need with 2010. I end up having 20 and 9, which is barely enough. Don't choke the baby skip. Don't choke Zeb skip. Lost a few seconds there. I think a couple of the Metroid rooms were a little sloppy. Who freaking cares? It's not like I lost 40 seconds like I did in that RBO run or whatever it was. Mother Brain gives me the freaking good cutscene position. It wasn't the best catch-up pattern, but I mean, who's gonna freaking complain about it when you get good cutscene? Chad is freaking out. I don't really choke escape.
Let's go! Holy whoa!
Incredible.
Oh, no!
Extreme cringe that I can't handle. It's just crazy, though. It's just crazy. Okay? This run was so good. I literally thought I ruined it for Zost because he was doing an in-game time optimized route to try and get the first 26 in-game time. And my cutoff for the next in-game time minute is a 40:22, 40:21 right there. Okay? So I'm literally worried here that I ruined it for Zost. Somehow,
Oh my gosh, dude! How close was it? 56 frames!
So that was a 27.56. 55, 57, whatever it was, right? And it's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. I mean, it's been almost 3 months and I still sometimes don't believe it. I still sometimes can't believe it that run even freaking happened. And I'm going to say it again. As good as that run was, you guys, there's a bunch of room left. And Drewski is going to do it. And if he doesn't, somebody will eventually come along and do it. You just got to believe. Sub 40 is going to happen someday. I'm just saying it. It's going to happen. Believe it. So yeah, Zost got the 26 in-game time the next day. The very next day. So we're at basically the end of my journey. So I get the any percent record. I have 100%. I have reverse boss order. I have any percent. I mean, what am I even supposed to do? I could continue any percent for the 26 in-game time. That's the obvious next goal, right? Well, Zenny, what happens when you keep playing categories that you've been playing for a while and you reach your goal and you decide to keep going? What happens? It's never good. So don't do that. Well, what else am I supposed to do? Well, I mean, low ice is a lot like any percent. And if you do that, maybe you can get 4 for 4. So I moved on to low ice. And I was very clear from the beginning. I'm usually very private about my goals because, in large part, because of the 112 thing that happened. I told people I was going for 112. People were expecting me to go for 112. I no longer wanted to push for 112. Felt like I had to for a number of reasons. And it was a miserable experience. So I'm usually pretty private about my goals now. Even with this sheet that I have, like there's some vague goals listed here, but a lot of them were just undefined, right? And even the ones that say world record, there were a question mark, right? It was like, I might want to do that. And you can see the same thing for GT Classic. World record? Maybe. We'll see. But when I started in on low percent, I was very clear with people. I was like, look, I don't even really like this category, but it's what makes the most sense for me to run right now. And I know I can world record in it, and 4 for 4 would be really cool. So that's what I'm going to try and do. Get out of here, ads. Go away. So I started the low ice grind. And what's funny is I started the grind like a week or less after I got this run. And I remember Oates coming into my stream or me being in his stream or something and him saying like, goodness, dude, like take a break. It's like enjoy your record for a bit, man. Chill. I was like, no, I'm gonna freaking work on low ice. And you're running low ice right now, so I'm gonna run low ice with you. And he's like, why do you want to do that? I'm like, because I like running the same category as my friends. I still think Oates is better than I am at low ice, and if he were to continue, he would definitely beat my current record. Absolutely. But that being said, I don't actually know how many of these have any sort of a good pop off. Probably this one might be pretty good. So we'll go to this 4816. I don't know. Let's find out. So these are going to be actually in a different folder. 4816. Man, look at that.
I finished my protein bar.
Look at that quality.
So we should be set now.
Got a new PC.
PB guaranteed, dude.
This was at the end of Zenithon, so there's the money thing in the bottom right. Maybe I'll cover that up in the YouTube edit, but that had been running since early December, and people were insanely generous. Thank you all again so much for that. That is fully, well, Back to the Basement isn't fully funded, but all of that money has gone into Back to the Basement. So, anyway, this run's funny because my first half of low ice was pretty consistent, and then the back half was not so consistent. And in this run, I just basically capitalized on the back half. So you can see, like, mid-game, we're like -9. By the time we get to Dragon, we're -40. By the time we get to Mother Brain, we're -50. And again, this is one of those situations where it's just so funny because there were all of these people coming in that were like, that came out of nowhere, right? And like in reality, if you had just been watching me practice and do runs, like it didn't actually come out of nowhere. But here it was. So what's funny about this is,
yo, it's a sick PB.
If I had been more diligent and had more time to grind this earlier, this would have been record. But I took too long, and Oates had already lowered it by this point. So that happened. And then, let's see. One day later, again, I PB'd again, 4810. I had been -20 earlier in this run, so that was record pace at the time, I think.
Well...
Yo, thank you for the Prime sub.
Oates record lives for another day.
Oates record lives for another day. I mean, like, look and listen at me.
Just get in the ship.
That was weird.
I just mean, like, look at and listen to me being, like, funny and goofy and cringe and, like you can see, like, the smiles on my face are genuine and they're not, like, driven by, like, you know, big things happening or whatever. Like, I can just be, like, a chill, much more like myself person. And I guess probably the best part of that is that even when I was younger, you know, that 2017 Zenny, 2018 Zenny, like, there are a lot of things that I've remembered about myself that I feel more deeply again now compared to, you know, last year, for example. But I'm also way less depressed than I was back then. And that's a great thing. And I think a big part of that is I hit rock bottom, and I saw the darkness, and I saw all that stuff, and I climbed out of it. And I just have so much more of an appreciation for things now than I did. Anyway, that being said, we're finally at the end. So the 4 for 4 current low ice world record, 47:39. No, that's the VOD. I would rather they didn't. I'd rather they... Even though I'm not, like, exceptionally proud of this run by itself, I am exceptionally proud of the 4 for 4. This Mother Brain fight was pretty spicy. We'll watch the catch-up part when we get there, just because... That's just fun. Okay, here we go. So spicy, man. I was so worried about getting hit by one of these. I don't know. Anyway, like the pace is good. Got a couple golds. Let me finish out the run. I wasn't looking at the... My pace was hidden and stuff, so... Did the best I could.
Oh my gosh! Yeah! We did it!
Dude! Oh my gosh! 4 out of 4, bro! Anyway. My reaction to that is obviously pretty subdued, and a big part of that is that this ended up being a lot more than just world record reactions. But I feel like it's been a really good thing for me to kind of open up and just really talk about my journey. You know, especially after the GCC thing that we did yesterday, like I mean, as far as I'm aware, I don't know the circumstances of his passing, but I'm pretty sure it was a terminal illness. But regardless of that, like, I think it's really important that people understand I am a person that really, I value life a lot. And I don't mean that as my life. I mean that as life itself. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Ever since I was a little kid, there's something really special to me about the aspect of life, of things being alive. And as a person that has been through horrible, awful mental things, you know, I can't pretend to understand what some other people have been through, especially, you know, marginalized groups. I'm a very lucky person. I have a lot of privilege as a cis white male. You know, but that being said, like, I've been through some really hard things, and there have been points in my life where I didn't know why I was alive. There have been points in my life where I didn't know what the point was in continuing. But I always have, for better or worse. And in the place that I'm at now, I'm so grateful that I'm here and alive and able to feel life again, if that makes sense. I was starting to allude to this earlier, and I got sidetracked because ADHD brains. But I remember one time when I was a kid, and I was talking to Sassy about this the other day. we had cats growing up. I don't know where Nia is. He's being a bad cat. But we had cats when I was a kid growing up, and I remember one time looking at one of our pet cats, and I remember watching it breathe. And petting it and feeling it purr and feeling its heartbeat. And looking at its eyes and the way that it was looking at me, and that it could see me, and that I could tell that it like had feelings about me. And like, you know, just all of this stuff, like, oh, like this is a thing that's not me that is alive. And I just felt something really special and deep about that. Oh, come on, Emily, don't ruin the moment. I remember asking my mom what it was, you know, why what I was feeling, basically, because I was like, you know, a kid. And my mom just told me, you just love life. I remember one time, this is probably, I don't know, this probably is going to actually go completely opposite of what Emily is saying. I remember one time there was a fly. There was a fly on our windowsill. And I poured water on it. And obviously it did not like that, but then it was stuck, right? Because it was all wet. And I remember watching it struggle, and I felt so bad. I like imagined being that fly and like drowning. And I was like, what have I done? And so I like, you know, got like a piece of paper or something and like scooped it up and like took it outside. It was a freaking fly, dude. Right? And yet at the same time, like I said, like I love life. Now, I'm not going to pretend and say I care whether flies live or die. Okay? I don't. If I see a spider in my house, it's getting squished. I have no remorse. Okay? I'm not going to like rescue bugs that are in my house and take them outside. The point of that story is to illustrate. I recognized that that fly was alive and that it was suffering and that it was my fault. And that hurt me. Because I don't want things to suffer. Because I love life. And I have suffered. And I am not currently suffering. And I want to help people understand. I want to help people understand that, you know, maybe I don't understand exactly how they feel, but I have been in very dark places. And I have come out of those very dark places. And I have gotten to the light at the end of the tunnel. And you know what? I'm probably going to end up in another tunnel. I probably am. Probably going to end up in another tunnel and not be able to see the light again. But I'll keep walking forward until I do. And then I'll get there. And I think that's what we got to do. And whenever we can, I think, you know, we got to grab our friends, make sure we hold on to them, bring them with us. And if we have a friend grabbing onto us and pulling, we need to go. We need to not give up on that. This is probably a very weird thing to be finishing this, you know, the Arc of Zenny speedrun, whatever speech. But I mean, like I said, I started this stuff in 2017. I was basically a kid. I was 28 years old. I was basically a kid. There's so many things that I've learned and grown through. And, you know, I'm glad that I have all this stuff that I can look back on. Because, like I said, I mean, you look at my cam, you can literally see, like, under the surface changes. There are physical changes too. When I started, I was thin, and then I got not fat, but heavier. And now I'm losing weight again. And, you know, in there, it kind of fluctuated a little bit. And now I'm kind of on the downward slope with weight again, which is great. But, I mean, the point is, like, you can look into my eyes in those VODs, the ones where you can see my eyes, and you can see a difference for sure. You can listen to the way that I use my voice and the way that I express things and the way that I laugh and the way that I smile and the way that I, you know, make stupid noises and the way that I sing and all that stuff. And it's just, it's not hard to tell that I'm in such a better place now. And I guess the last thing that I'll say is, all I can really say, this will probably never reach you, person that I'm talking to right now. And that's okay. But if you came into my stream when I was in the deepest, darkest pit of hell, and it was uncomfortable, or you couldn't handle it because I was too depressed or too angry, or I complained too much, I'm sorry. And it's okay if you never come back, because I get it. But we have a good time here now. And I'm going to do the best I can to make sure that we keep having a good time. Anyway, all that being said, I have been live for, I think, over 12 hours, if not over 12 hours, just about 12 hours. So I got to go. I need to spend a little time with my kids before they go to bed. I need to spend time with Sassy. And I need to go to bed so that I can get some sleep, so that I can work tomorrow. Work my job that I don't hate. Because of my friend Alpha, who grabbed me when I was in that deep dark pit of hell and said, "Hey, come with me, there's light over here." Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Chances of streaming tomorrow are pretty low. It is possible. If I do, it's going to be GT Classic. Well, actually, it might be casual stuff. We'll see. I'll post up like a stream schedule stuff in my Discord tomorrow if I remember and have time. But probably worst case, I'll probably be back on Tuesday, and it will be GT Classic on Tuesday for sure. Wednesday is going to be more Patreon stuff. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I don't know. So anyway, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the day. For those of you who have been here since I started, whether you showed up and left and came back or whatever, thank you. I'll see you guys soon. And I really do appreciate you. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, whoa, did you see that morph ball? Did I imagine that, or was like the morph ball squished?
We went down the construction zone. We're gonna go back to the right. We're doing a mock ball tonight. Oh, I'm so